Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our coverage of the July 4th Albany, New York tournament. Matt Canik, as always, bringing you the commentary. And today, all day, I am stoked to be joined by Andy Hoang. Andy, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, everybody. Doing great.
Andy, for those who are not familiar with the North American scene, is a stalwart. He is an expert level player from the North Carolina area and a director. He puts on numerous events. He plays a fierce game, and he is going to be dropping nuggets of wisdom on all of us today. We are stoked to have him in the booth. We are also stoked for our first matchup, which has major standings implications. Let's show everybody those standings right now. And, oh no, I think we're actually just going to cut straight to the board. Yeah, no standings yet. Yes, standings yet. Okay. Matthew O'Connor was leading this tournament for the first 15 rounds, but Wellington Jagere has become our new leader after a rough afternoon for Matthew. He went 1-3 in the afternoon sessions, and this field all of a sudden is wide open. Wellington and Matthew O'Connor at 12-3. Enoch Nwale becoming one of my favorite players very quickly. Is in third place, and Enoch Nwale is who we're going to showcase here. Enoch has a tough task in Kevin Fraley. Kevin at just 9-7 right now, but he is a tough player. We saw both of these gentlemen on stream. Kevin, a little bit slower and more calculating a player, and Enoch, who we only saw once, fast, fierce, aggressive, but also precise. This guy, I think, has the potential to be a world champion in the next 10 years. Andy, are you familiar with either of these players?
I'm more familiar with Kevin just because I met him here in the United States, but you're right. Both of these players definitely could win this tournament. I'm very excited to see Enoch play. I saw him play earlier this week, and I think the viewers are going to be set up for a fantastic day.
Yeah, man, he is just something else. And I hope he puts on another display for us here. Let's get these guys going. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Round 17 of 32 coming your way now. 8 games today, 8 more games tomorrow in this 32-game grind of a tournament. This is, if you're just tuning in, the biggest CSW North American prize pool we have ever had. Bob Linn donated $63,000 to the prize fund to incentivize high-level Collins play in North America. He brought a lot of first-time Collins players to this field. There's a Division I and a Division II, each with about 50 players. And just a huge prize purse. 15,000 US dollars is the first place prize, as long as that player is a citizen of the United States or Canada. There's some asterisks there. You can read all the fine print if you want. But boy, Andy, I think we're in for a good one. I'm stoked. How about you?
I'm very excited. Everybody buckle in.
Yeah, buckle up. And Kevin off to the races, grabbing his tiles. And as we kind of touched on, international rules a bit different from North American rules. Your clock gets started when you draw your first tile, not when you look at your first tile. So Kevin already 13 seconds down before we get a letter on his rack. ENORQUU. If you're going to draw the Q on your first turn, you'd love to get U's to go with it. And Andy, this is going to be quern pretty quickly, right?
Absolutely. Best play by far. You want to double the Q on the opening turn if you can, and he can do that.
So Quern comes down. A great first pull from Nwale as well. Deinors threatens bingos immediately for him. He's going to take a second, look for double doubles through the U, but he won't have any available. And I think we're going to see one of the sevens play, hooking the back of Quern's. These are 75 or 76. Andy, is there any universe where you're looking to play a lower scoring 8-letter bingo here, or are you just going to play something with Quern's pretty fast?
I think the score differential between playing an 8 versus making the natural 7 is too much. I think it's about 10 points or 8 points. So play the 7 and, keep moving on from there.
Yeah, I think coming to A7 is the right play, definitely what Nwale is going to do. Which 7 is another part of the question. One 7-letter word scores more than his other options. Endorse, Indorse, is 76, when the other play scores 75, but Endorse has 4 back hooks. D, E, R, and S. So I think just because of that, it's worth choosing something else to avoid giving the big hook to your opponent. Nwale feels the same. He's played dineros here for 75. What do you think, Andy?
I think this is a fine play. They're all very close. Maybe I would have played Rosand just to keep both quadrants of this board open, but I'm glad Enoch didn't spend too much time debating which placement. They're all roughly the same.
Yeah, you just don't want to get caught up spending 3 or 4 minutes trying to super optimize that turn when it truly is just a sliver of a percentage point. So Enoch doing what he does well, playing fast, continuing the time pressure on his opponent. And Kevin, with the UO leave, has found AEERT. Feels like it could bingo with all the floaters on this board, but just one too many vowel for Kevin. The U on his rack is going to give him a number of threats down from the queue or through the queue. Andy, do any of these jump out to you early?
Well, there's two plays that I'll let the viewers debate between that play through the queue, and they're both 32 points. And I favor one of them, and Kevin is playing that one right now, or I guess he's not. I would have favored core rate for 32, and that would leave a debate as to what are the hooks to core rate. But this is a fine play by Kevin.
Yeah, quote does set up the R, keeps AER, puts a T in space with a D, and N, and an R in space. Kevin, a big threat to bingo next turn by holding back, but core 8 also some consideration, 4 extra points. Core 8 has no hooks, so it's actually reasonably defensive. But Kevin opting for offense here. Simulation agrees it did like quote just ever so slightly over the other options. And I think, again, the key for Kevin is he did not spend too much time there. Back to Enoch, 75 to 76 is the score. DHILPTY. He's got points all over this board. One really sick play for him, one very hard to spot play for him, but I think this is going to crush the sim if he knows the word and sees it. He's got a threat down from the U in querns. And that threat, a CSW only word, Andy and I, more NWL, TWL players, that word is uphild, UPHILD. 39, no hooks, but it does keep the Y. He's got other plays that can play the Y. He's got the letters for pithy set to the side right now. Pithy would stack a long quote for 37. What are your thoughts on the Y, Andy? Would you be looking to play it here, or are you okay holding on to it?
I actually don't mind the Y. The Y is very flexible tile. It's not the greatest bingo tile, but it is a good intermediate play where it scores really well, and it's not a tile like a V where you're desperate to get it off the rack as soon as possible.
Yeah, the Y is a tile that people seem to have radically different opinions on, so I always enjoy asking different experts their opinion on it. But Andy's right, Y is a big scoring threat, can hinder some bingos at some times, but that L combination to go with it, some of the floaters on the board, it might still be usable for him here. This is a tricky turn. I mean, uphill is tough to spot. It might not even be right. Pithy and Hipley, both good options as well. But Enoch has found 36 points. Pithy, the option he's chosen here. Hipley on the right side of quotes, one more point, but does open the board. So I think this is a totally fine play from Enoch.
Yeah, this is a great play. Just scores well, keeps a great leave. The board is still very...
All right, AAAELRV, the rack for Kevin. He held AER looking to bingo, but picked up 2 more A's and a V. That is rough. That is not what he was looking to do here. And he doesn't have strong plays that get rid of both of the A's, or 2 of his 3 A's, rather. High scoring stacks on the left side of dineros. He's got Vela, VELA, for 32. He's got Velar, VELAR, for 37. Both of those plays keep duplicate A's, but if he does want to play off both of the A's, he's going to have to make a massive point sacrifice. Just playing AA off to the right side of Pithy or perhaps ALAE for 24, stacking alongside Pithy. I don't know, Andy. I'd be looking to knock out the triple at the top of this board. What do you think?
I agree with you. I would take the points and play Valar for 37. This is a decision for Kevin to decide how he wants to play this game. Does he want to just keep scoring points, or does he want to, groom for continuous bingos? It's 19 points difference between Valar, which is 37, and Ayla at next to Pithy for only 18. I would take the points here.
Yeah, take the points is generally a good adage in Scrabble. Many top players here in the States chant, when in doubt, take the points. If you're deliberating between two options and you can't pick one, just get the points right now. Don't try to get cute. Don't try to save up for the future. And this one is winning a sim as well. So we're seeing precise play from both of these players early on. Kevin takes a 2 point lead, 113 to 111. Enoch will strike back on this turn with the Y on his rack. DEEJLWY gives him some big plays on this turn. Up to 43 available should Enoch spot a nice play on this board.
I really appreciate the high level and the speed of both of these players. This is a great way to start the morning. Both of these players identifying top plays quickly and making very great plays efficiently. We'd love to see that.
Yeah, I do wonder to what extent fatigue starts to set in. Some tournaments you play 6 or 7 games in a day. This one is 8 games a day every day, and you try to make excuses for players sometimes, but fatigue is absolutely real in Scrabble. Andy, I know you've had some major tournaments with even more games in a day. Talk to us a little bit about how the fatigue factor may start to add up on these players.
Yeah, I think when you're in a long tournament, multi-day tournament like Nationals or World Cup, you do start to think about at the end of the third day or as you head towards day 4, your brain does get a little bit tired, and it's reasonable to miss plays or miss layups that you wouldn't have missed at the beginning of the tournament. So that is something that these guys are both thinking, and it's important that, like Enoch identified quickly, don't spend too much time on a play on a turn when all the options are pretty equal, and he did just that.
And finding his top play on this turn is Enoch as well. JEELED plays through the E in querns, making 2 overlaps, OPE and TID. 43 points, holds just WY together. But hey, if you're going to hold on to 1 4-point clunker, I almost prefer holding on to 2. I'm definitely not going to bingo next turn, but I am going to score big. So Geeld easily the top play according to our engine, 7 points higher than anything else. What do you think about this, Andy?
I agree. Continue taking these points. And the WY on this board is a lot better than a typical board. They have synergy on their own, and also it's going to score well and allow Enoch to keep his tempo. He's up 41. He doesn't need a bingo right now, and this board is getting much more compact. Where's Kevin going to bingo through the N or the H? I agree with this decision by Enoch.
All right, yeah, Geeld a thumbs up play, man. Enoch is so good. I haven't seen him really make any kind of blunder. I think this kid's got the potential to contend on the world stage, and I really do think he might win one in the next decade. I am so enamored with the way he plays and the precision with which he plays as well. Kevin's drawn an H. That H is going to unlock points in the top right of this board. EDH gives him a number of threats on that triple letter square. The big question for Kevin is, which one does he take? The most points available is the quadruple overlap ahead. AHEAD. That does end, or plays his D behind RE, which takes a number of back hooks and opens a scary double line. So probably consideration here for Kevin: do I play ahead, or do I keep things a little bit tighter and play just AHED in the same spot for a 4-point sacrifice? Andy, ahead or odd?
Ooh, that is a debate, but the point I would go for the extra tile turnover here. I would play ahead. It scores 4 more points, and both blanks are still out, and then in the bag. So I would take the points and the extra tile turnover here.
Yeah, I'm going to be upset at myself if I succeed the double double RED, taking 4 back hooks, another D, an E, an O, and an S. But you can't play scared all the time. I agree, 4 points is a lot. And odd holds AMO. I'm not thrilled about holding 2 vowels to 1 consonant. I would take the points if I'm able to spot all the options, all the overlaps here. If the double double happens, the double happens. I think you got to swallow it. That's 2 for 2 on ahead. We'll see what Kevin opts to do though in this tricky turn.
Well, the good thing is Enoch did just turn over 5 letters, so the odds of him having a double double right away not as high as if he had just made a fishing play. So Kevin is a little bit insured with that respect. But I'm glad Kevin is taking some of that time here. This is a tricky turn. Go through your options. This is important for him. So that's why you go quick on the earlier turns to save time for these more difficult turns.
I agree. This is a tricky one though. Kevin has focused right now on just head. I wonder if he's thinking about setting up the A, or maybe just hasn't noticed the possibility of a head yet. Andy, what do you think about maybe about the attempt to set the A up? Is there any merit to just head here?
It's not a. It is a hook that he can use, but it's not a very valuable hook. Mainly because it's a 6-letter word starting with an A. It's not the easiest play to hit. But I'm seeing Kevin here making the play that I favor slightly of ahead. Take the highest scoring play and keep turning letters over and hope you pull into one of the blanks or even the Z at this point.
Yeah, turnover huge when you haven't seen most of the good stuff played yet. And Kevin making what we think is his best play here. Engine agrees. So just check, 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 check. Everybody is crushing it so far this game. You love to see it. You also love to see a 1-point game if you're us in the commentators booth or y'all at home. We always prefer the drama and suspense to a 200-point drubbing, no matter who you're rooting for. Good games are more exciting than blowouts. Enoch has a tough, tough pull into the WYBGGLR. And this is going to be a test of a turn. There are no good options. Everything here makes me sad when I look at it, but he can score 28 to the Y and pithy. He can play Riley. It does set up a triple word, though that's not a huge threat. It does hold the terrible BGG combination. So I was thinking we might see an exchange, but whoa, check the exchange out, Andy. Exchanging down to LY. What do you think about that?
Of the exchanges, that one, I guess that one makes the most sense. The debate between playing a word like Riley or just Rye next to quote versus exchange, that I would have spent a little bit more time to think about, but I'm not going to question Enoch. He's played very well this game so far, so I'm happy with this play.
Yeah, I don't know what the Y is going to do on this board, but perhaps some of the thinking for Enoch is, well, the board's got to open up. Kevin has to do something, and I should be able to unlock either a bingo or a high score with the LY combination. That's definitely not a play that many players would make. I feel like if you're going to exchange there, the majority of players would drop down to just the R, maybe even exchange 7 and go digging into the bag. But zanily is a word he's drawn. Zany, a number of choices for him. We'll see if it pays off for him. Kevin on turn now, AIKMOPS. Kevin can score 47 on this turn with a 6-letter word, back hooking quotes. There's actually 2 6-letter words at each play for 47 anagrams of one another. He's got other high scoring plays if he wants to cash that X or S for quotes. And he can address the double-double threat with the play of Okapi for 32. Andy, 47 points and cash the S right now with a play like Mishap, or would you play Okapi and hold that S for the future?
Ooh, that's a toss-up there. It's about 15-point difference to burn your S now versus playing Okapi and saving the S. I would lean towards taking the 32 and playing Okapi, keeping the S in reserve, just because Enoch is now just past 5 tiles. That red hook is not going to be open too much longer. So yep, Kevin's playing Okapi. This is what I favor.
This could be the first misstep we've seen this game. Engine strongly prefers the 47 pointers mishap, or its anagram Pashim, P-A-S-H-I-M. Those are tough to spot. Maybe Kevin hasn't seen the spot, or maybe Kevin just hoping this S is going to unlock big plays for him. But Okapi for 32, the play we see from Kevin Fraley after Enoch's exchange, an ACILNYZ on Enoch's rack, means he is going to score a ton. Changing down to the LY, that Y can now be cashed in along with the Z he's pulled. Enoch threatens 60 on this turn.
Yeah, Enoch's going to spend some time here thinking about plays to the triple, but I believe Enoch is going to find his best 60-point play. It does use the Z for the chat, but Enoch's going to spend some time here just to make sure he doesn't miss any of the big plays.
Yeah, the biggest play of them all, back hooks redo. You make redo into redon, and ZAYIN plays for 60 in that spot. It does put the Z in a triple word column, so you're giving Kevin 39 very often. He's also got 47 if he wants to hold back a little bit. Redon and Zany, making KY also an option, but that sets the Z next to a double word where Kevin can threaten huge stacks alongside it. So you don't want to cede 39 to your opponent on a tight board, but I think in this instance, Zayn is just too juicy to pass up. Andy, we see Enoch looking at Zany. Is that Zany, or is that perhaps reasonable here?
I actually think, on one hand, the Zayn does put the Z in the triple lane, but this Zany, which puts the Z right next to the double word score, I would take the 13 points. If your opponent hits your Z play for like ZD or something for 39, that's okay. You still net positive of about 20, 25 points. But he is finding the highest scoring play of Zayn, which is very good. He could consider holding back the Z and the L. Unseen to him is only just the L out there, so that is something to consider. But 40 points right now to use the Z, I guess that's fine to use, but something to consider, holding back the Z here.
Yeah, that wildly simmed number 2 to Zayn, just playing AYIN. That word takes 2 front hooks, as Andy sort of mentioned, Z and L. Enoch would hold both, and Zayn plays the next turn would be 100 points. But if you try the cute setup, your opponent sniffs it out and blocks it, you're going to be huge sad that you left 40 on the board to be greedy. So Zayn did win the simulation. Zayn is the move from Enoch, and while he is going to cede the 39 points here, Kevin's going to have to make a big sacrifice to do that. ZENS keeps an abysmal leave of MNGV, but if Kevin makes a different option, then he's giving the 39 points to Enoch. I don't think that's something he wants to do. I think 3 reasonable options on this turn for Kevin. He can play Zens. He can ignore the spot completely and play Envy to the Y and Pithy for 20, or he can play GENS, stacking to the left side of Zayn's. But he's pulled the trigger on Zen's, going to hold his breath and hope some vowels liberate him from this leave. And do you like taking the points there?
I actually am not a big fan of this play. I mean, it's still a fine play. It's not a mistake, but I would have preferred him to play GENS parallel to Zayn. It gives up 7 points, but it turns over another consonant and knocks out that Z spot. But 39 points versus 32, it's not a huge mistake, but I would have preferred playing Gens just for the extra tile turnover here.
Yeah, Gens just makes your opponent's life very difficult, too. This is a tough board. Enoch would need a play from the P in Okapi, or else there's almost nothing he can do. after Jens. So that was a good defensive play, but Zen's makes sense as well. Your style varies at the top level of Scrabble. You just kind of go with your gut, and Kevin's gut telling him to take points here. Enoch finding his best play. This is easily choice number one for him, and as we've come to expect, he finds it, he plays it, and he doesn't take a long time. PICUL for 30 puts Enoch at 244 to Kevin's 226. But Kevin into MNGV has found an O and a blank. He threatens vomming, but that does not play on the board. Vom, a verb meaning to vomit, but can't do that. And we'll see how Kevin chooses to navigate this rack now. The natural equity move is Vom and Vet in the bottom left corner of this board, but that's risky, risky, risky. Vet in CSW takes a front E. Andy, can you play Vom and Vet here, or do you think you're just giving your opponent too many points?
I'm not afraid of playing Vom, although I would like to keep one vowel in reserve here with your blank. Something I would consider is just playing MM next to quote, but Vom is a fine play. If Enoch parallels it, that's fine. There's really only 4 E's left unseen in this game, so it's not super likely that Enoch will have one.
All right, Vom the move from Kevin. He threatens bingos often next turn with this dynamic leave of MNG. We'll see what he draws. Kevin up by 4. Enoch on turn, AACGISW. And he's going to quickly cover up the spot that was opened. Wag for 27. I think this is just definitely what you do, and he's not going to think any harder about it. I like it. Kevin, BEGIMN blank now on his rack. This is the poll he was looking for. Numerous bingos available for Kevin. I know the chat likes little puzzles, so I will leave it as a mystery for right now. But several bingos here. Kevin can score 86. That's the top play for him. So chat, find 86. Go.
I expect Kevin to spend at least 2 minutes on this turn. This is important that he goes through his options, make sure he doesn't miss one option that is a standout play. I will say the top 2 scoring options, one of them is 86, one of them is 80, and I'm not sure that the 86 play is a slam dunk play. So definitely things to think about if you're Kevin here between his options. He's at least identified one of the top plays.
Yeah, 80 points is Through the Sea Becoming. That one's been found by chat. If you do make a play of Becoming, you want to be absolutely sure that you know whether or not it takes an S, because that S hook out in space is going to be so dangerous. Becoming does indeed take an S. So that makes it hard to pull the trigger on. If there's any uncertainty, if you're Kevin, I'd be scared to make that play. The 86 pointer, though, as Andy mentioned, has a big drawback. It opens a triple, and I'm not sure if Kevin's willing to do that with some juicy stuff unseen, with a blank unseen and 2 S's. I'd especially be worried, though, about getting hit by an INGS bingo, as this one will put a G in the 7th spot. 1 N unseen, 3 I's unseen. I'm not super worried. But Kevin opting for Becoming here. 86 points available was Umbering, UMBERING, down from the U in Pikel, but Becoming the play from Kevin. And now we got a word knowledge check. Do the players know this hook? Enoch's got bingos at play elsewhere, doesn't need to cash it now, but it's certain to be a factor in this game.
Yeah, Enoch's got this play for the same number of points, either on the triple or hooking Becomings, and I would take the triple spot, even if you're sure about the S and Becoming, just because leave the uncertainty open for Kevin, leave it open for a little bit longer, especially if Enoch knows it takes an S. He doesn't know if Kevin knows it or not. Leave it open and let's figure out if Kevin knows it or not.
All right, this is a huge pull for Kevin. Both players reaching into this bag and grabbing 7 tiles out. And looking at the unseen pool, it got kind of nasty. So we'll see. I'll get it all updated in a second. I'm waiting to see what Kevin's drawn, but there is a blank, there is an X, and there is some bad stuff in there otherwise. But Kevin, bingoing with 1 blank, finding the second blank and the case S. He now the only player who can make Becomings plays if he chooses to pull the trigger on that. He's got to feel a breath of relief. He doesn't have to think about Nwale hitting Becomings plays for the rest of this game. He's got all the tools. All right, Andy. Tricky turn for Kevin. EXO from the Ian Zens is 39. OXO alongside Becoming is 37. What do you like between those two?
You look at the board. I'm very happy if you're Kevin to pull into that blank and an S, and the board is so open. So you want to keep things in a position where you're pretty certain to bingo soon. Near the end of the game, I don't like burning all your vowels or all your consonants. That always opens you up to disaster scenarios. So I would favor just EXO, take the 39 points, and you're very likely to draw into a bingo through the B column, through the L, through any of these floaters. EXO is what I would play.
Yeah, I agree with everything Andy just said to the point where I'm not really even going to stack on. Andy nailed that bit of analysis. If I'm Kevin, if I can score 40 now in bingo, I almost definitely win this game. And I think keeping 1 vowel increases my chances of bingoing next turn. I don't want the nightmare scenario. I don't want to draw several consonants and be sad. After EXO, I'll let the chat spit some guesses out. How often does Kevin bingo on this board into BORS blank? Let's test our guts, test our intuitions on this Saturday morning. Hope your brains are working, everybody, and you didn't stay up too late on the holiday yesterday.
I wonder who the favorite is to win this game at this point. I mean, on one hand, Kevin is down 30 points, but he has turned the X and the blank. Enoch, I mean, now after EXO, the game is basically tied. The only thing Enoch has going for him is it's his turn. I think Kevin is a slight favorite here because of the blank and the S in hand. I think the post bingo draw very crucial for both of these players.
All right, Kevin has found an O and an E, so he is certainly going to bingo next turn. A great pull from him. And yeah, Kevin definitely the favorite after we see what he's got. Enoch has to feel okay about his chances in this game right now, down 7, but I'd be terrified looking at the unseen pool if I'm him. This looks so bingo prone, and I'd be trying, if at all possible, to play a little defense. He agrees. He's playing Fawn, obstructing the B column, which is by far the best bingo line on this board, and he'll take a 13-point lead. What do you think, Andy? Good block?
Well, I don't know if blocking is what Enoch's goal is. The board is so open, and he was actually down 7 points at that point. So I don't think blocking was his main objective with Fawn. I think Fawn, he was probably just trying to score some points here. It does open up the triple so that if Kevin does bingo somewhere, at least Enoch can use that triple himself. But I don't think Fawn was a strictly blocking play. I think it was just trying to turn letters over, groom his rack, and hope for a blank. And unfortunately, his pull has just been absolutely dreadful. That's the kind of draw that you just sink in your stomach because you're thinking, oh my gosh, I don't have any of the good stuff. Surely my opponent has it.
Yeah, you hope to go in and find something, anything to give you a chance. And every time you draw another R or T or I, you see your win percentage going down. Kevin actually has an interesting turn here. If he's not sure of Becomings, then he does have 1 other playable bingo on this board, but it is tough to spot. Kevin's got so many options, and he's going to need a perfect overlap on the right side of Fawn to get something down. He also doesn't necessarily need to bingo here. He's got 41 points with BOOSE and Becomings. holding R blank. So tricky turn. If you're not sure of becomings, can you find the second bingo? Do you even play a bingo at all? There's a lot for Kevin to think about, and due to the time pressure we saw Enoch apply, Kevin's down to just 4 minutes to think through this very complex turn. Andy, if you're not sure of becomings, are you going to try it here, or how would you approach this turn otherwise?
Yes, I would definitely stick the S on. Generally, my advice is if you're not sure if a play takes an S, stick the S yourself, because if you don't, what happens later on in the game if your opponent sticks an S? Now you're thinking about it and you have to wonder. Let's take the wonder out now. Stick the S yourself. If it gets challenged off, fine. You know it doesn't take an S. Your opponent can't put an S on it. But Kevin, this is an important turn. There is 7 tiles in the bag, and Enoch just played Fawn. That could be deemed as a fishy play. So if he bingos now, he could lose to an out bingo, or he will lose to an out bingo. So Kevin's got to be very careful here. It's not a slam dunk to bingo right now, or even which bingo to pick. So he's going to spend some time here. There is one bingo I would favor over the others. I think it is probably the highest scoring one, and I'll let chat debate this.
Yeah, if you are going to bingo here, you want as many points as possible just to get rid of any universe where you have a terrible pull out of the bag and your opponent is able to bingo out. Or sorry, excuse me, your opponent is able to just straight outrun you. Got that unseen pool updated. I don't know what's going on there, but Kevin has spotted Boleros. This is the bingo that plays with 4 overlaps alongside Fawn. So it seems Kevin may be unsure of becomings. He's going to take the bingo he is sure of. Well spotted in a time crunch from Kevin. This does leave floaters for Enoch. This does empty the bag. So if Enoch is able to bingo out from Kevin's perspective, Kevin will lose the game. But a bingo is not in the cards for Enoch. A terrible pull, II, RR, TTT, means this game will go to Kevin Fraley.
Well, that's an excellent, beautiful play there by Kevin. Enoch played so well in this game. It's just the final draw, or the post bingo draw, really did him in. And he's powering through. He's finding his best play in second. So excellent play on both sides. What a great way to start this morning.
Yeah, just very strong play from both of these players. Really just came down to who's going to draw that blank at the end of the game. And Kevin, after bingoing with 1 blank, reaches in, draws the second blank. That's all she wrote for this one. But some tough turns, well navigated by both of these players. Very strong game as we start day 3. I was buying my coffee this morning from the hotel bar. I was chatting with the guy who was working behind the counter. He said a number of players rolled in this morning, also bought a coffee, and also looked quite rough. Now, some of the top contenders are probably not going out and doing some of the late night shenanigans, but last night was karaoke here at the Albany tournament. That was still popping past 11 p.m. The after hours room still had activity past 1 a.m. I know that because I was there. I'm not playing in the tournament, so I can do whatever I want. But several players out quite late last night enjoying the social component. We'll see if fatigue's a factor, but definitely not in this game. Rock solid game for both these strong players.
Well, if you're Kevin here, the one thing you don't want to do is go into overtime and lose the 10 points when you really don't need to. Even if you can't find the best play, make a play. You're not going to lose this game unless you play a phony. And actually, I think a phony will still hold up. Enoch's got outs in several places that are unblockable. So spend the last 40 seconds here, make your best play, and move on.
Yeah, just do a thing. Try to go out in 2 if you're Kevin. Don't get cute. Don't overthink it. Don't time tank. We'll see what he does. Man, I can't emphasize enough how sad it is to play RITT and hold RIT. Just a brutal rack for Enoch. All right. Kevin made a play. Enoch goes out with Writ, and that is all she wrote for this one. Kevin 475, Enoch 429. We'll try to cut to overhead mic, see what these guys have to say. It seems our production team is busy trying to troubleshoot a little bit of board 2 action. This was not a situation where we could afford to cut away from board 1, as this one was close until the very end. We're not getting that overhead mic cut on, and I think we'll try to get Josh to transition us off of this game, but no overhead mic on this one. I think what we're going to have to do is just kind of hang out here for a minute on this cast until we can get Josh back and get the transition out. This is the July 4th Albany, New York tournament. For those of you just tuning into coverage, welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us. Happy Saturday. For those of us who have been with us through the entirety of the tournament, we appreciate you. I'm going to step up on the soapbox and do my first of many little plugs. We got 200 viewers, which is sick for this early in the morning. We only got 28 thumbs ups on the video. We would love to push this guy up the algorithm and build some momentum. We had great viewership numbers yesterday, and we're hoping now on a Saturday we get even higher. I think we have the potential to hit a Let's Play Scrabble peak viewership this weekend. And of course, we appreciate all the help we can get from y'all. Click the thumbs up button, bump us up the algorithm, send the link to your nerdy friends, see if they can Scrabble with you. We appreciate all of you and all that you do.
15.
All right, mic on.
Okay, 421 and then 429.
Just get a recount.
For me, how much?
All right, no action, no drama there, just double checking a series of scores. So we are going to transition away from this board, but Enoch Nwali playing a fine game, but not drawing the blanks he needed. Kevin Fraley also playing a fine game and taking down one of the toughest players in the room. Enoch was in third. Now things far more interesting. Matt Canik and Andy Hoang in the booth. We are going to cut to a little break while we wrangle our next players. Our next round is Matthew O'Connor and Noah Slatkoff. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that as soon as we can. Welcome back, y'all. Round 18 coming your way in a minute. We are broadcasting the Scrabble Tournament in Albany, New York, the Bob Linn Superstars Division with $63,000 in the prize purse. This is sick. Matt Canik and Andy Hoang bringing you the action, and there will be action as a huge standings shakeup occurred last game. Players in first, second, and third all lost their games, meaning this thing is wide open for the taking. Let's cut over to the board. We're going to showcase Matthew O'Connor and Noah Slatkoff. Matthew, no stranger to the stream. You've seen him before. He's been atop the standings for most of this tournament. Noah of Canada is a tough player himself. He has really been on the ascent recently, and look at that rating, 1981. I remember when this kid was 1,500. He has continued to climb and improve. He has won 5 straight games, and look who he beat last round, Andy.
Not just last round either, but all 5 of those wins. He's on a win streak here, and we're in a treat for these 2 young folks here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is set to be a good game of Scrabble. So let's cut to the board. Let's let the players dig in. Let's do it. Let's play some Scrabble. I do want to point out that while we're rooting for a good game, we think we have the ability today to switch over to table 2, which is also got a camera overhead and a whole setup. So if this one does move to blowout status, this may be the first time we see a switch. If it goes well in the morning session and in the afternoon session, This might just be a thing we try to keep doing in the future. But the switching made possible through some hard work and dedication behind the scenes. I want to give a major shout out to Sean Abbasi, who is off-site quackling the Board 2 game in real time, giving us updates so we can make a decision. I don't want to switch to Board 2 if it's also a blowout, and I need to be able to pick up in the middle of the action. So Sean, behind the scenes, getting no FaceTime and no glory, but deserves all the kudos. Thank you, Sean, for what you're doing behind the scene. AAEIKMR, the opening rack for Matthew. He can play long here. He's got 32 points if he plays Karma, or he can go a little bit shorter, something like KAMI or KAI, keeping a more bingo-prone leave. Andy, is 32 points too much to pass up here for Matthew?
Yes, I think the standard play is to play a 5-point word, either Karma, keeping IE for 32, or playing Mikra for 28, keeping AE. I would favor Karma for the points here.
Yeah, 32 is just a lot to pass up on. EI doesn't necessarily excite you. Vowel-heavy leaves should never really excite you in Scrabble, especially as Val's got a nerf, according to Makondo's new engine a couple days ago. But 32 is 32. I think you got to take the points here if you're Matt. And he's going to play Mikra. This is 28. This makes sense to keep an A over an I. Eyes can get kind of nasty. Mikra simming about 2.5 points down from Karma here, but I'm sure Matthew's got a compelling reason to make this play.
Well, Mikra will not take the S hook. I expect both of these players to know that, but it's not an obvious, hey, this is a word that won't take an S.
Yeah, perhaps a bait, perhaps trying to get Noah to put that S, that alone, if you think, oh, Noah's challenged the 5. Oh, so this S is massive now. All right. I like this more and more. I don't have the whole scouting report on Noah Slatkoff, but if he's unsure on the 5, this is a beautiful trap potentially being set by Matthew O'Connor. Micra plus 5 easily wins the sim, and the ability for a trap in the future. If Matthew knows this word doesn't take an S, that could be a huge danger zone for Noah. AHIORXZ, the opening rack for Noah. This is an interesting one where he's got a bit of a word knowledge check too. Many players in this situation will see that ZAX combination and just play Zax. Noah's got it right now for 42 points, but he's got some longer plays. We'll see if he spots them and if he chooses to play them here. The M gives Noah both a 6 and a 7 that score 40 or 42. Andy, you looking to play long here, or is Zax too juicy for you to pass up?
Well, long is the same number of points as Zax, so I would favor playing the long word that Noah has already spotted, because you turn over 6 letters and you keep the X, and you keep this board open. The interesting thing is, because Noah challenged Mikra, Matthew O'Connor's got to be thinking, okay, not just the S, but what else could I possibly tack on to Mikra? Could I tack on an H? Could I tack on other letters? So Matthew, this is going to make this game very, very fun for us for that Mikra hook if they elect to use it. But I would favor the long play of Rhizoma for 42.
Yeah, rhizoma, a beautiful word, may or may not actually be the right play. 3 options simming almost identically to one another. Rhizoma is one, Zax is one, and it just hawks for 30 points. Keeping the Z for next turn is also right up there in a sim. This is a tough turn for Noah, and one that there really isn't a correct answer to. It's where you get to show off your style. Noah showing his style right now. He's set up Rhizoma. Sick display of word knowledge from the kid. 42 points if he pulls the trigger, but you gotta be certain of a word's hooks if you're going to play it. Rhizoma has no hooks. Both words on this board have no hooks, and we'll see if either player takes the bait on them. Rhizoma for 42, what we're seeing from Noah on stream. He'll take a small lead, but Matthew, with a nice draw, threatens a bingo. This is one of my least favorite words in the entire Scrabble lexicon, but it is in fact a word, and Matthew's likely to play it here.
Matthew is probably just making sure he's not missing anything else, but I believe he will play unbared. It's by far the best play. It's really, if this is one of those turns where if you don't find your bingo, your next best option is pretty terrible.
Unbared is one of those words where, like, when you hit the alphagram, it's basically the only thing this rack could be. But then when you see it live over the board, you're like, what? No, unbared? Why does that make any sense? Shouldn't it be unbore or something like that? I've seen this word challenged at least twice. And I've drawn it and chickened out of it before because I talked myself out of it. It just seems so silly. So Matthew, put to the test here. It's taken over a minute so far, and every second his clock ticks down makes me think he's a little bit more likely to talk himself out of the word as well. Big test for Matthew. Noah on the other side has picked up blank on his 6-tile draw. Oh my goodness, this game is going to be fascinating, isn't it? I think we're not going to switch to board 2 anytime soon. Noah does have a valid 7 on this rack. He's got 8s available as well. Through the I or the A on the board, I think unbared would block almost everything. No, unbared going to give us something back. So Noah will be put to a word knowledge test once again. VILLX blank. No 7s, or 1 7, excuse me, and 3 8s, depending on what gets strung out for him. Whoa.
Yeah, assuming Matthew plays unbared, Noah is going to be under a lot of pressure to find one of his bingos, because if you don't find a bingo, there's not many other options that he can do. Even burning just one blank, there's not like a 40 or 45 point play that you can make with burning just one blank. So it's important that he finds his bingo, assuming that Matthew plays unbared here. He's spending a lot of time on this turn. I hope he's not missing it. But again, when you're on the stream and it's early in the morning, it's understandable that, you might miss things that you wouldn't miss in an ordinary game.
Yeah, the stream jitters all too real. Now, Matthew, I don't think has quite the lack of emotional makeup that some other players have. I think he's usually stone cold and focused. Oh, but he is not going to play unbared here. A bingo miss for Matthew. Unbaked is a good consolation prize for 24, but unbared, something he's not able to pull the trigger on here. Just unbaked, 24 points. Matthew leads by 15. And now Noah with the fun rack up to the test. 2 playable bingos, both through the A in Micra. We'll see if Noah knows either word. I sure didn't. Goodness. Oh, we saw Adam Logan yesterday draw and talk himself out of a word that was 38,000 in the probability range out of 42,000 possible 8-letter words. The bingos Noah has here, one of them is 39,588. People talk often about diminishing returns. The deeper into the lexicon you get, the less and less likely you are to ever actually play one of the words that you study. I thought for sure 39,000, we're never going to see these played. And this is the second time now a word this deep has come up on stream. That one playing through the I, or through the A, makes both of Noah's blanks I's.
Yeah, if Noah doesn't play a bingo here, very, very understandable. Those words are low probability. And when you have a blank, let alone 2, it's very difficult to try to put together what those letters could be. So Noah will spend some time here, and I'm curious to see what he's going to play. If he doesn't bingo, would he play? Oh, he has set up one of the bingos. So let's see if he pulls a trigger on it.
Yeah, so Noah has spotted the 7 vexilla, Vexilla. Vexilla, as the 7, takes 1 back hook. And so I could see Noah playing vexillas or vexillae here. Neither one of those is valid. The only acceptable hook to vexilla is an R, vexillar. This is so hard for Noah. Poor kid. Welcome to the stream. Oh my goodness, but I think he's doing it. Okay, we got to
Oh,
get blank time up if we can. I know Josh is behind the scenes setting up board 2 right now. Matt glancing right over. The only acceptable blanks are E, R. If Noah circled anything else, this can be challenged. I see Matt say hold.
I mean, even if you're 90% sure, I mean, if you're Matthew, you're probably going to challenge this regardless of what that blank is.
All right, we're going to see what that blank is right now as a player. No, we're not. Josh is here. Thank goodness. Josh is here. We can switch over to our word judge cam. Vex. Oh, it's an E. Okay. Okay. Man. Just trap after trap after trap coming up for these players in this game. The Micra's hook, the Rhizoma's hook, both of those don't exist. Vexilla trying to back hook it. Oh boy, this is wild. And now Matthew has a very tricky turn of his own. I wonder if he notices Lixivial and Vexiller as Noah's best options. I wonder if he feels the need to block those given Noah messed up the wreck last turn. This is infinitely complex, and I have no idea what's supposed to happen now.
Well, if you're Matthew, you can't play Modi anymore because you know Noah knows the word Vexilla, and that's going to give back Ama and Vexilla. But wow, this board is so interesting. It looks like there's so many hooks, so many S hooks, and the only S hook that's available is actually the front hook to unbaked. So the people go fishing on July 4th weekend, and the hooks are just not obvious today.
Yeah, wow, this is absolutely wild. I'm giggling and grinning ear from ear. I'm so glad I'm not sitting over the board because I would bungle every single one of these hooks and fall into every single trap. Unbaked to sunbaked is the only S hook on this board. That's nuts. Matthew has a tough turn here. As Andy mentioned, he makes his stack Medii, Mood, all play there for 29, but you can't string the M there for Vexilla. One cool line from Matthew that I like early on is leave the A alone in Micra. If Noah spines Lixivial or Vexilla, fine. Take it. Hats off to you, kid. But Mooed on top of Rhizoma, making OR, EH, and DI. You put the M out in the triple line, but Noah can't do much about it. He can play Vim for 24, holding LLX blank blank. That's honestly not very scary. He might not bingo again next turn, and I know he's got the X, so he won't hurt me. Matthew looks instead to be blocking here, and this makes a lot of sense. Playing UM where he's played it allows him to hit UME and doesn't allow Noah to make plays there. So he sets himself up in a different way on this turn. I like the thought. He's also blocked the valid bingos for Noah, and this becomes a very hard turn.
This is the right play by Matthew. You have to respect Noah enough that he will maybe find his bingo enough. And the thing is, you play MOI, you limit the options for Noah next turn. Like if he couldn't find a great play last turn, his options this turn are even worse. I mean, can Noah really even score 15 points without, or can he score 20 points without burning the blank? I mean, what is he going to play XI right now for 19? I mean,
yeah, I don't. It's gonna. Oh my goodness, he's fallen into the trap again. XIS and Rhizoma is coming down now. Will Noah lose another turn?
I don't think, is he on hold? Looks like he's on hold.
He is drawing tiles now, and it's 11 seconds in, so I think Rhizoma's has been accepted. Noah rolling the dice. XIS takes a front A, and Noah just reaches in and grabs not one, but 2 A's, while Matthew has none. What an absolutely ridiculous start to this game. I'm so here for it.
Oh, this is a fantastic. This is fun. This is fun. But
Matthew does have
Matthew's got a
one
lot.
bingo.
He's got
He's
options here.
playing it now. He's got to leave the spot alone. Can it be the only reasonable line for Matthew? And Noah back on turn, AALLSV blank. This is fun. And Noah will have 2 sevens available above XIS with the A's he's drawn. But these are also tough words. They're low in the book. One of them is 27,000 by probability. The other 24,772. So more deep bingos available for Noah. Another tough turn for him. Man, my brain is exploding. These poor kids.
Well, Noah will take some time here. A lot of options to think about. The floaters. He's got to think about what the sevens are. Not the easiest rack either. A lot of doubles.
Yeah, the double L's, double A's, and the V looks so unjuicy. I think Noah will be able to find some bingos here. If nothing else, to play vanillas through the iron canopy to 70. But if you're able to find a 7 here, you can score 87 or 90 on the top of this board. You'd love to find one of those if you can. Chat has already spoiled each of these. I'll give a little clue for those just listening and not following in chat. The 2 sevens, one of them has a blank R. One of them has a blank I.
Well, if Noah doesn't bingo here, he still can score well. He can play something like Lava and Axis. So it's unlike the previous play, unlike the previous turns where it's bingo or you're scoring very few. He does have a solid consolation prize if he is unable to find his bingos. But I expect Noah to find at least vanillas.
Yeah, vanillas is reasonable. There's also salvable, SALVABLE, down to the E in canopied. If he wants to obstruct the axis spot a little bit, if he's unable to find one of the bingos there. The 2 sevens for Noah, Valars, VALLARS, and Salival, SALIVAL, 90 and 87 respectively for those if he can find them. I know I would bungle this turn. All right, I think he's set up vanillas now, so he has found something. He's going to feel good about this. We'll see. We'll see how much more time he can afford to commit. Early in this game, both players have used at least 8 minutes off their clock. We'll see if that's a concern later on.
And if you're joining the stream, make sure that you like the video. It doesn't cost anything to just click that like button. It will help the algorithm. Subscribe to the channel. That way you can comment on the live chat and share it with a friend. This will help to grow competitive Scrabble. We always thank Let's Play Scrabble and the fantastic work the whole team does to allow the whole world to watch Scrabble throughout the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Please help us out. Please hit that thumbs up button. We got to 205 on our first day and about 220 yesterday. I'm hoping on a Saturday we're able to pass those numbers. Noah playing LAVAL. Matthew O'Connor's head probably exploding a little bit. Wow, you drew AA after XIS, and then you didn't bingo, and you've still got that blank on your rack. I think if vanillas is the only bingo you see, Laval might be, or Laval, pertaining to lava, that might actually be a stronger play. So nice job there by Noah holding back. If you don't know those deep, obscure sevens, then you actually wisely chose the best play you saw. AEEIINS, the pull from Matthew here. AINE and UME makes a lot of sense, 21 points. You can play those same tiles elsewhere on the board. If you notice the spot, an E slides between axis and the D underneath it, and EINA can be played there for 21. Andy, do you like either of those vowel dumps, or would you be looking for a different line here?
I would play EINA on the top right quadrant with axis, just because you know Noah has a blank. You want to close lines, not make more. So, and then you have an E in reserve, so you can hit that triple next to UME later on if you need to, but play EINA with axis. But that's a tough fit to find, especially since the S is a blank.
Yeah, great thought from Andy. I totally agree. When you know your opponent's got that blank, you want to thwart as many of those floaters as you can. You want to muck things up. And you want to force Noah to bingo all the way down to the bottom of this board. EINA and axis, if you spot it, often forces Noah to bingo down from the P in canopied, or best case scenario for you is down from the C in canopied. You'd love to force a play like that, but you don't want Noah bingoing down to the D in canopied. That doesn't give you much back. You don't want Noah bingoing through the E in canopied unless he's forced to play all the way down to the bottom of the board. So EINA, I love this. With the knowledge that Noah's got a blank, he's flashed it to you earlier, that makes the most sense here for Matthew. He's likely to figure this out. He's such a strong player, and he comes from a poker background. These are the situations where the poker players thrive. But I will say, finding axis and axis is very sneaky. The blank blindness, perhaps a factor in here. I think Matthew's going to go back and wish he had done this one differently, but there could be some additional thought here that we're not noticing in the booth. ANSTTU blank is Noah's rack now, and he will definitely bingo on this turn. I don't know exactly what he's going to play. He's got so many options with this beautiful rack. But if I'm Noah, I'm not looking to give too much back. I'm probably bingoing through the I or the E in canopied, or maybe down to the D. 70 points is the best he can do on this turn, though it feels like more available for him.
Yeah, there's no standout bingo, as in one is by far better, or even really a mediocrely standish play where it's a little better. All of them are pretty equal.
There is no standout bingo, but there is an outstand bingo.
Good one.
Sorry. Go ahead, Andy.
I mean, he could play stand. Yeah, I mean, he could try to play standout. But of the options, there's one bingo that I guess I would slightly favor. Just because of the board placement, I would favor Gontas for 68, making the blank a G, but don't spend too much time on this turn. It's, find some options, make sure you're not missing anything big. But yeah, small bingo here.
Yeah, I suppose there is a standout bingo. It just sucks. You'd rather play outstand and get the double word. Yeah, I like that, Andy. I like everything you've said about trying to bingo through the E. Gauntist makes a lot of sense. I might try to shift my word even one space higher and just end with ES. Something like unstates for 68 does not give my opponent any floaters back. That makes sense. Noah can also, if he wants to open this board up, bingo with pantsuit down from the P for 68. So just kind of his decision. Do I want to open this board or do I want to close it up? Matthew O'Connor is deadly on closed boards in tight situations. So there is some rationale towards opening it up. But AINE to me generally implies a stronger than average leave. He probably kept some one pointers and some vowels that are bingo prone. So I don't like giving all those floaters out. I feel like Matthew's odds of hitting an 8 go way up if I make a play like pantsuit. Noah has come to unstated or unstates. This is what I do here. I think he's going to do it as well.
I think he's actually going to play it in the end column here.
Oh yeah,
taking the points, and that's a fine play. I mean, a U really in that position is not dangerous. It will keep this board very open because you leave the E and canopied open, even for a non-bingo. But this is the highest scoring play. I think this is a fine decision.
Yeah, very reasonable. And to Andy's point earlier, you can't use a ton of time. You can't spend 8 minutes trying to optimize a rack that good, especially with some of the time trouble you've already put yourself in after the series of crazy turns early on in this game. Noah's ahead 192 to 157. This is still very much anybody's game. And Matthew has a fun rack, EEINOSY. No bingos available. Highest score that makes sense for Matthew is YEZ, down to the Z in rhizomas. But different players assess risk differently, and the risk posed by EINOS as a leave is rather high. Yes, you bingo a lot with EINOS, but when you miss, the miss is painful. You're missing because you draw vowels, and you're not going to score anything if you miss on that. So, Andy, what do you think? YEZ and keep the vowel, or do you need to play off one other vowel somewhere else?
Yeah, the two plays I'm debating would be either YEZ or playing EYE and Axis.
Okay, Matthew's going to open some
Matthew's
space.
played this, which will accomplish one important thing, is it will give him some place to bingo next turn with his S, because before that the S is not going to play anywhere. So this is a fine, reasonable decision here.
Yeah, he needs to get down into space. He's got bingo prone stuff, so he wants to make sure that the bingos he draw actually fit on the board. I like this. You're leaving 3 points on the table compared to Yez, but this pays so many dividends in terms of giving you more options. And now you can see he's drawn into Bonnie's and Benison. NY taking an E and an S behind it. Matthew's bingos are now going to play when they wouldn't have otherwise, as far as I know. Oh, he did have something through the A, but that's terrible and not high scoring. He's going to score way better as a result of his opening. Noah, DEFTTUW, a brutal pull for him. The standard equity move would be to play weft, WEFT, through the E in canopied, but that takes a major backhook in this lexicon. WEFTE is valid. And after Matthew has played AINE and then YE, I feel terrible stringing that hook out there. In fact, I might even just play wefta myself instead. What do you think, Andy? Can you open the board? Is WF that important to get rid of here?
I mean, the thing is, if you're Noah, you've got to be a little bit suspicious of why Matthew just played YE there. He could have played it for Yez. He could have played it elsewhere. He played it there. That you have to think about, like, okay, what is Matthew probably keeping? He almost certainly has an S with that kind of play. And we already know he has vowels, so he probably has an E and an S to go there. Fights, that's 35. Keeping WUD is not the greatest. I would have played, instead of weft in the spot that you mentioned, I would have played few, FEW.
FEW makes sense. Yeah, it gives less back. It does keep the double T's, but defense is warranted sometimes. Noah picking up 5 extra points on the challenge for FITTES. Noah up 232 to 177, but Matthew has set up Benison on his rack. This plays in the second row, making LO and AN for 77 points. This also plays beneath NY. So Matthew's got to choose his preferred placement. Now Bonnie's beneath NY 74, Benison at the top 76, but seeds a triple. What do you like, Andy? Top or bottom?
Let's see. There's 2 S's unseen. I would prefer to play Benison up top just for the extra couple of points, and that's what Matthew is playing. It does open a triple, but really, what are you scared? Like, what's the worst thing that can happen? Like, jawed would be the worst case, which is a lot. But I think taking 76 here and closing out that 7 lane is important here, because if Noah doesn't have, if he has an E, he can bingo with NOIE. But I like Benison here.
All right, Benison on top, the decision from Matthew, simming neck and neck with the other option. And sometimes you just go with your gut. Matthew's gut saying Benison on top. Matthew commits to the play and pulls ahead by 21. Noah's WUD leave met by EILO. And Noah now threatening big stacks above Benison. He had the O that he needed to hit the spot, and he's wasting no time before cashing in his highest scoring play. Load for 45 has got to be the sequence here. I use, not a leave you want to keep, but 45, far, far, far too many points to leave on the table. So Noah committing to this play, taking the lead back 253 to 277. What a game we've got. AEEGOSW on Matthew's rack. He is likely to play in the top left corner of this board as well. He's got the vowels to stack between that WE and the R in rhizomas to make high-scoring plays. I think this is a pretty straightforward WOE, and Matthew putting it down right on cue. Sage is about the best leave you're going to keep here. 31 is a boatload of points. Nothing else to say on that one, right, Andy?
I agree. This is a standard slam the equity move and move on.
Slam the equity and move on. I like that. I might steal that from you, Andy. AEIQUUV. What a weird rack for Noah. He's got almost nothing reasonable to do here. Aqua or Aquay to the A and unstated is about the only way he can score points, 26 or 28. But the leave on Aquay for 28, IUV. Brutal, brutal, brutal. If he doesn't want to play the Q, keeping QU together makes sense. Uvia plays to the same A and unstated. UVAE plays with NYE. I don't see any other ways to open up more dynamic lines for his Q. This is a brutal turn. Andy, I know this is going to take a while to dissect, but what is your gut telling you to do here if you're Noah?
Well, the thing is, you have to look at the unseen pool. 8 vowels, 18 consonants. Jesse mentioned it earlier in the weekend that the default ratio is 4-3. So we're well below that. This is more than 2-1 in favor of consonants. So this is a very consonant heavy pool. And you can infer from Matthew's previous play of Woe further by the fact that he played it so quickly that he's probably holding 2 vowels on deck. So there's only 6 vowels in this bag of 20 or 24 tiles unseen. So keeping extra vowels is actually preferred if you're Noah. So between Aqua and Aquay, I would play Aqua. You could go for points here and play QUA for 36 at the triple, keeping both U's and the V, but that is a nightmare situation. You are asking for an exchange later on. I would favor Aqua for 26, keeping the 3 vowels and the V. Not great, but you don't have too many great options on a terrible rack like this.
The scariest threat for me, if I'm Noah, is there's 2 S's out and NYEOES. Like that spot will get hit eventually. Though looking at the pool, there's so much garbage in there that maybe Matthew will just never be able to balance his rack well enough to get a bingo. I want to make those spots go away if I can, but I can't afford to make big sacrifices. I'm down by 7. I'll take a narrow lead this turn. So Noah's going to make it go away. This makes sense. UVAE, keep the Q with some vowels, try to crush it next turn. I don't mind this at all from Noah. NYE taking 2 back hooks, a D and an S, but this is a far less dangerous spot now than it used to be.
Yeah, keeping the Q on this is not bad either. And look at this pool. What a good pull there by Noah. Good timing.
Oh my goodness. Matthew has 59 points on this turn. Wow. I was not expecting that. I thought that was Quackle hallucinating for a second, but Matthew has a ton of points available. It's a little bit tough to notice. You're looking immediately to play off at least one of your G's, and Matthew's high-scoring play would keep both. But HATES in the top right corner of this board, back hooking fits to make fittest, is 59. Now, I know that when I don't know a word, the hooks don't come as naturally to me. We did see Matthew challenge FITTES. There's like a small universe where he just doesn't really think to back hook it with the T, like he's never studied this before. But, fittest is a word we all know. So we'll see. Matthew needs to notice this spot. All of his good plays play up there.
Yeah, it's interesting. Do you play hate for 54? You tack on the S for 59? Again, same issue for Matthew. You're looking into a pool of very few vowels, and from your perspective, some terrible draws. There are some nightmare scenarios. Because Noah's last play of UVAE might actually trick Matthew into thinking that Noah does not have a Q, or else he would have surely played something else. But he doesn't know that Noah's rack was so bad that UVAE is actually a reasonable play given his rack. So Matthew might consider that, and he might be favored to play something like Hug for 21, keeping it eyes open on this board and the S in hand. That might be something that is considered with all those R's still lurking. Hug is something that I would consider.
Yeah,
But again, 30 plus points between Hug and Hate or Hates, that's a lot to give up.
if you play Hug and then reach in and grab one of those 4 R's, you're in great shape. Stager plus a lot of different tiles will bingo, especially with I's, A's, E's, and space. But 59 points is 59 points. It's hard to lose this game after scoring 59. Huge turn here for Matthew. He's grabbed the tiles for Hate. I think he's noticed the spot. Now, Hate or Hates might make this GG.
It's a debate. I mean, I guess I would take the 5 points here. The S is not super valuable on this board compared to other previous boards. So something to consider. Although if you burn your S, there's one unseen. It's going to make it very difficult for you to block the NYE hook. So I probably would keep the S in reserve here. Also, it means you're going to draw one less tile and possibly avoid some of those bad draws there. But again, I don't like keeping no vowels on at this stage in the game.
Yeah, hat or het, reasonable as well. Just keep a vowel and make sure you've got some stability. You'd hate for Noah to open this board next turn and be caught with 7 consonants and no blocks. But points are points. Points are awesome. It's a big sacrifice to make. This is such a tricky turn. I couldn't tell you what's right. And Matthew is really aggravating over which of these plays to make. He has crucially found them. But now he's looking at aghast, AGHAST down from the A and uvai. That's 42. It keeps a vowel, which is, something we're stressing is very important here. What do you think about this, Andy? Forgo the spot at the top of the board completely?
That's very interesting. I did not think about that one. Let me see. I mean, it's definitely a play to consider here if you're Matthew, but given that, I don't know, I would probably just stick with Hate, Het, or I would probably stick with either between HET or Hate for 54 in the top right. The reason why is there are no more A's in this game. You have the last A, which could be very important, especially if you need a bailout for that Q. Matthew seems to be favoring hat, which is a fine play. And, whether or not to tack on the E for an additional 9 points, that is something to consider. But he's keeping the vowel, which is going to be much safer from him. It'll insure him against any disaster scenarios.
All right. What a fascinating turn. And Matthew committing to hat there, playing off the game's final A, but keeping a crucial vowel. Sometimes E's are worth more than just a couple points. Matthew feels his E is worth at least 9. And given the unbalanced nature of the pool, that makes great sense. But into the EGGS leave, he's found the third and final G, as well as an F and a Y. Keeping that vowel feels very smart after this pull, because this could have been a nightmare scenario avoided. Noah on turn. Noah trails by 38, IOQRRS, and an O to go with it. Noah has 37 right now. The 6-letter squirr, SQUIRR, plays with NYE. But with one more S lurking out there, I don't know.
I'm okay with score. I mean, sure, it dangles an S hook, but it's not going to give back a lane for a 7. It keeps 2 vowels in a very more balanced pool, but it scores 37, and it will tie this game, actually. So I would favor playing score here.
The score plays in two spots for 37, through the I and AINE, and back hooking NYE to make NYES. Each is 37. Andy, you're saying you prefer playing through the I to hold two I's. Noah is going to hold the Q for another turn, and this actually makes a good amount of sense. It is 20 points, but that SUQ combination can be devastating. The one bone I have to pick with this play is SUQ is much stronger when you draw an A or an I. There's just one I, no A's to be drawn, and the E doesn't synergize quite as well with these tiles. Noah needs to find a couple vowels here to threaten points on his plan of attack. There's one, and there's two. Great pull for Noah Slatkoff. I think puts him back in the advantage here. But Matthew has to be happy to see Pryor come down. This word takes a back Y. Matthew can play Yeg or Yegs for 31 or 29 or 31 points back hooking Pryor. He can also play Yeg and set up his S, just YEGG vertically next to Pryor. What do you think? Are we going to see Yeg here, Andy?
You know, the thing about it is, if Noah played Pryor, he probably has the S. So it's very hard to dangle an S hook for yourself by playing Yeg in either position. Something that I would favor over both of those options is I would actually play Figgy on the left side of the board, keeping SEG, because again, the vowels are very important. But again, this is a very difficult decision here for Matthew. He'll spend some time on it, and both players are running low on time heading into this very, very tight end game. We're set up for a very good finish here.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge decision for Matthew. Noah has equip, a quid, a number of plays through the I and AINE. So Figgy is a big point sacrifice, but will thwart some of Noah's best threats on the next turn. Yeg, though, is such a strong play. 29 points when you've already got a 7-point lead, or a 17-point lead, excuse me. That is going to be big for Matthew. I don't know that I could leave the points on the table. I quite like Yeg and Priory here, setting up my S, seeing where the bag takes me. Matthew's going to hold his E for another turn. We talked about how many consonants are left unseen, and Noah's play of Pryor makes me think he has one, if not two, on his rack as a leave. So Matthew's going to hold on to everything. Cash Yeg YGG for 23. This makes some sense too, and he will go in and find two more vowels and the J. A big pull for Matthew after a series of unwieldy draws for him on the last few turns. Noah back on turn, DEEPQUS. He gets to choose between several powerful Q plays here. Quep and UP beneath UVI, 34. Quip or equip through the I and AIN, 35 or 36. It is worth pointing out that in CSW, equip takes two back hooks, an E and an S. So I don't know, equip could set yourself up to hit that hook, could set your opponent up to hit that hook. Andy, walk us through your initial thoughts on what looks like a challenging turn for Noah.
Yeah, so we're now in the pre-end game, and there's 5 in the bag, and you're down 40, and you're on turn. Quip, any of those plays does not give you the lead. It basically makes it into a tie game. You don't want to empty the bag here. Ideally, you're playing ideally 2 or 3 tiles. 4 is the most. And again, you're staring into a pool where you have to make sure you think, okay, is there a possible bingo? There's very few, but there are some that are available to him. You have to assume that Matthew is running into vowel trouble here. We know he isn't. In fact, he's got all the remaining vowels in this game. But this is a tricky decision here for Noah. I would favor QUIP, keeping both E's, because that leaves 2 in the bag for Matthew, making his job a lot harder and gives you the potential to draw into bingos of yourself. So I would play Quip for 35 and hope for the best.
Quip or quid, both seem to do what you want to do. Andy, as you mentioned, the timing is so important. You'd like to leave 2 or 3 tiles in the bag. The D Doesn't quite synergize as well with EES as the P could, but you just got to pick one of these here. Quip, the option from Noah. I have no bone to pick with this at all. This feels pretty strong. Keeping the E's is huge. And back to Matthew, who has the game's final 3 vowels on his rack: E, F, G, I, O, S, and a J. Matthew up by 5. Matthew counting the unseen tiles, seeing 3 in the bag. Did I do that right? 3 tiles in the bag. No, 2 tiles in the bag. Excuse me.
Bag, yeah.
Let me get that unseen pool updated. 5-point lead, 2 tiles in the bag. Matthew has to empty here, and he's found several strong plays. Goji and Quippo, Goji and Quipo is 32, but he's looking at playing Gojis, going a little bit longer here. Gojis and Priors blocks many of the threats that Noah could have on the bottom of this board. Look at that unseen pool, C, D, E, E, L, R, R, S, T. Matthew's going to look at it, figure out what threats are available. If he sees any bingos, he has to block them. And there are indeed 2 bingos, Tercels for 69, or Noah's actual rack of Crested, which would have played for 80. Matthew blocks the threat, and I think he'll be able to score enough points and win this game. But we'll see.
Very important that he managed to block Crested, because that would have ended the game. Looks like he's on hold. That's reasonable, but again, you don't want to just give nickels to your opponents here in a close game. But again, no, we'll take time here. Put Matthew on hold and then figure it out. Can you win, even if you let this stay, which he should. It is a word, but again.
Perhaps Canadian, not familiar with the word priors, like prior offenses. But yeah, huge decision by Matthew there to block the bingo that Noah could have. Noah actually has it. Now, Noah has 2 minutes now to think through a whole bunch of things all at once. He wants to solve the entire end game. He's going to figure out if he can win by letting this play stay, and he has some insane plays at the top of the board. If he notices this place to drop an E and play Axist, he has plays for 40 plus points. Things like dice, dicer, dicers, direct, all fit there and for 42 or 44 points. Cider as well. He's got a lot of different lines, but Matthew threatens FORE through the O in Gojis, and that is going to be just enough. Noah can do all the math. If he had 7 minutes, he probably would. There's no way Noah can accept this play and win. 4 just scores a little bit too much. The best Noah could do is losing by 2 points.
Wow. Yeah. So Noah may favor, well, he might do something like code or something just to block that 4 hook, but then Matthew could play elf and axized, or he could make the end game harder. Just because he's 0% chance to win on Quackle doesn't mean it's 0% in reality. If he forces Matthew to play a tricky end game that requires him to see that spot, he might be able to steal a win here. So that's probably what Noah's doing. He's probably thinking, okay, can I steal a win by hoping that Matthew misses that spot? And in which case, that would be the way to go. And I think he's thinking about that. What's he setting up here? Coat into something else.
Now, unfortunately for Noah, though, Matthew has an out. He can play feral, Feral, through the A and unstated, so he would need to block the out, and if he blocks the out, then he can't sneak the Axist plays in their next turn. Now, all of this is contingent upon noticing a spot that is very difficult to notice, but I don't think there's a way he can win this game, even making the assumption Matthew misses Axist. So Noah's coming to the conclusion that he's got to challenge, doing a lot of math in a very short amount of time, and this is correct. He has to challenge this word. It is going to come up green. Matthew's going to hang on and win. What a crazy game. Matthew O'Connor setting some traps, winning a challenge, surviving a double blanking from his opponent. Man, this had everything you could ask for.
Well, it's still Noah's turn. He's played cider. Okay, good play.
So he did see the spot. That's incredible. He saw the spot, solved. This is his correct best in game. So Noah actually did everything correct, found the awesome play, and just couldn't quite survive. Noah's going to play out, barely lose this game. And let's cut to overhead mic. There's got to be some crazy talk here.
How much is it?
23.
So 421 to 414. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Wow, I did not even see that. That's a good play. I was like, oh, I have Feral. And I guess that was still good, but
Move a game.
unpaired is a word. Isn't Vexilia a word? No, it's not.
Fuck. Shouldn't have been this slow during the game. The game was mine.
That's not a word, is it?
Weird.
It's not a word. Weir, it means weir. It means more wee, more little.
All right, that makes me feel better about that.
You can see the despair on Noah's face. He feels like if I had more time, I could have figured it out. I want to run in the room and tell the kid, hey, you actually did everything right. You just didn't have it at the end. A brutal finish to a crazy game. Matthew O'Connor hanging on, winning by 7 points. That was incredible. Yeah, we have the ability to pull away to board two. We got that up and running. I would never cut away from a game that insane. We are going to take a brief pause. Before we do, I'm going to jump back on my soapbox and say, hey, look down below. Make sure you click that thumbs up button. We really appreciate every contribution every one of you can make to help bump us up the algorithm. If you're just tuning into competitive Scrabble for the first time, welcome. Thanks for tuning in and spending your Saturday with us. This channel here, the Let's Play Scrabble.com channel, is where you will find so much of the top level Scrabble play. You really ought to hit that subscribe button. Their next big event that they're putting on this channel is the Lake George Tournament in mid-October. We'll tease a little bit more about that later on during play today. But for right now, we're going to step away. I will announce that our next game is absolutely sick. So we're going to step away, but you're not going to turn off the stream because our next game, Josh Sokol, Wellington Jagere on table one, with huge implications for the future. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to get some more coffee. You can go touch some grass. Andy, you can stretch your legs as well. Matt and Andy will be back with more Scrabble in a few short minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging with us during that break. We had an insane game last round, just a 7-pointer between Matthew O'Connor and Noah Slatkoff, who both found me in the hallway immediately and were like, oh my God, that was so insane. Was this turn right? Was this turn right? Was this turn right? That's the sign of a Scrabble player who's continuing to improve their craft. They have to know what they did wrong, and they want that instant gratification as well. Teach me now. I don't want to wait until tonight. I don't want to wait until tomorrow. I want to learn from my mistakes, and I want to learn them right now. And honestly, not too many blunders, especially in the second half, just a bunch of crazy complex positions. That was a nutso one. Andy, I'm even more excited for the next game. Tell us who we're about to see.
Well, everybody, we have a real good treat here. We have former world champion Wellington against former national champion Josh Sokol, and potentially future world champions are at this table right now. Josh could easily win one in his lifetime, and Wellington is always a contender every time he plays. So this is going to be a fantastic game stylistically and from a skill perspective. High-class Scrabble here, as we've seen all week.
Two phenomenal players, two players so fun to watch. Wellington just so rock solid in all facets of the game and a stone cold killer over the board. Josh, one of the most creative players out there, seeing some insane ways to claw back into games, the master of setups. Let's see what these two gents have for us in round 19. All right, let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Ooh, we have a new tile bag today. I'm just noticing this, but we have shifted from the dice bag to a Crescent City Cup bag. Crescent City Cup, a tournament held every year in January in New Orleans, Louisiana, brought by the power team of Lindsay and Austin Shin plus Kate Fukawa Connolly. Start looking around for information on that one. It is a great time. And now that I live up north, you know I'm going to be looking for some Louisiana sunshine in the middle of a brutal winter. Wellington to play first, BCEEENW, his opening rack. Webb for 16, Noob for 18. I think those are the only plays worth considering here. Andy, do you have a lean one way or the other between those two?
I'd lean Webb. Keeps a better, slightly better leave. You want to keep that N in reserve. Helps with your C and the E. And
Yep.
Wellington's mounted.
Yep, I agree with all of that. But Josh has a great opening rack here. ACEEORT, 1 playable 7, though none of the placements can make him feel very good. He can play it for 67 by either stacking on top of or beneath the W, but that's going to put an O in a triple line. He can play it for 66, stacking his O on top of the B in Web, but that's going to string an E in a triple line. Josh opting for this one here. Andy, do you like this placement?
I think of the 4 options, I do believe this one is the best. It is the least likely to get tripled. So this is probably the best placement.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I agree. This is what you have to do. And yet, incredibly, this gives back Wellington 2 different 100-point options. With his rack, he has 104 in the triple line or 110 in the double. Insane.
Between the two, I mean, cheapens for 110, Pinocha's for 104. It's a 6-point sacrifice, but you kill the triple line. I think you got to play that. But both of them, great option. And I think Wellington has just seen cheapens, and he's like, wait, I got another mega play. I gotta spend some time to think about this.
Yeah, Pinocha's, if I see it, I might rush to play it exactly as Wellington did, but he's wisely pulling back. Oh my goodness, the 104-point play is not a slam dunk no-brainer. I've got 110 also. This is actually insanely difficult. I don't know which one is correct. I don't know which one I'd play, but taking points, generally a good idea. Wellington hitting 110 for cheapens. Wow.
Wow, that's a debate there. 6 points versus killing that lane with the triple. But again, you leave that. I'm fine with this. Take the 6 extra points.
Yeah, your opponent's got a random rack, so getting hit on that triple is probably not going to be as bad as if Josh had had a few turns to groom it and keep some good tiles. Roll the dice, make sure, just see what he's got. If he does triple, triple, whatever, whatever, but 6 extra points is always a good idea. I think this is the right move. Simulation thinks this is a right move. And honestly, if Wellington thinks this is the right move, it's probably the right move. EGINOOU, the rack for Josh. He's got difficult decisions to make here. He can block the G in space, but he can't do it in ways that make him happy. NOOGIE scores 21 through the O, but it keeps OU, just about as poor as he could keep. EUOI plays in a bunch of places on this board for about 14 points. Doesn't obstruct the triple triple, but does keep a way more balanced leave. Andy, are you looking to take out the O, or are you looking to balance your rack as good as possible with a Val dump?
I'm looking to I don't feel the need to kill that triple line right now. Same reason before, Wellington just played all 7. It's not going to hit a triple triple. He could have some heavy hitters there, like just a standard play with a lot of good letters. The play that maybe that Josh is going to think about is, does he want to go for tile turnover here? Try to pull into a blank at this point. He could do that with Noogie in one of 2 spots, but this is a turn where he's going to think about his options. Make sure he's not missing anything stellar, because these racks and this type of board always could have like a sneakily good play. We know there's not one, but Josh is going to spend a minute, make sure that he's not missing any standout play.
Yeah, wow, this is wild. I'm running a simulation on it, and 7 plays are running within about 1.5 points of one another. So when that ends up being the case, it's truly a matter of style and playing your game to the person across the board from you. If you're playing somebody lower rated, you generally choose to avoid the volatility. You don't want to let them just get lucky and beat you by drawing a triple triple. Andy, how do you adjust your play when you're playing someone as good as Wellington Jageri?
Well, you have to respect the fact that he will find sneaky plays. So, for example, you can't just set up a play and thinking, oh, he won't find this hook, or he's not going to see this spot. No, you have to respect he's going to find that, and so you have to respect that option. But other than that, I think generally at this level of Scrabble, you respect your opponent's word knowledge, you respect their board vision. You're going to make the best play that you can play. I don't think you can really change your gameplay too much just because of who's sitting across from you. The only person I've seen people drastically change their strategy based on their opponent was David Gibson. People would go out of their way to open the board and sacrifice points because David Gibson would sacrifice points from his own side just to close the board.
The late, great David Gibson, infinitely defensive and infinitely fierce over the board, known for his closed board style. You got to open things up against him. Josh opting to take out the big threat and grab as many points as he can. Noogie, only 21 points. OU, a tough leave. This was a tough turn for Josh, and this is one of those 7 plays simming right at the top. This is what Josh has chosen to do here. You can't fault him for this decision at all. Makes a bunch of sense. But this I in space gives Wellington a nice bailout play from an awkward rack. ADEFQV blank Fav for 30 points. Seems like a slam dunk, a no-brainer, and Wellington's played it in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, nothing to say on that. Slam the equity, move on.
Slam the equity, move on. Yeah, we're going to keep saying that. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, ride the equity train is how I'd said it before, but I like this. All right, FAVDENOORU. Josh's rack, he trails by 70, but he's got 2 bingos, and he's going to show us the higher scoring one right now, 74 for Honored with the U in it. I'll leave it out here. Oh, chat's already spoiled this one. Another bingo through the B. Euro Bond is 63, but Honored, easily Josh's top option. Honored played very quickly from Josh. Nothing else to add there. DELOQT blank. Now the draw for Wellington, trails by 4, did get a U to help him shed the Q, but I don't know that he's going to do that. TOQUE, just 15. TOLED plays above honored for 24, or you could throw the Q back in the bag since you're in bingo range otherwise. Andy, what do you think? Toke, play the Q, drop the Q, or keep the Q here?
Wow, that is pretty tricky. I guess you could dump the Q, but I would favor just playing 4 letters, play the Q now. It is 15 points. It obstructs the triple. And when you have a blank, you can be more flexible. If that blank was an S, I would say, okay, maybe you could consider dumping the Q. But because you have a blank, the odds of you being able to bingo with 4 new tiles is pretty strong still.
All right, Toke, the option we see from Wellington, yeah, shedding the Q, just such a Trojan horse in this game. That makes sense for him. Josh has an awkward pull, EEFIIIS. He's pushed aside EEFI, likely setting up Firee, FIREE, through the R in honored, 29 points for, 30 points for Firee, or just 29 for fire. He can also tack the S on. Firees and webs is 40. We're likely going to see one of these 3 options from Josh, but what do you think, Andy? Fire, Firee, or Firees? How long do you want to go?
Wow. I mean, the S is an extra 9, or yeah, I guess extra 10 points here. 10 points. And it does close off that quadrant of the board. Something to consider here. There's already been an S played. I would take the 10 points here, stick that S on.
I would as well. The S is not doing very much for you on this board. There's not really any good spots for it. I'm a little surprised Josh has opted to hold it back. Now, keeping a consonant to stabilize your leave is a good idea, but 10 points is 10 points. Interesting from Josh here. Ironically, weirdly, winning a sim is neither Firee nor Firees, but just fire. Despite holding EIIS, there are just 2 unseen E's to Josh. So I think the sim likes holding on to one of them there. The sim definitely does not like drawing IVYY for Josh. He'll have to rethink how he handled his drawing. Wellington, ADLLOT, and a blank for him. Wellington threatens just 1 bingo on this turn for 62.
Wow. Yeah, the E's are gone. There's 2 E's left. Something that you don't, and that's why I don't fault Josh for sticking on the extra E, is at this early in the game, you don't think about, oh, do I need to check to see exactly how many E's are left? Because I think if he did, he would have said like, oh, maybe I do want to keep that E in reserve. But again, keeping all those vowels, and maybe he wants the extra tile turnover. But I think fire is the standout play because it makes your S more valuable. Now, where's your S? I mean, your S is, I guess, without the E's, your S is gonna stick onto Fav, but that also takes a lot of hooks on its own.
Yeah, Fav taking the back A, the back E, as well as the S. I just don't see the utility for the S on this board. But, Josh, always a thinker, always a planner. He's got some kind of line of attack. Wellington set up his bingo of balloted, BALLOTED, for 62. But that does string a lot of tiles out in space. Now Wellington seems to be thinking about foregoing his bingo here, making an intermediate play. This is going to be a big sacrifice for him, but the engine suggesting that bingoing and not bingoing are extremely close to one another. ALLOD or ALDOL play with Fava for 22. The bingo is 62. What do you think, Andy? Do you have to take the points here, or is it worth holding back the blank?
Generally, I think you got a bingo. I mean, how many Scrabble players out there where you forego bingo and the tile gods curse you by giving 2 Y's or a couple U's, and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't bingo for 3 turns now. And there's still another blank and a lot of good stuff for Wellington to draw for turnover. So I would play balloted. something that might be in his head is he's thinking Josh just played fiery instead of fire. Surely that means Josh has one of the last 2 remaining E's. We know he doesn't. So he's probably thinking maybe sticking out that D from balloted is not something that he wants to do. And I think Wellington's also just looking at this rack and board and thinking, balloted for 62? That's the only bingo? That can't be right.
Wellington's a machine on the words. He's likely, he'll spend just a little bit more time looking, but I bet he's quickly identified that it's balloted or bust here. After balloted, there are 2 big places to score on the board. You can play through some of the floaters in balloted, or you can take the FAV spot and play underneath there. After a play of Alod or Aldol, there are really no good places to score on this board, and Josh is going to have a very difficult turn. So I think that's some of the thinking here. If there are no good places for my opponent to play next turn, that's generally a good thing for me. Now, I agree with you, though, Andy. If you pass a bingo here, you look at this unseen pool, there aren't really E's to be drawn. I'd be huge sad if I pick up 3 I's or 2 U's and don't bingo for another turn or 2. I kind of feel the pressure to just get it down now and move on.
Yeah, we can think about ahead here what Josh is going to do in response. Let's say balloted does come down. He's probably going to still have to just play IV next to cheapens.
IV and ID above honored, I think, is Josh's move
yeah,
next
right.
turn in almost any instance, regardless of what Wellington does. Though IV and, depending on Wellington's move, IV and IS could be better just to knock out the FAV possibilities. Boy, Wellington doesn't often spend 5 minutes on a single turn, but this one just so challenging. And I'm so curious to see what Wellington does here. This is a turn that many players in the room will play differently, but he's grabbing the blank slip, he's grabbing the marker. Wellington is opting to play his bingo here. This sims ahead by about 3 points. And yeah, just 40 points on the delta with a pretty tough pool to be drawing into. I think this makes sense.
I agree. But, I mean, the bag is so bad. I mean, Wellington's post-bingo draw, we will be curious. If he pulls one of the E's is almost as good as a blanket. No, I'm not going to say that, but the E is going to be super crucial for any player wishing to bingo or even score well on this board in the future.
Yeah, E's so valuable right now and will be in this game. So often a game is decided by whoever draws the Z wins or whoever draws the blank wins, but this one very well could be decided by who draws an E and is actually able to do anything good. This is a brutal swing for Josh. It was a tight board. You hate to see this. Now new lines are opened up and I've got a terrible rack and can't do almost anything about it. I'm forced to play Ivy. I'm forced to leave all that juicy stuff for Wellington. I think the scariest thing from Josh's perspective is actually a 4-tile play to the left side of balloted. Something like JATO would be an instant game over. But the only reasonable thing I can do to obstruct that is to play Tivy for 10 when Ivy for 24 is available on the top. That's kind of paranoid defense. Maybe with the lead, you can defend against those threats. But with a deficit like this, I don't think Josh can afford to do anything. He has to just leave it there. A brutal swing in favor of Wellington.
I agree. I mean, Josh is, you got terrible racks means terrible options. And I guess something he might be thinking is, does he exchange here? It's not out of the question that he decides to exchange. I would not. I would play Ivy or... Okay, that's interesting.
Wow.
Okay.
Josh almost forced to exchange next turn unless he draws an N. The 5-letter TYIYN will bail him out from the T in some instances, but Yeah, very non-standard play, holding I, but it makes sense. You just don't want to get walloped for 50 down there. Josh, seeing the J come down now on top of the board, maybe breathing a sigh of relief. Oh my goodness, I don't know what Wellington could have hit me with underneath, but 50 on the top of the board for Wellington with JAW. Still a tough break for Josh. Josh now trailing 213 to 285, but this draw about as good as he could have hoped for into IISYY. A Z and a K lets him threaten points. Sizey and Faves is 42. He can also score mid-20s in a number of other spots on the board and hold that Z back. Andy, what do you like early on in this turn for Josh?
At first glance, Sizey for 42, I would play that, keeping IKY. The S, as we've stated before, it wasn't great 2 turns ago. It's not great now. So maybe go ahead and just play Sizey. It will close off that Fava lane that has been dangling the entire game. And also, what are your alternatives if you're Josh? I mean, not many great plays. I mean, you could play something like Inky through the N and cheapens, keeping the Z in reserve. But no, I mean, this board is so close. I mean, you got to play Sizey, hope for a great draw, and then see what happens from there.
I don't know. One nice thing about Inky, it holds ISYZ, so Sizey is available next turn with Faves, but with 5 A's to be drawn, you're often going to hit Zoysia, ZOYSIA, through the O and balloted for mid-50s next turn. That makes sense, but leaving 42 on the board to score just 21 is a tough pill to swallow. Josh is not going to do it. He's going to play Sizey now. This wins a simulation handily over the cuter Inky.
This is a good play by Josh. I think this is his best option here.
Wellington has an interesting turn on his hands now. We'll get to see what kind of game script he chooses to write, but he does have 36 points available out of a slightly clunky rack. Through the blank E, mega hit extends way out into space. Wellington with the lead likely doesn't want to open that volatility up, particularly with 2 unseen S's and an unseen blank. But from a sheer equity perspective, that play is quite strong. I expect to see Wellington play some defense here instead, though. HIM stacks to the right side of balloted for 30, holds AGIT, which is mediocre at best. He's got plays at the top of this board. MACHI through the C and cheapens is 31 as well. What do you think, Andy? Block, play up top, or string mega hit out into space?
As tempting as mega hit is for the score and the turnover, I love the play of him parallel to balloted because you need to close, what is that, column K next to fiery, that E. That lane has been dangling the whole game. And from Wellington's perspective, Josh just played VID. He played 2 letters. Then he played Sizey. You're thinking, okay, he probably has an E and maybe another S. From Wellington's perspective, Josh has a great rack and he's getting ready to bingo. We know Josh doesn't. He's far from it, but him is a great play. I think it'll probably win the sim. It's great score, great. I love what it does to the board and keeps a good leave for what it is.
I was speaking with Sammy Okasaga outside the playing room yesterday. Sammy is so instrumental to developing the scene in Africa and is just held in the highest regards as a coach and mentor to many of the strongest African players. And Sammy said, I don't even look at half of my plays when I have a lead. I just figure out where your best plays are going to go, and then I score 20 or 30 and block your spot. That's it. That's all I think about. You don't need to think any harder than that. And I mean, it's so wise. It's so appropriate. Some players get so fixated on what the computer says and trying to optimize equity, but like, no, when you're winning, just block. It makes tons of sense. I would have been shocked if we saw Wellington play mega hit. There are some experts out there who would, but just not the MO we've come to expect. Just try to win the game. Makes sense. Josh, Dorky plus IR on his rack has the K to backhook EW with EWK. He'll have a bunch of high-scoring options in that spot. KRAI is 30, KRAY is 33, or YERK through the E is 31. Andy, which of those do you like?
You know, I would actually favor Cray, Kray, because it's 2 more points. It makes it less likely that Wellington's going to play in column K next turn, which will allow the column L, where that D in Honored is dangling, it's going to be more likely to stay open. If you play Yerk, what is Wellington going to do next? He's probably going to play something parallel to Fiery or, parallel to him, and that'll kill the lane of the D, which is really the last remaining bingo line other than the R and O create. So I would favor Cray over a play like Yerk for those 2 reasons, the score and also preventing what Wellington can do next turn.
I do agree. Play a little bit of defense, even though you're down. KRAI and KRAY both make big sense. And the real line for Josh is, do I try to bingo soon or not? Josh is opting for Dorky here. This is another strong play, 29 points. Still takes away the vast majority of the options for Wellington. And that O in space is going to set up potential for major X plays. Josh knows that Wellington did not have the X last turn. If he did, Mix would have come down over him in the same spot for 60 plus. So Josh, I think reaching into the bag, drawing 5 tiles, setting up an X, hoping he can draw that, and trying to limit Wellington's scoring options. Wellington on turn has reached in and found one of those last 2 E's. We'll see what he's able to do with it out of AEGGIMT.
I do like Josh's last play of Dorky because he needs to open this board up. Dorky is basically a 2-turn sequence to open this board up. He's going to play Dorky this turn, and he's hoping that either he or Wellington will hit that triple line, as you mentioned, next turn, and that's going to grant both players access to the right side of the board. Unfortunately, Josh did not pull into an X or really anything great, and Wellington is probably going to play Magic here, and that's very good. It closes down the R and O create.
Yeah, there are some players who will play Omega from the O in Dorky. That's 33 points, tough to pass up. But Wellington will never be that player, and I respect him for it. You got a closed board and you've got a lead. You just want to maintain the status quo, put some points on the board, keep putting pressure on your opponent. Magic is absolutely the correct line in that situation. Though some players would play Omega and make me cry here in the booth. BINNPRS is the rack for Josh. He's running out of time and really does need to open this board up. Orpin does everything he needs to do. 24 points. Great play from Josh.
Yeah, so Josh has successfully done his 2 sequence to open this board. Unfortunately, it will benefit Wellington.
Indeed, it will. The I in space, what Wellington needed. You would think the N was what would help him bingo, but the I in space gives Wellington guiltier. 65 points for this. You see Wellington reaching into the bag, just making sure he's not emptying before he plays this. But nope, 14 tiles unseen to Wellington means he can play guiltier without a worry, and this might be it for this game. Josh has found the blank, but opportunity on the board has dried up. So I sincerely doubt Josh can win this game. We're going to see if we can implement our shift. We're going to check the score on board 2 and may pivot over to that as Wellington slams the door shut on this one.
Well, don't count out Josh. He's pulled in the blank. He is down 100 on a board that is almost certainly dead, but before we cut away, let's give both of these players their props. They played very well. Josh did exactly what he needed to get back in this game. Unfortunately, we've seen it so many times where you open the board when you're trailing and your opponent slams the door shut with a bingo of their own.
Okay, over on board 2 is Ben Schoenbrunn and Will Anderson, and I'm reading that it is a 16-point game. So bear with us, y'all. We're going to try to get mobilized here and hop over. You're right, Andy. Never count out Josh Sokol, but we got a 16-point game with Will Anderson involved. I would love to see that. So as long as I get confirmation from everybody on the ground, I think we are about to switch over to that. Wellington actually didn't play Guiltier until just right now. He looked at the alternate placement of it, which scores just a little bit less. I think he's scared of X plays potentially alongside Guiltier, but he does pull the trigger on this one. Okay, hearing from everybody on the ground that we are ready for the switch. So with that, Josh has no reasonable plays here. Bland for 22 about the top threat. No bingo lines, no opportunities. Josh seems sunk. We are going to try to pivot over to Ben Schoenbrunn, who's just made a play. He's up 271 to 230. Let's cut to that one and see if we have figured out all the technology we need. Oh boy, Scrabble history right here. The first game switch. And we are ready. 271, 230, Ben and Will. Will on turn. Will, EINOPQT. All right, Andy. What do you think? Oh, Ben's got a great rack. Will's on turn. You seeing anything good for Will initially on this rack?
Let's see here. What's he doing? Is he exchanging all? This board is so close. This is a fantastic game to jump into. Wow. I think he did just pass all 7. I didn't get a chance to see what his rack was, but wow. And then all of the viewers, congratulations on being a part of Scrabble history here. The first ever, what do they call it? Game break or switch of the games.
Okay, Will exchanged 7 out of EINOPQT, which is a Galaxy Brain move. This board entirely reliant on the A to open it up. This board very, very tight. Will wanted an A desperately, but instead, after the exchange, he's going to see Ben not just play the A, but play a bingo. This is either Freeman or Freegan. We don't have blank cam set up on board 2, so I'm just going to guess that this is a G and move on with it. But as soon as we make the switch, this one starts to get a little bit ugly. Hey, we did our very best. EEIOTUX for Will, who's suddenly down by 123. But he's got points. Outie is 33. XO and OF is 35. I think we're going to see Outie come down, and we'll hope that he can cash this X elsewhere. But yeah, both blanks out. A lot of the S's out. Rather rough for Will. We switch, and then he gets absolutely bulldozed.
Yeah, I agree. There's not really you don't need to burn your X here, and since you're down 120 points, you might need that X as a pseudo bingo. So Audi scores so well, 33 points, and something that Will might be considering here is there a way to play parallel to Freeman and also set up the X for next turn?
Yeah. Will's going to take his time here, and you absolutely should. If there is a clever X setup, you want to try to do it. The problem is if you play EUOI, it slots the U next to that triple letter instead of any of the other letters you would like to put there. And so Audi, unfortunately for Will, is all he's got. AEGHRUV, the rack now for Ben. His post bingo draw has that UV combination you hate to see, but is nice and balanced. Will has not hit his clock yet. He's going to hold back. Make sure he does everything he can on this turn. Make sure he's not missing a setup, and you've got to. This might be the last play you make this game that matters. He's committed to it now. AEGHRUV on Ben's rack. He's got VUGH and OH to the right side of Audi, but that seems very aggressive for the lead that he's built. You don't need to expose that V in space. Ouvrage is a long word playing from the O, but Ben's MO here has to be defense. He's going to have to adjust away from the equity and try to figure out the best way to close this board up. And I think one of the best ways to do that is the 5-tile Aruhe, should he see it. Plays vertically alongside outie with 3 overlaps, scores 31. The leave is VG, which is not fun, but seeing a bunch of vowels to be drawn makes him feel a little bit better about that. And keeping the V with a big lead like this is a nice thing to do, as it's such a good blocking tile. So we'll see how much Ben deviates from equity. This is a tough turn, but one where you don't want to open up opportunities for Will if you can at all avoid it. He's going to play Ouvrage. Okay. All right, Ouvrage the play. Ben looking at it, staring at it, has not hit his clock. He's going to count the tiles in the bag before he does that. He's got to make sure he doesn't empty that. With a Q and an X unseen to him, he would hate to empty the bag, draw both, get bingoed out on, and be huge sad. So Ben has not yet committed to Ouvrage. I prematurely updated the scores, and I've got to go back and fix this.
Yeah, I like this play. You want to end this game as soon as possible because Will is going to need almost certainly 2 bingos to come back. So there's prior to Ouvrage 14, 21 in the bag. So this will guarantee that Will not bingo 3 times at least.
All right, so seeing in chat, Wellington would never play Ouvrage. I think Ben realizing the same thing, like what? There's a queue and a bunch of garbage out there. I don't feel great about this. Ben pulls it back, then sets it right back down, and it looks like he is going to commit to the play of Ouvrage for 22 now. Sad day for Will, as he's got no great response to it. The cue, so horrible for him to have on this rack. He's got points, box or boxin, play beneath Ouvrage, 44 or 48 points. But keeping that cue on the rack feels like a death knell for Will. He's going to need to draw the U and a bunch of great tiles to go with it. This board is not strong for cues at all. A very rough draw for Will, redrawing the cue just 2 turns after he exchanged it. Tough, tough, tough.
Yeah, I mean, box, hope for a miracle is the sequence that Will is probably going to have to execute here. Unfortunately, you look at over what Ben has pulled, and I don't know if Rheostat fits, but he is, with all those good letters, it means whatever's left in the bag probably should just stay in the bag.
Yes, yeah, you see some real doozies in there, and you're very happy you've got the good stuff. We tried our very best to switch to a suspenseful matchup. Didn't realize Ben was about to bingo while Will was about to draw some terrible stuff, but hey, welcome to Scrabble history as far as I am concerned. All of this was brought to you by the Let's Play Scrabble team, Josh Greenway, Josh Castellano, Shauna Bossi behind the scenes making all of this work. They all deserve so much kudos and praise. The last thing anybody wants to do after 8 hours of Scrabble during the day is stay up for 3 more hours trying to figure out tech issues, making phone calls, dealing with all the laptop and technology. But that's what Josh did to make this work. And all of this is made possible by Let's Play Scrabble Super Friends, who donated some money, $5 a month, by clicking the join button beneath this video. That money was used to purchase an additional setup, which Josh and Kieran then used to keep a second game on stream. If you like innovation in Scrabble streaming, you like the idea, the thought, well, this idea was generated by one of our viewers and made possible by the Super Friends. You could become a Super Friend yourself. $5 a month goes so far. The direct contribution to content creators helps infinitely. Consider becoming a super friend. Definitely subscribe to this channel, and please hit that thumbs up button for us. We've got some awesome viewership numbers, and I want to drive this up the algorithm as much as possible. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all your support. Thanks for all the engagement in chat. Thanks for those thumbs up. Please and thank you.
All right. Well, Ben, the standout play that really comes off to me would be something. Ideally, you want to play 4 tiles here, just to make the bag go down to 13 tiles to prevent Will from bingoing. The odds of Will bingoing 3 times would be 0. But the play that he could do for equity is just play AH on top of Ouvrage, close at least the easier hook on top of EX, and force Will to have to start any bingo with a vowel.
Yeah, that makes as much sense as almost anything. Most of Ben's plays are going to win this game, and I think at this point you get into that paranoia mode of like, what is the absolute worst thing that the Scrabble tile gods could do to me? They could give me GPQW on my next draw, and that would be brutal. But even if that happens and Will bingos, can I lose? That's what these situations are about. When you're 97 to 100% to win, just get it as close to 100 as possible. Catastrophize, be paranoid. I don't think there's anything that can cost Ben this game at this point. But Will Anderson is as brilliant as they get. He could figure this out.
I think Ben is trying to play TO, XO, and God.
That's a nice block. That's a very nice block.
Yeah, tick on the T. Yeah, 3 more points, burns another letter, gets us to the end of the game a little bit quicker.
I think I'm looking to play fewer tiles if possible here. Every tile I play is another shot to pick up that Q, which makes me big and sad. So I think I'd hold the T back. Also gives me more opportunity to play QAT. If I do happen to pick up the Q, QAT, and EFT a threat right now. But when you got this lead, as long as you don't let your opponent bingo, that's the big thing. And EXO, a great way to block that spot. GILOQTW, the rack for Will. He trails big. And I think at this point, he either ejects the Q, or with 7 tiles in the bag, maybe Will's best chance to win was just throw it all back, hope for an absolute miracle in the bag, and then maybe you could Q-stick Ben. But QIN makes sense, just kind of lose, get some points, cut the spread. Oh my goodness, and Ben has immediately found an extremely high-scoring play here. Opa, front-hooking Avid to make Pavid, 45 points for him. Hopes in the same spot is 53, but this is what you want to do with 5 tiles in the bag. Play 4, just in case. I don't see any mathematical way Will could bingo, but Scrabble has a way of punching you in the face. Don't empty, play Opa. Good choice from Will. Or, excuse me, from Ben. Looks like a little bit of dispute on the scorings. We're going to check our math, look at our paperwork, try to read our handwriting. Got it all resolved now. But scoring disputes are just for spread at this point. GLLNOTW, Will's rack now. He's got to be looking at this unseen pool of AEEIOSTU, shaking his head, thinking, how did I miss all of those vowels several times in a row? But hey, that's Scrabble. That's how it is sometimes. Round 20 is coming up after this game. Round 20 will be our last game of the morning session from Albany, New York. We're playing 8 games a day, 4 straight days. This is day 3 of our coverage of the Bob Linn Superstars Division. We have some really, really good matchups. I'm not sure which one's going to be selected just yet, but definitely some more star power coming your way. And each of these games has higher and higher and higher stakes the later we get. Enoch Nawali and Dennis E.K. Caragor are playing. Will Anderson and Josh Sokol are playing. Matt O'Connor and Josh Castellano are playing. Like, goodness. I might just have to flip a coin or roll a dice because I want to watch all of those games. Will showing his maturity as a player. Even though he knows he's sunk in this game, spread does matter, especially when you're sitting near the top of the standings. So Will is going to do everything he can to optimize his sequence. What he's looking to do is play as many tiles as he can now and maybe threaten an out next turn. I don't think he can play more than 4 tiles on this turn, though. He can play GLOUT through the U in ouvrage. He can play INGOT from the I in QIN. That's likely what Will's going through here. What can I do to try to get out of this game as fast as possible? Is there any way I can make just 2 more plays and be done? I'm not sure either of those lines is great for doing that. Oh, you can. There's no way you can play Glout actually through the U in ouvrage. A Gouties, AGOUTIES, is a threat, and you're never gonna see that triple if you're Will. Okay, don't play Glout. Ignore this guy. Absolutely no way. Don't do that.
Yeah, very difficult turn here for Will. I mean, he's being a very good player, and that even though this game is lost, he wants to minimize the deficit here, and he's got time to think about it. And the good thing is the lunch break is coming soon, so it's not like he's burning his energy for no purpose here. He's trying to find his best play, and that is unfortunately there's no really good standout play on a board with like this with a terrible rack like that.
Oh, Equiseta is also a threat. Thanks in chat to Jeremy Koo for your contribution. You keep me accountable all the time. Equiseta through the queue is a threat for Ben. A Gouties could be set up if Will is not careful here. So this actually has a lot more at stake than that first meets the eye. INGOT is probably the right line here just to make sure you don't get bingoed out on. Now I want everybody to become a Let's Play Scrabble super friend. Maybe we need 3 boards streamed at once. We cut away from one blowout only to make the second one a blowout. If we had a third setup, that would be sick. I did see a request in the chat that I love of, hey, can we see what the streaming setup looks like? I'll be honest, I've done this from off-site almost all the time, and I didn't realize how insanely complex it is. But Josh Greenway, the brains behind this whole operation, has like 4 computers set up, all these different monitors, wires running everywhere. It takes so much to get even one game of Scrabble streamed. The work he did until 1 a.m. last night, getting a second stream station set up, getting all the troubleshooting together. It's insane. It's absurd. I don't know. We got to find some way to take photos and share that with the chat after break. But it is such a complicated rig. And man, Josh does some incredible work behind the scenes. I get the FaceTime, y'all hear my voice, but Josh deserves every ounce of credit for this. We'll see if we can get some photos of that for y'all.
Yeah, I agree with that. The Let's Play Scrabble team, Josh and Kieran, fantastic humans, even, and they are excellent directors and just great people to be around. I think their next big tournament is one that I've always had on my list of ones to attend. Is Lake George, the fall time, middle of October, just a couple hours north of Albany, New York. That will be their next big tournament. So if you're looking for another great event run by the Let's Play Scrabble team, the Lake George tournament in October, put that on your calendar.
Yeah, such a great event. I got so much FOMO. I've never made it out to one of the Lake George tournaments, but just seeing the fall foliage, the Mac Miller and Josh Sokol went on like a very long hike through the Adirondack Mountains in that beautiful fall time season where the leaves are changing colors and starting to fall. And I told myself, I've got to make it to that tournament. Then I randomly ended up moving to Boston, and I have absolutely no excuse to miss it now. Let's Play Scrabble, bringing you the Lake George Tournament, October 17th to 19th, Lake George, New York. Beautiful tournament, and one that builds up often. They do have a size restriction on it, so if you're even thinking about making it out, maybe you should send your entry fee in, hold your spot. You can always back out, get a refund, but the Lake George Tournament one, I vowed to myself, I've got to go, I've got to hike, I've got to get that mountain air, I've got to see everybody. Registration is open. You can sign up at letsplayscrabble.com. Will, with a Galaxy Brain play last turn, I recommended Ingot, INGOT. INGOT actually gets stacked by devastating overlaps like Equate for 40-something points. So Will going with a very strange-looking Ill for 3. But that makes perfect sense. Ben dropping Ovates to threaten it out next turn, and Will's just got one more play to make. Ovates does set up the front hook Novates, and Will has found his best option. WONGI, 28 points is the strongest in-game here for Will. That'll bring him up to 364, and that's as far as the scoring will go, as the UE on Ben's rack gives him an out. We do not have an overhead mic for board 2, so alas, we're not going to get a postmortem, but not much to postmortem. The whole second half of this game, a bit of a doozy. Will having to exchange, Ben having to bingo right back, Will finding the cue again, and brutal. All right, with that, we're going to cut back to the commentary booth. We're going to get both tables 1 and 2 set so we can give you the switcheroo that we promised if we have blowouts. But congratulations, Andy, for being part of the first ever live stream switch. Congratulations to our viewers for being part of the first ever live Scrabble switch as well. Thanks to whoever gave us the idea originally. I think, ironically, it might have been Ben Schoenbrunn, who was the one we switched to. We got to watch him beat Will Anderson. We're going to take a little break, get both boards 1 and 2 squared up, get 4 players wrangled and situated, and bring you one more game of Scrabble before the lunch break. If you haven't yet, hit that like button, and we'll see you in a second. All right, welcome back, everybody. One game to go before the lunch break from Albany, New York. Matt Canik and Andy Hoang here bringing you commentary. Thanks for hanging out with us. Andy, tell us about the game we've got next as we pivot over to the board.
Well, we've got I think a game that a lot of the people in the audience are excited to see. We've got Will Anderson against Josh Sokol, two former national champions, and both young folks who will look to add and grow their trophy case to include world titles. Could happen this year in 2025. Who knows? We'll see. But both of these young folks are also excellent streamers on YouTube, helping us grow the game. So we thank both of them for their work on the board and off the board.
We've got Team Twitch versus Team YouTube. Josh, one of the most prominent Scrabble streamers. You can find him at Axer Typo on Twitch. Will, the biggest Scrabble YouTuber. Search for Will Anderson or Wanderer15 on YouTube. You can find his videos. Both of these guys have done so much for the game, and they are fierce players. Let's let them get to it. Let's play Scrabble.
All right.
And if you haven't had enough of Will Anderson on stream, I do want to plug a major event going on tonight brought to you by the Let's Play Scrabble team, a Will Anderson meet and greet. And the Will meet and greet is not restricted to players. If you are anywhere near New York or Albany and you want to come, hey, just show up. Come to the Marriott. You can meet Will. You can get autographs. You can ask him questions, shake his hand. If you like his content, he's a really down-to-earth, chill dude, a very nice guy, and he would love to meet you and chat with you. It's going to be an awesome event. I believe the whole thing will be streamed and made available to Let's Play Scrabble Super Friends afterwards. So if you're not able to make it, perhaps you can watch it if you become a super friend by clicking the join button down below. ACDEEPT, the opening rack for Josh. The 6-letter Peaced, P-E-A-C-E-D, is likely the strongest option for him, but he's got to think about just peace, holding the D back. He's got to think about paced and caped to keep an E on his rack, leaving 2 points on the table as well. Andy, you playing pieced going along with the 6, or would you try to keep an E here?
You know, after the last game, I think Josh will want to think twice about burning another E, but I agree. Pieced is the better play here. It scores 2 more points. It turns over another letter, and it doesn't really give too much back. He's going with pace, very understandable, does give up some front extensions, and I'll leave it to the chat to think about what are the possible 8-letter words or the 3-letter extensions to pace that could come down.
Ooh, extension alert on the stream. 3 spaces in front of paste. 4 extensions in the CSW lexicon. 4 3-letter extensions to paste. Fun little puzzle. Chat, let us know what they are, because it's not fun if I just read them to you, and it's not fun if Andy just reads them to you. Y'all solve the puzzle. Good puzzle, Andy. DIMNRUU, the rack for Will. Double U's on the first turn is not fun, but he's got words to get rid of both of them. The chemist here in the booth would like to see uranium come down through the A. You seldom see that word played in Scrabble. Another play that gets rid of both of the U's is unicum, U-N-I-C-U-M. Andy, what do you think? Unicum or uranium, or maybe keep things shorter with a play like umu?
You know, I do like the synergy DR that you get with unicum, although uranium does keep this board a little bit more open. I think it's pretty up. It's a toss-up between those two. I like them better than umu just because you keep rind, which is not that strong of a leave, where just in case you hit some bad letters like another I or a couple of consonants, you're in a tricky situation there. I would play unicum or uranium, and that's what Will has elected to do.
All right, 18 points for Will, but he's played 2 of those nasty U's at the same time, just about the best he could do. AEEEGIT is Josh's pull, and a little bit of board vision check for him, but Josh is not going to fail this check. PEAGE, slam dunk, #1 play for Josh. 31 points, crushing the overlap. It's got to be this, right, Andy?
I agree. And the fact that Josh saw this immediately just shows everybody the high level of board vision that Josh Sokol possesses. A lot of these players would see it, but the speed that Josh saw it, and I quickly identified this has to be the right play. Very impressive there.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Just super, super board vision from Josh. Tough to spot those overlaps, but when you get to the level these guys are at, they come to you almost automatically. You can't even really describe it. It just happens. ADG NRRW, the rack for Will. I think this is a pretty straightforward turn. The 5-letter WRANG plays beneath uranium, making UG 28 points, and the nice balanced DR leave available to Will. He can try to keep that GN combination together as well. Playing Ward either to the left or right side of Pieced is 25. What do you think, Andy? Keep GN together for ING or just play Rang for 28?
Yeah, Rang for 28 is the play I would make. And I see a lot of players, they see NG and they want to keep them together because they have the potential of pulling an ING word, which is true. But generally speaking, I just think the NG is not good enough to keep and hope for the best. G's are not great letters. With the N, they're a little bit better, but it's not so good that I would hold on to it. Play Rang, turn over more letters, get 7 more points, and Will Anderson, once again, has found the top play.
Yeah, as we would expect from someone as solid as him. Rang for 28 coming down. And yeah, the G, mediocre win coupled with an N, but just so abysmal on every other rack. If you gain nothing else from watching 32 games of Scrabble with us this weekend, I hope you've at least learned that the G is one of the worst letters in Scrabble. I might start a petition to make it worth 3 instead of 2, just to make me hate it a little bit less. DEEIOOT. Josh's rack. He's gotten more vowels, and while last turn he was able to score 31 out of a vowel-heavy rack, this turn he's not going to have as many options. 26 points are available on this board, seed from the C and paste, but IOOT is the leave there. Andy, you think he's got to go longer here, or do you think seed is the move?
You can't play seed against Will Anderson. That's not going to work well for you in the long term. I think that you should play long, play Tory, keeping ED is something to consider, although it gives back a lot. Spend some time here, Josh, on this turn. No obvious plays, but if he plays C for 26, it's just so many more points that I wouldn't fault him if he decided just to go for it, although that leave is just not great.
If you are going to keep a suboptimal leave, you want it to be on a board without much opportunity. And there aren't many opportunities on this board, but the E and the D in space, the R and the A in space, I would like to be closer to bingo range if possible. After the play of seed, I'm trying to check the bingo percentage now for Josh. It's got to be abysmal. IOOT is just so bad. At 13%, whereas any other play puts him closer to 30%. It is more points now, but next turn you're just getting crushed.
Okay,
All right.
this is an intermediate play. Does some scoring, some grooming of the rack.
This is not one I had on my radar, honestly, but this is fine. A DOE, that EIOT, you really want to pull some consonants, but it synergizes well with the R on the board. It blocks a lot of the best plays Will could have and makes scoring on this board very difficult. So that's a play that, from a quick equity perspective, doesn't look awesome, but once you realize what it does to the board, it feels better. And Josh is going to go in after a creative play and pull the blank out. Big pull for him. ADILQRS, the rack for Will. He trails 46 to 72. He has set up QAID, which plays above UG for 33, but Will's got 52 points on this turn. And I don't think he's seen it. I think this is a small blunder from Will. Casida, QASIDA, plays to the A and Rang for 52. Andy, this is a blunder, right?
I mean, I would say it's less optimal. Is it a blunder? That's a little bit extreme. I think Kate is fine. I think it's very easy for Will to hone in on the fact that I have a good play that scores well, dumps the cue, keeps a great leave, and kind of be blinded to other possibilities. I do think if Will had spent some time and seen Casita, he probably would have pulled the trigger on that. But it's not a terrible play.
No, not a terrible play, but definitely, I think a missed opportunity for Will, and I think he'd be the first one to tell you, ooh, Casita was it. I think he just didn't see it. All right, so both players drawing a blank. Josh cashing his in first et aereo. Nice Collins only vowel heavy bingo. 62 points. He had 3 placements for it, all 62, but this one easily optimal. Will hit back. IILORS blank has him threatening a number of bingos. Highest score for Will available on this turn is 71. It's just a matter of how long will he take and how distracted will he be by possible 9s through the disconnected RE on the left side of the board. Will loves providing Scrabble content, and a disconnected 9 on stream would be fantastic content, but our anagrammers show us no 9s from the DE, no 9s from the OD, no 9s between the RE, just 7s and 1 8. Oh wait, hang on, there is a 9, but it's a terrible 9. 1 9 from the DE is 61, but not the best play here for Will.
Yeah, of the options, I think the 71 highest scoring play underneath Ontario is the best play. The other option I would consider is hooking it under uranium, but I think
yeah, Soilier 71 beneath et aereo, Soilier 68 with uraniums. Will's just got to figure out which of these bingos he likes better. I'd be taking the triple stack and the points here. We'll see what Will opts to do. I think he's going to look for some fun 9s for just a little bit longer. Hopefully he doesn't feel too delirious.
Meanwhile, Josh has got all consonants, which he probably could have seen coming with all the vowels that he had last turn, and he will have plays to make through all the floating vowels available to him, thankfully.
Yeah, lots of vowels out in space is exactly what Josh needs here. Terrible rack. B, G, F, R, W, X, Y. I do wonder what Josh is going to choose to do on this turn. Several plays make some sense. Just initial gut shows probably waxy through the A. Take your worst letters, your W, and then use your highest scoring letter, your X, to score some points. Braxy is a similar play that plays one additional consonant, but Braxy holds F, G, W. Warby, W-A-R-B-Y, is a third option, holds F, G, X, but at least that X means you're probably going to score next turn. Andy, cash the X now, Braxy and Waxy, or would you be looking to do something like Warby and try to hit it later?
Interesting. I didn't consider Warby. I immediately thought about Waxy or Braxy at first, but I think there's a lot of consideration to think here about Warby. Both blanks are gone. There's not really a great spot for the X on this board right now after you play Warby. I personally would probably play Waxy, and that sets up, you'd have the B to play BY next to Waxy next turn, and then there's the E on both sides of the board that you can play through next turn. So I would probably play Waxy now.
Waxy sets up both the B and the F to make FY. That feels strong. Braxy sets up the F but holds GW to go with it. Warby holds FGX, and if nothing else, you can play FAIX through the AI in Uranium and Pige next turn. Or you could just play FAIX right now. You know that at least some vowels are going to stay exposed next turn between the EA combination in et aereo and the blank E in Soilier. You could probably hit a big play there next turn after cashing 30 this turn. Many plays that are all reasonable, that all makes sense, that do some of the right things for you, and everything is simming almost identically on this turn. When you get that situation, it's sort of a time trap. See how long Josh spends here.
Well,
It's
this is a
already,
turn to spend time on. You got to consider all your options. So it's appropriate for Josh to spend 3-4 minutes on this.
yeah, absolutely. Some turns play themselves, like Josh's Pige play, which he was able to make in 20 seconds. This turn absolutely does not. You can see Josh doing a little bit of the surrender cobra, running his hands through his hair. Oh boy, he knows this is a challenging one, and he is absolutely right. He's going to play Fry up top. This is not even an option we called out. BGWX, the leave, 26 points. It's fine. It's a fine play, but I just don't know where this leave is going to take you. Nothing holds well, but this holds very poorly.
If you're going to play Fry, why not at least Rye? I think the F is a little better than the W, but
I'm thinking that it's to try to draw into Wex or Wax or Walks underneath Eta Aereo. The W lets you hit that spot just a little bit more often. So while the W is a bad tile in most instances, it actually helps you a little bit more than the F. Well, hang on. You can draw Fax,
F has
Fox,
Fox and
Fig.
Fix.
Yeah, one more E than I. I guess that's the real difference. Josh misses all of the vowels anyway, and has a brutal next turn coming up. Will on turn now trails by 10 AAEHLNU on his rack. And another turn where there don't seem to be any strong or compelling options, but you've got to make a play somewhere. We might see HOI and HAUL for 21 points. We might see a board opening play. LEHUA stacks nicely on top of the first three letters of Eta Aereo. That's 25 points. I don't know, Andy, what's your MO in this situation? Close game. Your opponent spent a long time, then played FRY. What are you looking to do if you're Will?
I like Lahua on top of Iterario because, Fry might signal that, hey, Josh doesn't have, maybe he doesn't have a lot of vowels, or he doesn't have another R or certain letters, because if not, he would have surely played through one of the floaters. You play Lahua, you give yourself the L in the triple column that you can hit. But this is a fine play too.
Yeah, Josh would have been very tilted. He keeps the W, draws the vowel he needs, and then gets smashed by Will's block. But he didn't draw the thing anyway. A VEXT is a forced play for Josh, and he's wasting no time before he plays it. Will already drew the first two U's on his first rack. He's found double U's yet again on this one, and a rough turn upcoming for him. Now plays beneath AAH, making EAU, Tan, and Aha. That is tough to spot. Back hooking EA with a U is so difficult to see, but I think that is far and away Will's top option here. Will he spot now is the big question.
Yeah, that would be a fantastic play. Scores very well, great leave, and closes out what is going to be a hot spot for a lot of letters.
Neither one of these players wants to draw good letters. Josh's rack is abysmal for a third straight turn, somehow getting worse and not better. And Will, despite some bingo-prone stuff, has the double U's. This is well spotted. This is a huge find for Will. This turn is way tougher if you don't play it. I think U2 through the T in Vexed, or Uwu through the W in Rang is about all Will had outside of this. So huge that he notices this play and puts it down. Will takes the lead by 13 after Now. Back on Josh. Oh my God, I don't even want to look at this turn. BBGRRWZ. Andy, you can play BRR and BOI. You can exchange. That's basically it. What are you looking to do here? Play? fight one more turn or just throw it back?
No, you can't play through this. You got to exchange here. The question is, what are you exchanging down to? Do you exchange to RZ? Do you exchange down to just the Z? I would favor RZ in this situation. But yeah, you can't play through this. What are you gonna exchange here, either down to the Z or the RZ?
If you do want to keep an abysmal combination of letters like B, G, W, Z after Burr, this is exactly the kind of board you want to do it on. No compelling hooks, no reasonable scores for your opponent. Like, all right, I'm going to have garbage next turn, but you can't do anything. So 16 is not completely unreasonable. On an opening board, there's no way you're scoring 16 holding B, G, W, Z. On this board, it might just make sense. But I agree with you, Andy. I think this is just too bad. You can't play Bizarre through the disconnected A's in the top left of this board, or Braza and hold BGRW. You've got to eject, go into the bag, and try to find some of those E's, those O's, just some relief from these terrible letters. All right, Josh dropping down to just the Z. He did have the last R's, and so I think I might have held on to RZ there, but this is grasping at like little bitty percentage points. I don't think this is by any means a misplay. Maybe Josh just wants an S, and he's trying to maximize his chances of getting one of those. But an exchange 6 from Josh. He tried as hard as he could to fight through some abysmal letters, and it just got worse and worse. He's forced to exchange there. Will back on turn, EEKLNSV, the rack for him. He's got 39 on this board, which seems nuts, but I don't know that you actually want to cash that in. Sleek, SLEEK, plays triple underlap beneath Uranium. 39 points, holds NV. In that same spot, he can play GUV and VELE. That would set up an S back hook that he retains, but with 2 unseen S's, it's rather risky. Andy, do you like Sleek for 39? Do you like Veil for 25? Or are you looking to take a completely different line on this turn?
There's a lot to like about Sleek. It's the biggest thing is its score. You do open up the S and the Y back hook. Josh did just exchange 6, so you could infer that he might be holding on to an S or has drawn into one. But 39 points would push Will's lead to 52, which you could handle. You could eat an S play, as long as it's not a bingo. So I think Sleek is a great option. The other options just don't score as well. He could play Eek on top of Fry. That's something that I would consider.
Eek would be EKE and KY. That's a great score as well. That's something he'll consider too. It does play off both of his vowels, but L and SV synergizes reasonably well together, and 34 is tough to pass up on. Has the added bonus of setting up SER or SKY. If you draw a high-scoring play there, next turn you're going to feel great about it, but you also give Josh those same opportunities after the exchange. Tough turn. You gotta wonder too, Josh just exchanged 6. And I think looking at the unseen pool, there are really only a few letters that make sense to hold as that one tile. I think an S makes sense and a Z makes sense. And that's probably the only letter Josh would keep on an exchange. Oftentimes too, you're able to look at a pool and kind of guess what your opponent exchanged. Sometimes you look at a pool and you see I, OUUUW, and you're like, oh, that's what they exchanged. This pool doesn't have the U's. It has some I's. O's generally don't get exchanged in mass because you can fight through 2 or 3 O's and make plays. So if I'm Will, I can be reasonably sure at least that Josh exchanged a bunch of consonants last turn. The vowels are not bad enough to warrant exchanging. I don't know what I do with that information necessarily. except know that the vowel consonant ratio is actually probably skewed even more heavily towards consonants right now. That pushes me away from a play like EKE and makes me want to hold at least one vowel if I can.
I agree with that. So Will's picked up LK. Where is LK gonna play?
This might be FEME and ELK setting up the S as well. It's just so difficult to stomach an S setup after Josh has just exchanged 6. He holds an S very often after trade 6. And I don't know that I want to set mine up if I'm pretty sure he's got one too.
Yeah, Will's looking at that clock. He's thinking, I've burned almost 5 minutes on this turn, and he doesn't want to burn any more time, so he might just pull a trigger on a play and go from there.
All right, KAVAL, Will's choice, just 12. That's interesting.
Well, it does. I mean, Will's probably thinking, he's probably inferring what you said, where what did Josh exchange? Probably a lot of consonants. Pushes this balance towards a lot more consonants and vowels. So keeping both of the E's is great. The board is not really great for bingos, other than through that T, but Caval does give him an S hook that he could hit himself.
Yeah, Josh, without drawing an S, just has to play lulls, eject the Z for 33 points. A nice solid play for him. Will did get the consonants he was expecting to get after that exchange. B, D, W is his leave. But because he set himself up for an S hook last turn and Josh was not able to capitalize, Will's got webs and cavils for 44. It's got to be that, right, Andy?
Absolutely. I really don't think there's any other candidates that you can consider here. Webbs doesn't give back a lot. It scores really well, keeps a great leave. What else is he going to do? He could play noob underneath uranium, but doesn't, you give up 13 points and potentially gives back another S. You can maybe infer from the play of lulls that maybe Josh doesn't have an S himself.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, Josh would have probably taken a little bit longer if he did have an S on the last turn. At least thinking ZOLS is valid in Colin, so lulls is not something he would ever play with an S, actually. ZOLS would come down for like 50. So yeah, you can make the inference that Josh didn't have an S last turn. You don't need to cashiers, but you're right. NEWB sets a second S hookup. If you're Will, you've only got one. Just take the spot. Even if Josh can't take it, get rid of the B, get rid of the W, get a bunch of points on the board. And what a pull for Will. He's found 3 more E's. That is awkward for him. We'll come back and look at that rack, DEEEENT, in a few minutes. But FCJIORT on Josh's rack just keeps finding these high-scoring, awkward consonants, and he's going to have awkward plays available to him again. 24 points for FLITT in the bottom right corner of this board might be it. The JOCR combination will almost never yield bingos, but it synergizes fairly well with itself. Josh is going to open some space on this board, though. OFT at the top is his choice, 30 points.
I think this is a very reasonable play. I think it's the play I personally would have made. He at least has one of the front hooks to OR. It scores well, and you keep the J, which on a board that's not great for bingoing, you could use it to score.
Oh, man, this is a challenging turn for Will. There is a lot for him to do. Nothing is excellent. Everything feels all right. I think the most natural move is the 6-letter TEENED, making DOR on the top row of this board. Josh just opened some space. I've got a small lead and a small advantage. I don't mind taking that space and smashing it away. So teened for 28 makes some sense. More points are available on the bottom of this board. One interesting play, Teene, plays with AIT, GUE, and FEME. That sets up the D hook, but teen has two other hooks, an R and an S. I think that's just a little bit too aggressive here for Will. Andy, would you play teened up top, or would you be looking to play elsewhere on this board?
Yeah, the two plays that I'm thinking is either teened, which scores a very respectable 28 and turns over 6 letters while retaining an E, or you could play the play that's been on that we considered half an hour ago of seed below uranium. The only downside to that is you would have liked to make a play that keeps. Well, I guess you could play seat, CETE, keeping the ED to go on top of OR next turn. I would either play teened or seat.
Ooh, seat is a nice option. Yeah, that ED is a huge combination with the front hook of OR available. You've got to look at the pool and think what Josh might have to play up there. And OR has about a dozen front hooks, but not many of them are letters that naturally end in a word. Only really the D and an N and a T are going to go up there as letters that commonly end words, and a G as well. But there's not too much that can hurt you up top. Will gets to choose between defense and offense here. Does he block the spot and cash in on his own, or does he play seat and try to hit a huge score there next turn? This is very interesting. This is very tough, and Will's only got 6 minutes to figure out not just this turn, but the entire rest of the game in what's shaping up to be a very close one. A chat pointing out a slightly better version of CETE, which is TEE. Just one spot slid over. FEME will yield a few more points than seat. So that's another way Will could hit this. And I think he's focused on that spot, but trying to figure out between teen with the E at the end, TEEND is also valid. Lots of reasonable options in that spot, plus the one option up top. Will play in the 1 row or the 6 row? He's shaking his head. I don't know what to do. And this is very tough for him.
Looks like he's setting up teen below uranium, which I actually like too.
I think he's actually setting up DEE. Boy, 4 minutes almost for Will on this turn, just 5 minutes left on his clock. And he's going to start feeling some pressure to do something. You can already tell he's in his own head a bit. He's shaking his head, no, several times. I don't like that. He's going to play TEE. He's going to do exactly as Andy suggested. Keep the D and try to threaten a big DOR play. And he has crucially committed to a play after over 4 minutes of deliberation. Will taking a bigger lead, 278 to 249. Josh, JIICRPY on his rack. He is going to take away the spot. I bet he saw Will staring at it for a long amount of time. Josh is not willing to leave that open anymore. So Payek coming down quickly from Josh, putting a little bit of time pressure on Will. DEEILNS, the rack for Will. And we are going to see the opportunity for one of the paste extensions that we talked about right at the beginning of this game. Dispaced, DISPACED, is 42 points for Will. But will he spot it?
Well, Josh's block comes right on cue. And I think Josh, when Will Anderson plays TEE, you can guarantee that he's having at least one E in reserve. So you got to block up there. So let's see, Will find, I don't even know if this pace would be the knockout play if you see it and you want to play it. He could play something else like Iodine down from Soilier, keeping ELS for 27 points. But this pace is just so many points that I think that's what I would end up going with.
Yeah, Josh's decision to block feels a little strange while he's trailing, but it was also a game-saving decision. Linseed and Ild and Siled each played in that top row for Will after his draw. So Josh's spidey senses going off correctly. Oh my goodness, I think I'm about to get pounded. He blocks just in time, keeps his odds alive in this game. I love the suggestion of Iodine, Andy. If Will doesn't see disbased, Iodine is probably his top option here, and even if he does see disbased, Iodine is a pretty strong play. A tough turn for Will. They've neutralized the clocks for a second. They're trying to figure out scores. Now we're all on the same page about him. Will back on time. He's got less than 4 minutes to solve the rest of this game. 12 tiles in the bag yet. Will's going to have to make about 4 more moves with under a minute per move and a potentially spicy end game coming up. Uh-oh. I feel the heat increasing on Will Anderson here.
He's found
And
it.
here it
so
comes.
that's-
Disbased. Will's found disbased, 42 points. The D in space, a little bit threatening, but Josh just not close enough. And Josh is going to challenge this word, giving Will 5 extra points. Josh now desperation mode. He needs a bingo, and he needs it in the next 2 turns on a board that's running out of space. We don't have challenge cams set up right now. Josh is doing just a little bit too much on the ground, trying to navigate boards 1 and 2 at the same time. But we don't need it to know that disbased is valid. 47 points for Will. Clutch spot for him. And that's probably going to be the game winner, though never count out Josh Sokol. In fact, I talked to Josh after we cut away from his game against Wellington last round, and Josh said he was very close to coming back and winning that game. He was fishing for a crazy bingo that Wellington didn't notice for a while, and had he hit, it would have been very interesting. So never count him out. He is among the most creative players out there. He is a magician who works his way out of some terrible binds, but this is a pretty terrible place to be in if you're Josh.
He's got to dump the J, right? I mean, there's the W. Thank goodness, not a great line, but it is a line. Fortunately, to dump the J, the only place I see would be jig through the I and disbased, and that's going to close off a very good lane.
Yeah, I mean, you got to dump the J and you love to dump the G, but you can't play jig through that I and disbased. You need that D to stay open, and you need to try to create some extra life on this board. So Josh is going to have to think about plays that keep the J back. Are there any J bingos I can draw to the D? Can I draw rejected? Can I draw anything in that vein? He's got to figure out exactly which consonants to retain with it or find a different way to get rid of it. But the rest of the J eject plays are rather crazy. J-I-Z to the Z is just 19 points, and with an A and 3 O's remaining for overlaps, there's just no way you can make that play. The only other play I see that gets rid of the J is Jared, J-E-R-I-D, to the D in disbased, and that's just a game-losing play. There's no way you can come back and win after that. I don't know what is right for Josh to do here, but there doesn't seem to be much that gives him any reasonable chance. If anybody can figure this out, though, it's Josh Sokol with 12 minutes. Okay. The longer I look at this, the more I think Josh may need to play jig up top, actually. There are 2 very marginal bingo lines on the board. It is remotely possible that he can draw a bingo through the Z at the bottom. And he could also draw something like war times down from the W on the left side of this board. So if he plays jig, picks up AS, he'll threaten war times. If he picks up AO, he'll threaten amortize through the Z. If he picks up OO, he'll threaten motorize. So jig up top could threaten bingos. Will can't block both of the threats at once. maybe this actually works for Josh. It just feels so wild to block the best bingo line on the board, and it puts Josh in I basically got one chance to hit this or it's GG. But knowing Will's rack, we know that the A and the O's are in the bag. Could actually work out for Josh with the clutch pull.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if he played JIZ, is there any big play that he could make down? Like Regmata is not possible because there's only one A, but is there any other plays that he can make? Honestly, could he have a big play with the J down there that doesn't bingo, like Metro? And you have to assume when you're down by this much and you're in desperation mode, you kind of have to assume the best. So you have to assume will not have an A or an O if you play JIZ. So I think Josh is debating between Jig and JIZ, and what are the odds with those two plays?
That's just wild, though. If there's 4 chances that Will could have an A or an O. The odds that he has none of them are very low. Now, Josh is grasping at straws no matter what he does, and we know that Will doesn't have an A or any of the O's, but I think Josh is going to immediately dismiss those options as, yeah, that I wish, but that's not going to work. Yeah, it has to be Jig here. Nothing else does anything. Opening the right side of the board by playing from one of the tiles in Vexed, you're forcing yourself to leave such bad letters together that it's just not going to work. Maybe you can play Glitter through the disconnected LT that would hold JM, and then you just hope that something absolutely crazy happens, but JM is just so bad. I don't think it's going to do anything for you. Jeremy Koo in chat saying in a vacuum, Will is 93% to have an A or an O. I used to have a few algorithms I ran in my head that would help me properly assess those percentages. I've since forgotten how to do them. But yeah, Scrabble's a game of math and statistics, and if you do have quick little heuristics or Jeremy Koo in the chat running those numbers for you, it does help you make informed decisions. Will 93% to crush you after you play Jizz in this situation. I just don't think Josh can do it.
Well, good thing Josh has a lot of time to really think about his options. I'm just trying to think, is there anything else that he could do, like play Mig and Moi and hope to hit a big J play there? And if he did that, he could pull into something like Tajin. And the good thing about that kind of play is, and Will Anderson cannot block that very well without the case A. It's not a great play, but it's something that Josh could consider if he wanted to get creative that way.
Yeah, grasping at straws in this situation, no matter what, that actually makes some sense. Without an A, that's a pretty devastating setup. And yeah, you just kind of roll the dice and try to draw Tajin. It may or may not actually score enough points. Tajin would be 67, 68. That could do it, but Mig is not scoring great. I don't know. I also see a case to be made for Josh just exchanging JG, keep the D in space, but 11 points is 11 points. He's going to do it. He's going to fish for AO or OO or AS. We know the S is on Will's rack, but OO, AO, still possibilities for Josh. Back on Will, EEHLNST. And Josh did it. He drew AO. I don't know if this bingo is going to be enough, but I don't see Will blocking the Z of all things. We might, though, see Will play Nesh. Yeah, he set it up already. Nesh and TANH blocks all of the threats at once. Oh, man, and Will's played it so fast.
Wow.
Devastating.
That's got to be devastating for Josh. Wow.
I said during the analysis, I don't think there's a way Will can block both, but Tan taking a back H in CSW was not on my bingo card. Will has successfully blocked every option Josh has. He's not able to make a play like Nesh unless Josh blocks the D at the top of the board. Otherwise, Will was forced to block up there, I think. But Josh had to do what he had to do, and this enabled Will to just shut every other thing down. And he does block the devastating amortize at the bottom. Wow. 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 And he did it in so little time, in a time crunch. Man, good stuff from Will.
Well, now I really don't know what you do if you're Josh. You gotta, 3 in the bag.
At this point, you're starting to feel pretty sunk if you're Josh. It's very much desperation, Hail Mary kind of time. Hopefully, you can fork the board in some way, or you can find a 9 between the W and the N to fish for. I don't know that one is going to be there. But if you do find any 9 to fish for, you can open the right side of the board, force Will to block over there, and maybe steal the game out. You can also maybe find a 9 between the disconnected LT at the bottom of this board. This is what Josh has to do now. Hope to get insanely lucky, pull exactly the right combination. And I don't know. I'm not smart enough to figure this out. I don't think there's anything that he could draw into at this point. This is round 20 of the Bob Linn Superstars Division from Albany, New York. The Albany tournament happens every July 4th, but is particularly spicy this year as Bob Linn's $63,000 donation to the prize fund makes this the richest tournament in North American history from a prize money perspective. Many of the top players, both from North America and from around the world, are here in the room today, including Josh Sokol, 2023 North American Scrabble champion, and Will Anderson, who has won multiple North American championships. Both of these guys are excellent Scrabble content creators as well. Josh on Twitch, Will on YouTube. You can find both of them. I do want to say thank you to all of you who have been watching today and all weekend. We've had phenomenal viewership numbers over the holiday weekend, and we would not be streaming Scrabble if not for the awesome viewer counts we're getting. So thanks to all of you for tuning in. If you don't mind, before we hop off for the lunch break, we would love if you hit us with a little thumbs up underneath this video. We're just going to keep the stream live and be right back here at the same place beyond lunch break. So even if you're going to tune out, go to bed, go out with your friends, touch some grass, whatever it is that cool people like you do, we would appreciate that thumbs up to help us build some steam. We'd appreciate it even more, though, if you hang out with us. 4 more games coming this afternoon. The lunch break happens after this game, and play will resume at 2:45 Eastern Time, about an hour and 15 minutes from now. Thanks to all of you for tuning in. We really appreciate it. And if you're just now watching Scrabble for the first time on the internet, Let's Play Scrabble is the YouTube channel where you find all of the live streamed major tournaments. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. They're not going to try to sell you anything. They're just going to let you know about some cool tournaments you can play if you want to, and they're going to let you watch them, tune in from abroad. If you're just seeing Scrabble for the first time and you're intimidated by the level of play here, please don't be. These are players who have been playing for a decade and a half or more, refining and refining and refining their craft, taking it to the max. But there is a place in Scrabble for everybody. Scrabble tournaments usually have multiple divisions. You can play with people similar to your rating. Most people treat Scrabble like golf. You take it as seriously as you want. You know, some people out there are a little bit better and practice a little bit more, but it's a great mental exercise, and you can play against people with a similar handicap, which makes it fun. Andy, do you have anything to say to first-time Scrabble viewers out there?
I would say have fun. Don't hesitate to just reach out, go to a club, reach out to a friend, and you'll never know if you like it or not unless you try it. And like Matt said, don't be intimidated. A lot of times when you start out, a lot of players will let you work with the cheat sheet while you play, and I think that's a great way to start playing the game. but please have fun, reach out, and you too can join this community as well.
Yeah, it is such a cool little sub community. I've met most of the best friends in my life through this board game. I've been playing for almost 20 years at this point, and I have no idea how my life would look if I never found Scrabble. But I do know that my life looks way better because I found it. Find a club near you or a tournament near you. You can play Scrabble online for free at woogles.io. That's woogles.io. There's tons of resources out there and a really cool, quirky sub-community full of some of the most interesting people you'll ever meet as well. Josh has ticked all the way down to 5 seconds. You can see the stress on him, and he'll just make a desperation play. This might work if OOE are in the bag, but otherwise Josh is going to hit really hard. I think he almost fished for Eta Aereo again, but that doesn't quite work. Not sure what exactly the thought there was from Josh, other than I'm out of time and I have to do a thing and I'm probably just going to lose. But this allows Will to stack underneath for a boatload of points. Neb and EME, both valid, give give Will Benny for 44. And that's about all she wrote in this one. Will's going to do a little bit of paperwork, make sure he can't be hit by anything. Josh is going to play OO as fast as humanly possible. He did just make a valid play in under a second, which is super impressive. Will is not going to be able to go out after he pulls an R out of the bag. So we'll see if Josh is able to make another play in under a second. We'll see. We are going to cut to the overhead mic at the end of this game because these guys are always great for some post-mortem banter. Josh will tell us a little bit more about what he was thinking. And we do have a little video teaser on our way out after this as well. So we'll get post-mortem banter, we'll show a little video, and then we'll cut to the lunch break. Y'all can keep the stream running, listen to the bops that the Let's Play Scrabble team always puts in between play sessions, or you can step away, go grab some lunch, and come back and join us. Play again at 2:45. All right, Josh is just going to take the penalty. All right, we'll cut to the overhead mic, see what these guys have to say.
No pun intended.
Gives you 415?
Yeah. 329. 3. Oh, right.
No. Wait. It has two different.
Yep.
No, it
Very
is.
cagey. It seemed agonizing for both of us for a while.
You blocked amortize.
Oh, you had that as an outplay? Oh, yeah. I was aware of I's possibilities. So the beauty of that is it gets the W and the Z. So.
Yeah. Is pirate good?
Yes. Is teamed good? T-E-E-N-E-D. Teamed?
I don't know. Should we play pirate?
Shit, it is. Fuck.
You have that here?
I had D-E-E-N. So I had teamed, but I couldn't pull the trigger.
So.
I mean, it's better. It's not like, given that like the scary things from a bingo perspective are the R's and the S's, like ER, SS to me. That opening wasn't like, if I felt like I had to play teamed or else you were going to bingo ending in S or R, I might pull the trigger on it, but I had a decent play. I got lucky.
Yeah, I had the J from after the exchange. So it was like
Oh,
I was
with
gonna play maybe
lulls.
Falage. And you played that.
Oh god. Yeah,
Because obviously the
That
Z
might
was
not
way
be
better
bad.
than the J.
that was a really weird turn. I wasn't sure what to do. I obviously had an S. I had an EE, and so I was thinking about all kinds of other stuff. Elk, like, is it worth playing elk? Is it worth playing LAIK? Is it worth playing KENTE? But the reason I did that is you had just exchanged 6, and the pool was 30 consonants and 16 vowels, making it much likelier that you just threw a bunch of consonants in and potentially drew vowels. So it's actually maybe worse than that. So I wanted to hang on to my vowels at any cost. So I didn't use them and set the S up there. It's also more catastrophic if I play elk and you have an S.
Personally.
Like it could be an auto loss, whereas here I can overcome it maybe.
Yeah, it's good equity too.
I don't know. Yeah, it might not be right. It just worked out okay.
Yeah, on Jig is just like
Yeah, Jake.
it's so bad. It's so bad, but like
It
it
must have
is
been
so bad.
agonizing.
like everything's bad.
Well, if you don't,
I'm getting
presumably,
outscored.
do you not have an E at that point? Because you might be looking at a pool of 3 E's, right? Like, so that doesn't help you. The D doesn't help you, but blocking it might save
No,
you.
I have an E, so it doesn't.
Oh, you did have an E.
Yeah.
Okay.
It super helps me.
But maybe there's no way to play the J.
Yeah, I had no way that I saw playing the J
Yeah.
reasonably. I was thinking of like playing Meg or Mig up here to try and set up like Ajis or Tajin or something.
Yeah, for
As
sure.
a threat, but then I get outscored if you just have something there, and even if I get something there, I'd probably get outscored.
Yeah.
So I really want to complicate it. You have no time, and you get a bunch of stuff, war times, amortize. Like
So you had to amortize. huh?
Iodometer is good, right?
No, meteoroid with those
Okay.
letters.
So it wasn't as good as I thought.
Moderator was unseen to me.
Yeah, I
But
saw
that's not-
modernist as well. I
That's
could have
not.
had.
Yeah, it's not really a threat. I can live with that because I'm up by enough.
Yeah. Obviously here it just exploded. So I couldn't
Yeah,
find
you have to
anything.
do
I
something.
couldn't find a 9 here, and even so, you lock here. So it's just like
Yeah.
I can't. I have
Well, you have to play
go
something.
for some OD thing, and I looked. I was like, maybe odoration is a word, but it's probably not a word. It looked terrible. So I just.
I don't-
This is so bad for spread. It's just terrible. I should have just given up. It was a really interesting game.
Yeah, very.
Super interesting. Yeah. Great game.
A lot of tricky turns. Thanks. Let's get this in.
Always validating in the commentary booth to see the players mention many of the things you talked about. Josh mentioning the MIG setup that Andy recommended to fish for Tajin, walking through all the logic there. And Josh talking too about moderation, modernists, potential extensions from the OD, both players picking up on those possibilities. What a crazy game, though. A great way to end our lunch session. We will be back in the afternoon. Andy will be joining me once again in the booth. We're stoked to have you all day, Andy. I know time is tight when you are studying to become a doctor, so we appreciate you. We have a special little treat. We had a request to see what it takes to stream the Scrabble tournaments, and Josh Greenway has put together just a little video of the whole setup. So let's cut over to that video and see exactly what's going on behind the scenes to get everything up and running. We've got players in the playing room. This area over here is cordoned off, and you can see both tables 1 and 2 now have streaming setups. There's Josh and Will in the game that we just watched, and you can see board 2 off to the left. But look at how many wires, how many computers are set up behind these players. That is all Josh in his giant dungeon of streaming. Wires, cameras, rack cameras, microphones, computers with all kinds of different displays that I barely understand. All of this is run into a cloud from my device onto Josh's device, goes back into these computers and spit out onto YouTube. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea how 80% of this works, and my jaw hit the floor when I got out there and saw everything Josh has to do to put together these events. So when I say hats off to Josh, please like his videos. I mean it. He works so hard to bring you these streams. And again, we wouldn't be doing it without 200 or 300 people jumping in to watch. So thanks to all of you for tuning in. Andy, we're about to go to lunch. What words do you have for our audience before we cut the stream for an hour?
We say thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you later today and on Sunday.
That's exactly what we say. Andy and I are going to go get some lunch. You do the same. Go get some lunch, go get some dinner, go make some puns or whatever. We hope to see all of you back here in right about 1 hour for rounds 21 through 24 for Albany, from Albany, New York. See you soon. Well, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for your patience during our lunch break. Round 21 from the Albany, New York Scrabble Tournament coming your way in just a minute. Matt Canik in the commentary booth, stoked to be joined by Andy Hoang. Andy, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing lovely. I'm excited for what we've got in store for everybody.
And what we have in store is absolutely sick. We'll talk about the matchup in just a minute. But before we do that, let's take a quick peek at the standings. We are through 20 of 32 rounds. Things are about to get spicy. We're fast approaching the part where repeat matchups begin. But no surprise here. First place, top-seeded Wellington Jagere, he of the former World Championship title, 2,300 rating, sits atop this field at 1604. Also at 1604 is Matthew O'Connor, who just led a lunch and learn session here. Several players capitalizing on that opportunity to eat lunch and watch Matthew talk about some cool strategic. Matthew Tunnicliffe making my name feel solid. He is in third at 15, but do not sleep on any of these folks at 14 and 6. Harshan will enter all there with several strong players nipping at the heels. I want to give a special shout out to Neil Gann sitting in 10th right now. He is picking up some major rating points on a tear in this one. All right, I want to show what these players could win. I've never seen such a sick trophy display case at a Scrabble tournament before. Actually, we don't have the picture yet. Josh and Kieran purchased a whole bunch of trophies for the winners of all divisions, and they are huge. Absolutely massive trophies. I think all Scrabble tournaments should have trophies. I think it's a pretty sick addition. We'll show you what these players are going to get to lug home with them. Let's go over to preview, though. This round, we're going to show Harshan Lamabadusuriya, he of the World Championship runner-up title at the last Scrabble World Championships. He's got a tough task in Jason Keller, who was lighting up the karaoke stage last night and is hoping to light up the stream today. Andy, what do you know about these players?
Well, I've met Jason before. He's a very, very intelligent, kind man. He's a director as well, and he's a very smart player who knows his words and knows how to make plays. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Harshan, but I've heard great things about him. I know he's a pediatrician in England, so I'll be excited to watch another person in the medical field play.
Yes, Scrabble brings so many brilliant folks. Jason Keller, a brilliant trivia mind, as well as a tutor, a private tutor for students. He won over $200,000 on the game show Jeopardy, winning a whole bunch of days in a row. And of course, Harshan, a brilliant Scrabble player and a brilliant physician. He is a pediatric internist. And actually, we had a lengthy chat about intraosseous infusions yesterday before play began. We're underway here. Jason to play first. AAEELPO is a tough opening pull for him. He needs to know one of the two 6-letter words out of this rack, I think, to play this turn optimally. What are you seeing here for Jason on turn 1, Andy?
Well, the first word that I knew was paleo, the 5. I did not know it had a 6-letter spelling version, but that would be the outstanding play for Jason if he can find it.
Yes, a 6-letter spelling of paleo, P-A-L-A-E-O. Likely Jason's top option here. You just want to shed as many of these vowels as you can. Can't scoff at 22 points. Jason with a bit of a word knowledge check, though. He's opting, I think, to play the 5-letter paleo here. Maybe not able to pull the trigger on the 6. The 6, I will mention, was just added to the CSW lexicon, as was the 5. So perhaps that's where some confusion comes from. But paleo, the 5, Jason's opening play here. And Harshan with another first turn blank. We've seen so many of those here in Albany. He has one incredible play on this turn. 90 points available for Harshan, exactly how he'd like to start the game.
Yeah, it's not intuitive to think about playing a double-double when you already have 2 A's through a 3rd A, but I do believe Harshan will find this word.
Yeah, it has been spoiled in chat. Jeremy Koo, a top expert from overseas, joining us and shouting it out. Fantasia, Fantasia, 90 points. Though many other bingos available for Harshan, if he happens to miss this one, 1-7 plays for 78 points. Outside of that, Harshan looking at 71 on this move. But Harshan, a world-class player, has twice finished second at a world championship. We expect him to find this double-double.
And it looks like he's setting it up on his rack. He spotted it,
Excellent.
and he will play it.
Excellent stuff from Harshan. 20-90 will be the score after this comes down. But Jason will have high-scoring counterplays. The H and the K combination on his rack together are going to allow him some big stacks. I think that the real question, though, is which stack? There are many good ones. Andy, walk us through some of the options Jason's got on this turn.
Sure. So the ones parallel on the left near the F of Fantasia, he can either extend all the way up and expose the triple row, or he can play more defensively and make more overlaps, which is what I would favor. There is a 49-point play I personally don't think he's going to play because it leaves not so great tiles. We'll see which of the three options that Jason elects to go with.
Yeah, this is an interesting turn, and one that, several plays can deserve some consideration. Jason setting up HAIK that plays alongside Fantasia, making IF and KA for 38. The bonus of this is it keeps the E on his rack, the best tile for Jason to bingo with, whereas HIKE scores 40 but keeps the A instead. The one consideration I think that changes Jason in favor of Hike, as he's got set up here, is that 3 A's have already been played and a 4th is on his rack. You're unlikely to get another A. There's an abundance of E's unseen. So I think in this case, I would be more inclined to take the extra 2 points and play off the E. What do you think, Andy? You like Hike with the stack here?
I have no problem with that play either. That's a great idea, Matt.
All right, we'll see which one Jason picks and how long he spends on this turn. 3 options pretty equivalent to one another. And at this point, you're kind of thinking style. Some players against a player as strong as Harshan may be inclined to put the H way up in space in that triple line. But Jason opting for the computer's preferred move, my preferred move, and Andy's preferred move of Hike for 40. 60-90 now the score in this one. ABCEIOO on Harshan's rack. He's got a number of plays to get out of these vowels, though nothing scores very well. We've seen this word come up so many times in the tournament. It's a very handy one. BOOAI is a good play here for Harshan. He can play that for 20 in 2 different places. There's also a nice 8-letter word through a 2 on the board that scores 20 here for Harshan. He's got a lot of choices that are roughly equivalent. This is a tough turn that might warrant a few minutes of thought.
The more defensive option of Hike did block Harshan's bingo, which, as you mentioned, still plays, but it will not get the 50-point bonus because it does not use all 7 tiles on this turn.
Oh, wow. Bonus was available. Yes, Cenobia, Coenobia through the N in Fantasia. Harshan surely saw that as an option, and because of that, he's likely to find the 8-letter version of it that plays as a non-bingo. I think this is still his best play, playing through the EN, Cenobia for 20, holding an E, but the thing that I've said so many times across this tournament, when you play a word, you want to make sure you know its hooks. Does Harshan know the hooks to Cenobia? And I think that he does. A viewer in chat yesterday said Harshan had looked at all of the 8 to make 9-letter words. We'll see if he knows the hooks to Cenobia, assuming he makes this play. And I'll tease it for everybody. The answer is there are no hooks to Cenobia. But you want to be pretty sure of that before you make this play.
Another thing that Harshan could play is he could play just taboo through the blank T. It doesn't give back much, and it keeps very nice synergistic CEI on his leave. Something to consider for him.
Ooh, Taboo is a nice play too. Man, several very strong plays here for Harshan. I mean, you would like to score more than 20, but hey, there's many good ways to play out of this rack. Right now, he's got just BOO set up on his rack, holding on to the A here. I wonder if this is, yeah, this has to be tactical. ACEI is rather bingo prone. The C actually couples well with vowels. So we're going to see BOO, the play for Harshan, not Taboo. And we're back to Jason, who sits on AEII LNV. 108 to 60, Harshan's advantage. Jason has no great scoring options, but oh man, there's several different options for Jason. This is going to be a big turn in terms of shaping this board and driving the pace of this game. Andy, what sticks out to you for Jason on this turn?
Well, as you mentioned, it's a decision that Jason has to make. Does he play short, keeping a good, groomed rack for a bingo potentially, or do you play longer or for more points? And then even with the decision to play short and to groom his rack, Jason has several options. He could throw this board really open by exposing the first row by playing something like Via or Vi up in the top in EH. Or he could play something long like Vinial, hooking Boo now that Harshan held back the A. Keeping that Boo takes a lot of back hooks.
Yeah, Jason initially setting up Venial, Venial, would play with Bool for 25 points. Now he's looking at VLEI, I imagine in the same spot, making Vool. That holds AIN. I think if I'm going to make a Bool play, I'd prefer to play 6 of the tiles here, take the extra points over Vly, but Vly is going to guarantee an open board for several turns. Maybe that's something Jason wants. He knows a whole lot of words, and he wants to keep this board dynamic against a player as strong as Harshan. 2 plays crush a simulation over all the other options. 2 plays are 3 up on everything else. Those are VIE or VIA, both in the top corner, as Andy mentioned, making either AH or EH. Exposing a triple-triple, though, against a player as strong as Harshan. Andy, is that something you think Jason's going to do here?
I think if you're playing against a much higher-rated player like Harshan, you might want the extra volatility, and exposing that triple-triple is something that you want. And again, there's no guarantee that Harshan will even hit it, but exposing it is not something that is not necessarily a bad thing if you're Jason.
It is so interesting to see how different people respond to the tall task of playing a top player. Some are more fearful than normal and afraid to open anything up, and some think, man, I need this board to be as volatile as possible, and I need to get a little bit lucky and just draw the words in the right places. Jason opting to play VLEI here, holds AIN and draws rather well into it. Jason trails 81 to 108. Harshan on ACDEIIS, and another classic Scrabble decision of how much do I break up this stable nucleus and how much do I try to keep this nucleus and bingo next turn. This is another tricky turn for Harshan. I think 2 different candidate plays do 2 very different things. Playing off just ID, making KAI and END is 22, holds the synergistic ACEIS combo. Harshan can also play offense here. ICED alongside the left side of hiked exposes a triple-triple once again, but it's 31 points. Holds AIS, which is not bad at all, especially given many A's and I's have been played. Andy, what do you think? Offense, open this thing up if you're Harshan, or keep things tight with ID and try to bingo next turn?
Those are both excellent options. I would favor ID for 2022. The only problem is with that leave, what happens if you draw into one of the many unseen U's or you pull into more vowels? Then you're not going to have a really great play next turn to either score or dump. But Harshan's making this play, so we'll see. He's either going to bingo next turn or he's going to have a really unbalanced rack where he's just going to have to fish yet again. But this is a fine play. Ice is a little bit too open for someone who has a lead.
Yeah, if you're Harshawn, you would hate to just have a game over situation. You string an I in a triple triple and then get hit with a triple triple. You're all but done after that. So keep things tight and just let this game progress. Try to win later on is the MO for Harshawn. Jason has 3 playable bingos on this turn: a 7, an 8, and a 9. Jason opting to play the 7 here. Mandirs for 71. I think this is a missed opportunity for Jason. The 8 scored 1 additional point and is far less dangerous than the choice he's made here. And we'll see that S in space with Harshawn drawing into a blank is going to make this a spicy game. ACEGIS blank, the rack for Harshawn. He would love to punish this mistake from Jason with a triple triple, but that S not in the right spot. He will bingo for a lot, but no triple triples available for Harshawn. I'm not going to say what the words are. We'll let Harshawn show you what he's going to play in just a minute, but a big play coming from Harshawn no matter what.
Yeah, I wish Jason would have spent maybe an extra few seconds or a minute to verify that he wasn't missing any other bingos, because I feel like he does know the word of Mandira. It's the probability is definitely in his range. But the thing is, when you see a bingo on your rack, sometimes we get tunnel vision. It's like, oh, we have a bingo. I can still play it. Let me play that. But you're right. It's gonna hurt Jason here. Putting an S in that lane is definitely not a good idea.
Now, this is a huge point in the game. Jason has immediately spotted his bingo next turn. He has Pile Wart, which fits perfectly down from the P in Paleo with 3 overlaps. Pile Wart, one of 2 possible 8s out of this rack, the only one that plays for Jason. So if Harshawn bingos to the S, he will obstruct all of it. But if Harshawn chooses to bingo through the S, he will not obstruct Jason's big threatening play. A huge, huge moment in this game for Harshawn. There are many bingos that make sense. Dis cages, ceasings, glaze sizes, all available. Will Harshawn block Jason's biggest play here?
Well, the thing for Harshawn is he won't need, ESP or a Sixth Sense. Honestly, the best 8s that he can play through the S will obstruct Pile Wart. Those being either Caginess or Glacia. I don't know how you pronounce it, but Glacizes. Both of them will block Pile Wart. But what an excellent find for Jason and a great fit. This is one that you hold your breath and say, please don't play there.
Precisely. Jason trying not to indicate any emotion on his face right now, keeping things nice and calm. Breathe in and out, breathe in and out. Hope this doesn't get blocked. It is not Glacizes. I had to look this word up. It's Glacis is Glacis is a 6, and you can tack an ES on the end to pluralize it. So don't try this as a 7 at home, folks, but Glacises is what I think Harshawn's going to do here. It's got the added bonus that it knocks out the 7s line if Jason were to back hook MI. Harshawn instead picking ceasings here. This scores just as well, and he can't know that this is going to end up giving Jason a huge play next turn. Ceasings, 60 or 86 points, and Jason with a big response lined up.
I'm really surprised Harshawn played that because, yeah, it's the same number of points, but this is one of the few bingos that dangles an S out. So I was surprised he went for this because he had the lead, but Jason Keller's going to hit back with Pile Wart, and maybe Harshawn will draw a bingo to that S and make his move seem like 40 chess.
Yeah, wow. All right, Pile Wart has come down. Harshawn's just got to tip his hat and say, all right, that happens sometimes. And we'll see what he's able to find in this bag. Jason pulling back ahead by 20. 236 to 216. This is still very much anybody's game. And we'll see. Harshan famously does this. He did it at Worlds a bunch of times. He will take care of all of his paperwork before we get to see any of his tiles. You do not want to miss track. I actually started doing this after I watched Harshan do it at the Nationals. I don't care what my letters are. I need to make sure I track properly, and then I'll look at next turn. And I think, Andy, you'll be the first one to tell us that a physician needs to have his or her paperwork in order all the time, or else, right?
Yeah, it's good that physicians, they are very organized, just like anybody would. And I actually do what Harshan does, where I will do all of my paperwork before I draw my tiles, because that way I do not miss track and I do not miss plays.
Tracking, for those who are very green to the Scrabble scene, most players on their score sheet have all 100 tiles in a Scrabble set on a piece of paper, and as the letters are played, the tiles are crossed off. So as you get towards the end of a game, you know what possibilities can still be drawn versus what's out there on the board. And at the very end, you should, in theory, know exactly what letters your opponent has, so you can optimize your plays at the end of the game. Very important that you do this correctly, especially at the highest level of Scrabble play. And of course, Harshan and Jason, two of the players who give us high level Scrabble play. Harshan, down 20, has EEFMORW. Weft to the T in Pilewart seems to be a strong play for Harshan here. He's got it set up now. EMOR is a strong leave. Can't score much better than this on this turn. And the W, a pretty tough tile to have. You'd love to shed it here. Weft gets a thumbs up from me. Any thoughts on that turn, Andy?
It's a thumbs up from me here too.
When we have players as good as Harshan and Wellington and Adam Logan, it's really easy to do commentary. You usually just say thumbs up to whatever they do and compliment their play. There's not much else to add, honestly. I view my job more as to tell the audience why they're playing what they played, but not to critique their plays. These guys are all so good at Scrabble. Jason has a fun turn here. EIQRTVY. Of course, Andy, anytime you draw the Q, you're looking to shed it. Jason can do that with QIS, either to the S in Ceasings or to the IS with Pilewort and Fantasia. He can also score 34 and block up a lot of opportunity on the board. Verite, VERITE, plays for 34 down to the E in Weft, holds QY as a leave. What do you think, Andy? You playing the Q here?
Personally, yeah, I would dump the Q. It is tempting to consider Verite for 34, just because there are 4 U's still to come, and we all know the curse. We dump the Q, and what do we draw out of the bag? A U, and we're just like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this timing. But it did not happen to Jason here. But QIS, the S is, he has an S lane to work with. And remember, Verite will be available for him next turn if he chooses to.
Indeed, Cheese holds Verite and even kind of protects Verite from being blocked next turn. Harshan was never thinking of blocking, though. He's drawn a bingo, Mergens, his only bingo playable on this turn, and he will throw it down to pull ahead. 320 for Harshan, 258 for Jason, who has EEIRTVY on this turn. This could still be Verite, as he held last turn, but many other plays make sense to Jason here. This is a situation where I expect to see Jason buckle down for a few minutes and think. He's picked up YE, which would play to the R in Pilewart. YER is 27, keeps a nice bingo-prone leave. What do you think about that play, Andy?
Great equity play. It scores great, keeps a great leave, and it will actually set him up for backup options. Even if he doesn't hit his bingo, he guarantees himself a great play like Trove next turn, right on top.
Ooh, yeah, that could be a big score for him in the future. Set yourself up for a guarantee. If you miss the bingo, you've got a nice bailout. Yes, I love that. That's why I love having you in the booth, Andy. YER, strong play for Jason. 34, though, for Verite is hard to pass up. But again, we've talked about the letter Y several times on this stream. Players have radically different views on it. Some love it, especially in Collins with KY, FY available, NY as well. Some people love the Y for scoring opportunities. Some people hate the Y because it can muck up bingo racks like it's doing here. We'll see what Jason's thoughts on the Y are, but I think we're going to see YER on this move, and that makes sense. He could also play EYER, same spot for 7 more points. Andy, walk us through why you like one of these options, IR or YER, over the other.
If the scores were flipped, IR burning the extra E for 7 more points makes sense, but Jason Keller is going to need a bingo, maybe 2, to win this game. I think he needs to hold on to that E. And remember, ER, I believe, is the best 2 tiles in terms of leave value, which for the people who are relatively new to this game, it's the idea that letters that you don't play, as in you leave them on your rack, have great future value, and ER is one of those because it just makes so many good plays, bingos, non-bingos. So keeping that extra E with his R is well worth the 7 points that he's giving up here.
Yeah, YER looks to be a very strong play for Jason. Harshan has a fascinating turn lined up on his rack, DHOTUXZ. And I think many players will find the 51-point option, DZHO, plays alongside the right side of Vly, making Ed and Ms. But what Harshan did is what you need to do in this game situation. Play Mux first. Hold DZHO for next turn, block bingo opportunities for Jason, and just hang on and win this game. Harshan is brilliant at doing this. He is fantastic at defending his leads. He knows when to play defense, when to play offense. This is awesome from Harshan. Don't fall into the trap. Block first, score second. Love to see it.
Correct. Now, there's not many there. There's no spot for Jason to play a 7 thanks to Mux first. And of course, even if the DZHO play gets blocked, because Harshan keeps the D on hand, he could pull into something through pilewort, making def, such as doozy, or as he's drawn here, dozen. So this is a smart decision right here by Harshan to go for Mux first.
Yeah. So many players will play DZHO. That's a trap. Defense, then score. Great stuff. Jason has Trove lined up. He set himself up for this last turn. And often when you set yourself up for a play, you kind of get some tunnel vision on it. That was your plan, and you're going to stick to your plan. Another variation of that play is Veto in the same spot. Play to the O, making TEF. Veto 32. Trove 34, the IORT leave is definitely stronger than the IOT leave on a neutral board. But on this board, after Harshan mucked it up with Mux, maybe you don't want to keep these 1-point bingo-oriented tiles in a game state where it's very difficult to bingo. What do you think, Andy? Are you looking to score 2 extra points with Trove, or do you want to keep that R?
He needs to play Trove because he needs to set up an S hook for him. He's trailing. Strove is a word. Veto would not create an S line for Jason Keller. He needs to play Trove here.
All right. Oh, yeah. Trove to Strove could be huge for Jason to crawl back into this game and facing the deficit even without the S. You just got to pray that you're going to draw it later on and create that entropy. Great thought there, Andy. And yeah, I totally agree. Trove feels stronger in this instance. Jason even has Viratot, Viretot, that would have played until Harshan played Mux. So just the value of the block first on immediate display. And here comes Trove. Nice.
Well, now Harshan can just slam down DZHO, and if anybody in the audience knows how to pronounce this word so that we don't keep sounding like an abbreviation machine, that would be great. But that's I don't really see anything else that Harshan's going to consider here.
Yeah, Collins has DZO, ZHO, and DZHO, and I think they're all just Joe, but I'm not certain on that. So chat, keep us accountable. Chat loves to correct my pronunciation, and people love to go into these videos like 11 months later and correct my pronunciations. Every once in a while, I open them up just for a little nostalgia trip and learn something new almost every time in those comments. So if it's not Joe, somebody let us know, please. Jeremy's saying they're all just Zoe. So we could just say Zoe. All right, let's say Zoe. Very often a game of Scrabble comes down to who's going to draw one tile in specific, and this one, that S left in the bag, just so important. So every tile you play, every additional tile you draw is a huge opportunity for you to get this pivotal tile for the Strove hook on this board. But Harshan can't play more than 4 tiles on this turn. I don't think it's right to leave points on the table and play MIZ and Zoned or MID and Zenda. Whoa! All right, Harshan doing what I said he does best. He's going to play the E now, hold Zhou again for next turn, and Zhou is not getting blocked very often. Wow, fascinating. Andy, what do you think about this?
The reason why I like Trove was if it doesn't, the S hook is going to be hard to block, and if you do block it, it's very expensive to block, meaning the opportunity cost for Harshan to block it, as we saw here, cost him points elsewhere. He had to take only 12 points here to block that spot. I think this is a good idea by Harshan. Trove does scream, "Hey, I have an S" from Jason Keller. Unfortunately, though, because Trove, and based on the dynamics of this board, Jason Keller is almost certainly going to block Zode for the next turn because he really doesn't have anywhere else to play other than playing to the left side of Hike, which he might be forced to, maybe playing CAD, C-A-D. He holds there's only one E and one S unseen to Jason Keller. I think he might have to play CAD here.
All right. CAD takes both the E and the S in front. Jason looking at COD, which does the same thing. E-COD valid in CSW, and Jason sees just one unseen E. So this is a smart setup. Set up Strove, distract Harshan, now set up E-COD now that you've pushed the E off of his rack. I think COD definitely the correct line here for Jason on the next turn.
Yeah, well, if Jason Keller plays COD, Harshan's he's gonna think like, oh my gosh, he can't block this.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Well, the good news is he can play Zoe now, and hopefully he'll be up by a lot, and he can weather a bingo. It's very important that Jason he doesn't need to pull into bingo right away. COD is such a great play that it's very hard to block unless you have the E.
I wonder if Harshan is going to block the spot up top. Passing on 51 again seems nuts. He's not going to have great ways to block everything at the top of the board, but he could backhook KAI if he really wants to obstruct that bingo line. It's just going to come at a huge sacrifice. So yeah, I think scoring the points here makes sense. Zoe or Azoth for 51 in the same spot, both strong options for Harshan. He's finally pulling the trigger, though, on Zhou, showing remarkable patience, passing this play 2 straight turns before he finally drops it down. 51 for Harshan brings his total up to 419, and Jason, ABEGITY, can cash the ECOD hook now or can wait for an additional turn. He's got plays up top with YBET, YBET, and ECOD is 37. But Andy, I'd be looking to be patient here and keep my E for the future. What do you think?
Yes, you have to be patient here. You can assume, based on Harshan's last play, that he almost certainly didn't have an E, or else he would have played something up there. Opinion that accomplishes a lot for him, and it's agility through Pilewort and Fantasia. It will open up another line for him, score well, and force Harshan to deal with that area of the board.
Yeah, agility and ability both playing through that LI right now, and both crucially holding on to the E. Now, Harshan on his 4-tile pull did draw the final E. So Harshan probably breathing a sigh of relief. He can block the threat from Jason. But will Jason be able to find another way to open this board? He's looking at just playing BYE and ECOD right now. I think that'd be a big mistake for Jason. I just don't see how you win the game after you make that play.
I agree. You cannot. You can't play by here. That is. Don't play that. Don't play that. If you're gonna. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what happens now.
Yeah, indeed we will. But man, I just you can try to bingo down from the B, but that's probably just going to get blocked, and then you're done. There's like nothing else you can do to catch back up in this game. Anyway, Jason opting to make this play here. I think ABY in the bottom corner of this board next to Mergens, making EA, OB, and NY. That was 32 points. That's a strong play. Ability or agility are very tough to spot, but those are better ways for Jason to crawl into this game. BYE, though, is the choice Jason has committed to. We've got a 40-point game. Harshan 419, Jason 379. Harshan on turn with the J, and he would love to block the B, but there's not a great way to do so. Only Bungie, BUNJE, does that. Comes at a pretty strong point sacrifice, but hey, if you're Harshan, there's one threat, you knock it out, right? Andy, are you playing Bungie here as Harshan, or are you going to just score some points elsewhere?
It's either Bungie or maybe you consider just BAJU Baji just to hold that case E, because now you know you're the last E. It's between the two. I mean, Bungie is 8 more, turns over another letter, but I would personally play Baju, keeping RENT. Who knows? You might pull into a bingo yourself, Harshan, because you know Jason Keller is probably going to try to open this board somehow.
That's a great point. Yeah, Jason has to open, and one of my favorite things to do in Scrabble is just keep very bingo-prone things. And when my opponent opens the board in desperation, I bingo where they gave me a spot, and hey, GG, I win. The risk in that, though, is if you don't draw the bingo, you draw an awkward rack, and they open it up. It can be rough for you. Harshan has 37 points available with a 40-point lead. If you score 37 more here, you can simply outrun many of Jason's bingos, and RAJ keeps your case E and scores very well, slotting between Joe and Mergens. Raj for 37 makes sense, but I think just from the style of Scrabble I've seen from Harshan consistently across his career, I think we're going to see a block from him. Bungie, Baju, one of those options.
Yeah, at some point, Harshan will have to address the X. As weak of a lane, it is still a lane, and there are ing words that could possibly fit. The thing about Raj, I do like that play. It scores well, does everything you need. Maybe he should just play that right now. The only downside to Raj is if you play it, the only way you can obstruct the X next turn is to play through the X, whereas without Raj, you could play something parallel to Mergens and obstruct the X lane.
This is a huge decision for Harshan. The worst case scenario is Jason bingos from the B. In a pool that has no E's, it's unlikely, but not impossible. And not impossible indeed, as Jason actually has a bingo from the B. He holds Bantling right now. So this is a pivotal juncture for Harshan. We know that Jason has a bingo. To Harshan, it's unlikely, and he's making a major sacrifice to block it, but a key decision he has to make here.
Trying to see what Harshan is considering here. Looked like at first maybe he was going to play JEU on top of Mux, which does obstruct the X, but I guess he's looking at the pool, and I think a bingo through the X is only going to score in the upper 60s. a bingo from the B is going to score 80 to 86. I think he's probably going to play something that from the B to obstruct.
Oh man, this is a classic Scrabble dilemma, one that is so hard to solve, and in this instance, one that is so crucial to get right. Bantling is going to be a huge score, 86 for Jason. Even after Harshan scores well with a play like Raj, Jason would take the lead. Harshan can still outrun if that happens, but oh man, big turn here. You can feel the suspense. All right, he's picked up AJU, and you can watch Jason Keller deflate just a little bit. You actually saw it in his eyes. We had psychologist Robin Pollock Danial in the booth earlier on in the tournament talking about the psychology, and I've been watching more and more of the players' faces across this tournament. But Baju, a key block from Harshan, and Jason now sees his odds of winning this dwindle very quickly.
Now Jason's going to have to think, all right, I have to build another lane while also maintaining the X lane. How he's going to do that, he's going to have to get really creative here. He might have to play something cute, hooking onto Kai, and the problem is he just doesn't have the vowels to spare. He could play something ending in, the KAI takes so many back hooks. Is it worth him dumping something like just the N?
Yeah, KAIN seems like the natural one-tile fish here. I'm trying to think like if he pulls an E, he'll get a tingle, might threaten a few other, anti-log with an O draw as well. But actually, KAIN is going to end up giving Harshan Otarine back as a bingo. So the one-tile fish makes sense for Jason, but is going to get walloped in return. I think, honestly, this kind of goes back to the decision to play BYE. There's one bingo line. Even if you have a good pull, if that line goes away, you're just kind of done. And that's where we are now.
Yeah, let's see. There's 7 in the bag. So, and Jason, look at his point of view. He's looking at this. He's looking at the pool and says, like, wow, bingos that I could draw, but bingos that Harshan could have right now. But you're down 54. You have to play something. You have to be a little bit taking a risk here. He could consider something like NIL, setting up the A front hook. Hope that Harshan doesn't have an A, and then you can hit it next turn. We do know from Harshan's track that will bring back Otarine, but Jason can't know that.
Jason could also try to open the left side of this board again by playing through the LI. In the bottom of this board, he can play AILING, and that would set up tailing and nailing. The problem with that is there are just so many hooks unseen. Unseen to Jason, NRRTTT. So Harshan is basically a lock to have a front hook there. That would be a creative option with a different unseen distribution, but not something he can do here.
Well, I'll leave it to the audience to think. If Jason Keller plays tiling, it only takes the S front hook. How many possible 7s from this unseen pool would actually fit? The S would have to be in the 4th position. It's the only thing or the 5th position. It's the only possible bingo that would fit. I'm not sure there's many that come to mind, but tiling could be something that he could do, keeping LAN, pray for the S draw, and some hope here.
Yeah, that's not a terrible decision. You want to try to open up another line if you're Jason, and then maybe get lucky and bingo from the X instead. You want to set up a big threat that Harshan must address, but also give yourself options to draw bingos elsewhere on this board. Will tiling work? Jason has now set it up on his rack, and he is solving exactly the puzzle that you put out for our viewers. If I get lucky and draw that S, can I actually draw any bingo that fits? Would something like Linsman be in the pool? Jason's not seeing it. Jason's going to fish the N. This makes sense, but Jason's about to be hit by another Harshan bingo in this one. Harshan's 4th bingo Odorine about to come down for 60 points. 68, excuse me.
Harshan's going to double check, make sure that if he bingos out, he can weather any potential out bingo from Jason. So he just has to make sure that there's no bizarre 8 that ends in the X or starts with the X. I don't see any at first glance. But
yeah, there are bingos that could potentially play. Oh no, this blocks like everything. Yeah. This there's nothing I see with the X. This is gonna do it in all instances.
well, I think Jason made. I mean, Kane was dumping the N was one of the candidate plays that we considered, so it wasn't a bad play. I think it was a fine play. Because if he pulls into an E, he has a bingo in 2 spots. It's unfortunate that it gave back Harshan a bingo right away, but you can't expect that.
Yeah, if Jason had drawn an E, he'd have Exalting. If Jason had drawn the U that Harshan just pulled, he'd have Luxating through the X as well. Neither of those bingos would win for Jason, but they would be a small consolation prize. And hey, they probably would have won for Jason if Harshan hadn't just scored 68 on the previous turn. Players checking their scores, pause the clock for a second. Now we're back on play. But this one just about done. Harshan eclipsing the 500 mark at 501 with his 4th bingo. And Jason's just now got to figure out a good out in 2 sequence. I'm going to check on board 2, see if we've got the ability to switch. But with both players down to 3 minutes on their clock, there's a chance board 2 is just already done. All right, I'm seeing in board 2, there's 1 tile in the bag. I'm going to see how close it is. Seeing that game's also already decided, so no drama. Just a game in progress, but the outcome basically done. So no switch to board 2 for us in this round, though again, major shout out to Josh Greenway, Josh Castellano, and Sean Abbasi behind the scenes, helping us build the apparatus to switch over 2 games just in case we do get blowouts on board 1. Sean has been frantically quackling games just so we have up-to-date GCG files and score updates. He's just behind the scenes watching a silent stream and quackling every move as it happens. A very thankless job, but we want to make sure Sean gets the thanks he deserves. Hearing from our production team that we'll do overhead mic here, but 3 of the 4 players we're going to show on stream next round are already set to go. So we're going to have a very quick turnaround, see if we get a postmortem, but then we're also going to kick these guys off and get our next game going nice and quick.
It looks like Jason is planning to play off AAL before tiling to save tiling for next turn. His best sequence will be to actually play parallel to Odorine by playing something like Lagan now, keeping TI. He cannot do anything about Harshan's play of stepped through mergens and hooking and pluralizing Zoe. I'm not sure what this placement of AL is supposed to do for Jason.
It's just a guaranteed out in 2, I think, is basically what he's trying to do here. With just a minute and change on his clock, he sees tiling, he's going to hold tiling, and Harshan will just score some points, either stepped, as you pointed out, or PUTTS through the T in Odorine. Could Harshan obstruct? Yeah, he can play PURE, LIP, and EAU to block tiling, but it's better for him to just grab his chunk of points, as Jason also threatens TING above Odorine as a second out. For those just tuning in, welcome to our coverage of the July 4th Albany, New York Scrabble Tournament. This is a tournament with the largest prize fund we've seen in North America in several decades, we're showing coverage of the Bob Linn Superstars Division, the top 50 or so CSW or Collins Lexicon players in the room competing for a $15,000 first prize. It's some of the coolest stuff I've ever seen in competitive Scrabble history, and it brought out some of the top players from around the world, including Harshan Lamabadu-Surya of the UK. Just awesome vibes all tournament. Awesome, well-run tournament as well. Things are going so smoothly. All kinds of after-hours events going on as well. After hours today is the Will Anderson meet and greet. He's going to give a keynote speech. I was told he will sign any body part offered to him. So I'm trying to decide if I want chest or back autographed by the great Will Anderson. Stay tuned on that. I'm sure photos will come. Thanks to every single one of you for tuning in. I'm going to beg one more time. We do have about 300 viewers with us right now. We would love to exceed our thumbs up count from yesterday. We got to 205 on day 1, 220 and change on day 2. We'd love to get past the 200 mark now and try to get up to maybe 250 by the end of the day. So if you haven't given us a thumbs up, we'd really appreciate it. Bump us up the algorithm, help people stumble into competitive Scrabble. Harshan has found his best endgame of Stepped, and he's going to pick up 5 extra points as Jason challenges. Stepped plus 5 brings Harshan to 540. And Jason will be making his outplay shortly to get this one over with. Fun game, well-played game by both players. Maybe 2 turns a little imprecise from Jason Keller. The Mandirs versus Mandiras decision, and the choice to play BYE and ECOD cashing in early. A huge difference in this one. We'll cut to overhead mic and see if we can catch some banter from the players.
25 to 540.
Give me a second. 22, right?
Yeah.
$413, $540.
Wait, sorry.
413, $540.
425.
I missed the
You missed the 12 for Al.
Alrighty.
Yes.
My mistake. 12. That's 525.
425.
425, 540.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
I don't know. Is there much? Well, I got stuck there. I was kind of hoping that somehow you didn't have anything. And...
21, right?
Wait, what?
Round 21.
Round 21, yeah. Yeah.
Please check.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, 540 to 425?
Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. 525. Please change it. Yeah, my mistake.
425.
425.
Yeah.
Yeah. That maps.
All right, well, the players typing the scores in, not much of a postmortem on this one. We are going to have a very, very quick turnaround before we get to the next game. We will bring the stream down for just a second. While we do, though, if y'all are hanging out in the chat, I would love to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win this division? Things are wide open. There are so many strong players. Who do you think will win? Who do you want to win? Let us know in the chat. Andy and I will be watching during the break, and we'll give you our choices when we come back. Andy and I are going to step away for a minute. Y'all don't go anywhere. More Scrabble coming soon. Well, there's a big old smile on my face and some sunglasses on Andy's face. I love it. We got the commentator synergy. Let's go, Andy. And the reason we are shades engaged is because the heat has been turned up on this tournament. We are officially now at the point where repeat matchups have begun. And wow, what a sick repeat matchup we have to start this one off. Let's cut over to the board and show you what you get to watch, but the players who have been atop the standings all tournament are about to face off for the second time. Oh, we're going to cut over to the trophies first because these are honestly really sick. I was staring at them all break. 9 trophies have emerged. Trophies for first, second, third, fourth, and fifth in the Bob Linn Superstars Division. Trophies for first place in CSW Division 2, the WoW Division and WoW Division 2, as well as a trophy for the first convert. Andy, what do you think about trophies at Scrabble tournaments?
I personally think they are a good addition. Granted, they will take away the budget from the rest of the prize pool, so I would reserve them towards a couple special tournaments. This is definitely a special tournament, so the trophies are a nice touch. But you also want to make sure that they're not too unwieldy that it makes it hard for the people who win them to travel and carry them back, especially for our overseas players.
Bro, if I win the Bob Linn Superstars Division, I want the biggest trophy. I'll check my bag, whatever. You give me $15K, absolutely. I'm checking that trophy home like a baller. All right, let's cut to the board. I'm stoked. I can't wait anymore. The next matchup, Matthew O'Connor, Wellington Jagere, 1 and 2, pretty much all tournament. Matthew hanging on to first right now. He's won 4 straight, and Wellington losing with a 487 score last game has dropped to second. This one bound to be spicy. You ready, Andy?
I am, and last time these guys played, I think Wellington lost, and he scored 494. So we are in for a track meet, hopefully a repeat of that type of game.
Man, sometimes you just do everything you can, score 480 or 490, and just can't win. It is what it is, but we are underway. We are playing Scrabble. We'll cut away from preview, cut over to Wellington's rack as he's got his letters. First repeat of the tournament underway. ABDISTY. The rack for Wellington here. He can play 5 tiles, extend out to that double letter square, but it is going to cost him his S. Bitsy is 28, BAY 16, or BAYT 18. Andy, what are you looking to do here if you're Wellington?
I'm personally would play BAYT because you set up an S hook for yourself. And, some people might be tempted to just play Bay, keeping the DIST, but the D and the T don't go well together. And BAY takes 3 back hooks in this lexicon. Makes it really easy for Matthew to just obstruct that area. I would play BAYT. Bitsy is something to consider, but I don't think it's worth 8 points to burn an S at this stage.
Wellington going even smaller here, and this is not one that popped on my radar, but that's on me. This one winning in a simulation, BY for 14. The ADIST leave, nice and solid, but also the defense of this play, excellent for Wellington. This is how we've started. BY for 14. AAEIMOR, the rack for Matthew, and he's got to choose how much defense he wants to play in response to a small opening from Wellington. Andy, when your opponent opens with just a 2-tile move, what does that generally tell you?
Well, it tells us that you have a strong reserve. So Matthew's thinking, all right, Wellington has a pretty strong rack. So Matthew may not want to put out too many floaters for Wellington. He might try to keep it really compact. We'll see if Matthew makes that adjustment here.
Yeah, Matthew likely trying to play as much defense as he can, and the best way to do that to me appears to be MOAI beneath BY, making BO and YA. You give no additional floaters for Wellington to play 8s through. You can also play the same word alongside or front hooking by to make BY. Matthew's going to play Oma. Okay, so if Wellington bingos after Oma, there's a good chance a triple is exposed. I think that's most of the thinking. Excuse me. No, geez, most of the thinking here for Matthew O'Connor. What do you think of this, Andy?
I would prefer MOAI underneath by, because MOAI doesn't take the S. And usually a play like BY signals that he might have an S in reserve. OMA runs into the issue. You're keeping ARIE. That's easy to get into vowel trouble if you miss your fish.
Yeah, you're expecting to get some floaters because you're expecting Wellington to bingo, but Wellington missing everything. He's quickly put down his play of ADD, has not committed to his clock yet, but this looks very solid. LAID, front hooking Oma to make Loma another strong play, but Wellington making what I think is his best play on this turn of add.
Well, it's going to block Matthew from bingoing, so it's a good decision by Wellington.
I have variate on Matthew's rack, but his decision to play defense, which made a ton of sense last turn, is now costing him the ability to bingo on this turn. That's classic Scrabble. I did what was best last turn, but the stakes have changed completely on this turn. This is now a tricky turn for Matthew O'Connor. He looks to play off the V somewhere, but everything is going to give something back, and he's got to have Wellington pegged on a strong leave. After BY and then ADD, you know Wellington has a strong leave, and his bingo odds are quite high. I wonder how Matthew is going to adjust his play here. I wonder if it's absolutely crazy to simply drop an A, play OBA and DA for 10, as opposed to making an opening on this board. What do you think, Andy?
Well, another puzzle for the audience. If Matthew jumps one of the A's, how often is he going to hit a 7? And I personally do not like these types of plays where you're just constantly fishing, because I mean, at least for Matthew's sake, Wellington is also on a fishing expedition, so you're waiting for him to bingo, then you can use floaters to score as well. But given a dearth of options that Matthew can play here, it's not unreasonable to just dump the A, hope that you hit, or hope that Wellington opens. So maybe playing the A here is reasonable.
If you're not playing the A, then you're probably going to play AVI in one of two places, either making AD to the left side of ADD or making AA on top of OMA. AVI, though, takes a D and an S, and I feel like an S is in Wellington's range very, very often after the way this game has started, so I'm not eager to put that hook out there. If there's any player in this field who drops the A for 10, it's the guy sitting in the chair right now, Matthew O'Connor. We'll see what he does. This is challenging. This is fun. This is Mind Games 101 over the Scrabble board.
I think what Matthew has set up is what I prefer over dumping the A, and it's playing Obia. It scores 4 more points, and it gives him a better leave, to be honest. I'd rather keep Avert than Avert with an I, because there we go. This is a good play, Matthew. This is what I would play here.
Yeah, Obia is strong. The one weakness of this play is that Obia allows 6 tile plays down to the triple, but given you figure Wellington has all 1-pointers after the way he has opened this game, you're not worried about the 6-letter plays. And in fact, you can crash that V there when you miss your bingo. So I like that idea quite a bit from Matthew. Cellist going to be the immediate response from Wellington, his highest scoring bingo. And we are off to the races here. Wellington now at 104 after dropping his bingo and into the AERTV leave. Matthew has found the Z. He was really hoping to get a bingo down, not in the cards for him. And this is another very interesting turn. You can play the Z in a short play and keep AERTV again. You can play long. You can try to set up the Z. There's so much that Matthew could do, but he's going to play ZE quickly here.
Yeah, I think ZE is probably the top move. Maybe would have spent such a smart guy. He probably did all that calculation very quickly and concluded that ZE is the best play here.
Yeah, there were some Z plays from the C. There was a play from the T as well for Matthew last turn, but he has quickly committed to ZE, and that's a good play. It's probably the correct play. He plays it fast too, which is nice. Save that time for down the road. EIMNRSW, the pull for Wellington, and he now has a high scoring option after Matthew places that Z on the board. Wellington can wrap through it with what he's setting up now on his rack, Wizener. He's also got Twiner using the same letters. So is Wellington looking at Twiner from the T for 30, or will he spot the 46-point Wizener up above?
Well, if he's, I think you got to play Wizener here. Just 46. That's very, yeah, it does give back some easy hits through the triple and the double letter score. And Wellington's probably picked up from now that Matthew's played 3 tiles, he's played 2, he's probably grooming his rack. But 46, I think that's a standout play. Keep an S in reserve.
Yeah, you do want to play defense here if you're Wellington, but I'm not seeing a compelling way to do that. Sim spat out CWM for 10 if you don't want to open much and try to bingo next turn, but that's ridiculous. You've got 46 on the table. Got to play Wizener here.
Exactly. Like Twiner using the same letters is a not a good play for Wellington. It scores 16 fewer and it puts all those floaters out there. Wizener leaves a few floaters, but not in that much open space.
Fatigue could start to be a factor for these players. Wellington is not on round 22. Wellington generous enough to give us more of his time over this long weekend. Wellington played a best of 7 here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel the day before this tournament and played all 7 games, eventually losing 3-4 to his countryman, a team in CCAC. It was a great series, some awesome games across it, but Wellington is not on round 22. This is his 29th game of Scrabble since Wednesday, all against extremely fierce opposition.
Where is Mew going to play? Unless he's not thinking about playing this with Dam, is he?
I don't know what he's thinking about on this turn, honestly. I feel like if you see Wizener, you commit to it very early on. But I don't know that he's seen it if he's taking this much time.
Well, that changes things. If he has not seen Wizener, then this is a turn that he's going to have to get creative here, and he might have to play Twiner then if he doesn't see Wizener.
One thing that pushes Wellington away from making this blunder is if you're not going to play Wizener, like one of your best backup plays is actually just Wizen holding EMRS. That's a nice synergistic combination. And then once you notice that opportunity, you're likely to notice the extension. Wellington now setting up WM on the side. I think he's giving serious thought to Coombe. And here it comes, CWM for Wellington. He says, Matt, I don't like it. You've played 3, 2, and 2 tiles. I'm not giving you any new opportunity. I'm protecting my lead. Coombe for 10. An interesting call there from Wellington.
And once again, Matthew has missed his fish. And at some point, you might have to think, okay, maybe I should just turn it in, play Tavern, and score and move on. Because guess what? Matthew, if he scores with 39 for Tavern, he will come very close to, he will actually take the lead here. So I would turn it in. I mean, there's no easy way for him to just dump the V and the F.
The one thing pulling you against Tavern right now is Wellington, after bingoing, played WM for 10 points. And that's got to be a big tell, like, oh crap, he's in bingo range again. If I play Tavern rather, I'm stringing out VERN. I'm going to get bingoed on so often. And maybe I want to go elsewhere. He can play Vernal, VERNAL, to the Ellen cellist, making ZEA. He can play Ventral in the same spot. Those plays make sense here for Matthew. Check out what Wellington has spotted, though. He has set up a 9-letter bingo, eyeliners through the EL. So this is a huge turn for Matthew. He can't know this is coming, but his decision matters a lot right now.
Well, Matthew might block it. He's setting up Fan, which would play next to Cellist.
Yeah, Fan. Okay, Fan's not a bad play. If you've got Wellington in bingo range, you don't want to open much up. ERTV is a solid leave. If Wellington drew his bingo, well, I'm probably going to get the floater I need to hit back. Fan makes some sense. We'll see what Matthew chooses here. Big turn.
Does Matthew think that Wellington might possibly have one or both of the H's on his last rack of Coombe? Maybe he had a consonant-heavy rack with one or both of the H's and he's setting himself up. That's something to consider here.
Oh, yeah, that's a good thought. Coombe could be an H setup. It could be a fish. It could be two different things, and the way you adjust your play based on what read you get changes your calculus so much here. If Coombe was an H setup, you want to play Tavern and open as much space as you can on the board for yourself. If Coombe was a fish, there's no way you want to play Tavern here. Man, mind games going on. Nobody better, though, to play these mind games than Matthew O'Connor. He is a poker player, and poker has many of these similar mind game situations, trying to figure out, what does your play, what do your tactics mean? What do you have in your hand? I can't see it, but I'm making educated and informed guesses, and Matthew better than most players at those mind games, given his poker background. It's a hard decision for him to make.
Now he's thinking Valar.
Oh, yeah, Valar would block eyeliner as well. So, Andy, poker is one game that has substantial overlap with Scrabble. Many top Scrabble players also dabble in some capacity with poker. Some top poker players become Scrabble players. What are some other games you know of where players overlap between Scrabble and another hobby?
That's a great question. First thing I would go is straight to our audience and see if they're playing anything. Games that come to mind, Boggle is the first one. I know a lot of strong Scrabble players who came from Boggle, and they're really good when they first start out because they know all their 3s and their 4s from Boggle. So that's definitely one of them. I'm curious to see what are other games that people are playing. I've seen a couple of chess players also play Scrabble. Surely there are other games out there, maybe Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, Andy and I used to play Pokemon together. After hours at tournaments, we'd hop on a Pokemon simulator and play that. You know, some of the similar 1v1, my pieces versus your pieces kind of dynamics there. Matthew, I guess he thinks this was an H setup. He's opting to play AVER on top. And we'll watch his face as Wellington does not put down an H, but will put down all 7 of his tiles. The beautiful 7-letter eyeliners coming down for 84. Big swing, sideways blank alert. Matthew has drawn a blank. Okay, he's picked it up and corrected it. And he's going to get to play this blank anyway. But sideways blank alert, we got to shout that out on stream. I demand a graphic for it by tomorrow. Josh has 8,000 things on his plate. Make that 8,001 now. Eyeliners puts Wellington ahead 198 to 106, but Matthew has multiple bingos. Funnest plays with TE above eyeliners for 73. Fenniest plays through the E in eyeliners for 72. And Andy, which of those do you like, Funnest or Fenniest? Tell us why.
They both are going to expose the triple. I guess, I would prefer Fenniest. Matthew O'Connor is to win this game. Keep that left side of the board unobstructed. Play Fenniest now, open up even more lanes. Yes, you do give back a triple, but you're gonna have you got to play something. He's going for what I hope the blank is a U, but we will need to look at the blank cam to confirm. But this is a fine play as well. I'm glad he didn't spend too much time to think about this.
All right, Funnest, the choice for Matthew. I would have gone with Fenniest there too, but it is so close. Both plays have merit. One of the merits of Funnest is it does string a lot of tiles out in space. However, Funnest gives Wellington exactly the tile he needed. The N allows Wellington his second consecutive bingo, and I don't expect to see him spend much more time before he sees and pulls the trigger on it.
Yeah, well, that's just unfortunate luck on Matthew's part. You can't expect your opponent to draw into consecutive bingos. You don't plan for that, but they do happen. And Matthew's actually pulled into one of his own that will play, depending on what Wellington plays here.
Yeah, big pull from Matthew. But we will first focus on Wellington. He has not seen the playable bingo yet. That word is unpolished through the N in Funnest. Anytime a player spends more than a few seconds on a rack that has one playable bingo, I start to grow somewhat concerned that they're going to miss their bingo. Wellington, as fierce as they come, that would be okay, there, he's got it now. Yeah. I would be shocked if we watched Wellington miss this. Okay, here it comes. Unpolish 78. Matthew seems to be holding the play, and he's got to feel his winning percentage evaporating here. He is going to challenge it, add 5 more points to Wellington's play. I do the same. I mean, my win percentage has dropped below 10%. I've got to try.
Yeah, maybe he thinks unpolished is just an adjective, which is the case for a lot of UN words, just not this one. And 5-point challenge, very understandable to throw a nickel at this.
Yep. Nickel obtained for Wellington brings him up to 281 to Matthew's 179, 102-point game. Matthew does have a large number of points incoming. No bingos for him, but the F in space gives him 2 high-scoring plays, Defunct and Fecund, 42 or 39. I don't think it's correct for Matthew to play those, though. Given the game state, he needs to create as many opportunities as he can to catch up. I think the play of DAH and Hunted down to the triple word in the middle of this board is the best way for Matthew to try to catch up. We'll see what he opts to do, though.
I think he's thinking about Chunted, which will play for 0, but Hunted I love because it keeps the C to play parallel to Unpolished with CH, draws so many lines, and keeps his board still open. Matthew O'Connor, you're not out of this game yet.
I wonder if he's going to pull the trigger on Chunted here. No, he's going to play Hunted.
Good. Very disciplined play there by Matt.
Yeah, this is exactly what you have to do. With a different game state, yeah, Fecund or defunct makes sense, but you've got to create as many lines as you can and just hope that you pull stuff that hits. You can't get walled in against the great Wellington Jageri. Hunted is a great move for Matthew, and this is not a great draw from Wellington. After consecutive bingos, he now has a nasty rack, AEIOU plus an I and a G. And Wellington has many threats he needs to address. The F in space in the third spot is not the scariest thing, but the triple opportunity is never something you want with the lead. The 4 central floaters placed in Hunted are all scary and dramatically increase Matthew's odds of bingoing. And the S at the end of eyeliners creates a huge bingo line as well. Wellington can't block all of it now. He's likely going to block some of it now. He can address the F by playing AULOI through the L in unpolish. He can stack EUOI to the left side of Hunted and block all of those lines at once. Andy, what do you think? Block the triple or block the NTED if you're Wellington?
I am not worried about this triple with an F in the third position after a 6-tile draw. I would play, and Wellington had this set up originally, EUOI, parallel to Hunted for 15. That closes 4 lines, gets rid of 4 vowels, and that's what Wellington has opted to do, which is a good play. Matthew O'Connor will have a great return. He will have a good comeback. We'll see which one he opts to go for.
Oh, yeah, big counterplay incoming for Matthew. Wellington playing bingo defense, but it does set up the J, and the J lying in wait on Matthew's rack. JAJOE is 55 points. And if you're Matthew, there's really no reason not to make this play now. Here it comes.
Good job, Matthew. Play this. Don't spend too much time. Keep the C for unpolished. Good rack balance. 55. Great.
Great stuff. And Wellington has found the second blank, which is going to make this turn very, very interesting. He has the blank, which helps him score points, but he's got to choose if he wants to cash it in right now. He can for 63 if he plays taxing from the T and cellist, or he can try to save it to bingo next turn. Although he has been blocking the board, it's likely going to stay open. Simply fishing XI to the right side of unpolish is 38. Or he can play a little bit of defense. He can open the board. Okay, here comes XI. He almost slots it in a way that opens this board aggressively, but instead scores the additional 2 points in this spot. What do you think about this, Andy?
I think this is a great play. I would not burn the blank to play taxing and open more lanes. Keep the blank for yourself. That gives you so much flexibility on a board like this. And,
Matthew drawing into COLONIE, which is hilarious. It is not a valid word, but it is the town that this tournament is officially happening in. Just outside of Albany, the township of Colony is where we're playing Scrabble, so that's pretty epic. We're going to do a little score dispute real quick. Colony does bingo with the S on the board, but the S is not in the right spot. 3 playable bingos utilizing an S, but none of them will fit on this board. No playable bingos for Matthew. See if you can come up with all 3 S bingos, though, if you want a little puzzle.
Matthew does have a really nice fit for 40 points. I'll let the chat figure it out.
Wow, that's beautiful. Yeah, no spoilers yet, and it doesn't block anything either. Oh, that's so lovely if he's able to see it.
But it's really easy to get tunnel vision here and try to play something through the F or maybe parallel to unpolish. But wow, if he plays that for 40, that's going to do a lot of good things for him.
Wellington, after his 2-tile play, did draw bingos. He's got guarding set up on his rack through the blank U and funnest. That would essentially be game over if he's able to get it down. We'll see what Matt plays, though. Flooie down from the F is a strong play and would obstruct some of that would give Wellington back other bingos. Interesting turn here for Matthew.
Wellington has bingos in 3 spots. One of them is a 9. I don't know what Matthew is playing here. Okay. He is going to dig for that blank.
Yeah, makes sense. You want to try to find it if at all possible. And this actually creates like an obnoxious amount of variance. CH takes a number of front hooks. And if you're Matthew, you want weird long shot ways to get back into this game. You can stack a whole bunch of random bingos to the left side of Colony, and you've kept the right side of this board wide open. A neat choice there, but he's going to go into the bag. He won't find the blank, as we know that it's on Wellington's rack. Wellington threatens just 2 bingos now after his 9 through EN was blocked. After guarding through the U was blocked, only 2 bingos here for Wellington. They score 66 or 61 points.
It's not unreasonable for Wellington to pass up those bingos. He could opt to play something through the F, keeping a great lead and seeing what Matthew does, because both of those bingos are just going to score really low 60s and give back a lot of potential for Matthew to hit back.
Matthew with a terrible pull after Colin I. I'm wondering if we want to explore switching over to the next board. Wellington may or may not pull the trigger on a bingo here. The 66 pointer gives back a lot of opportunity. The 61 pointer is sad and underwhelming. Depending on the next 2 plays, we may try to switch over to board 2. Just got a score update from board 2, and it's not close. So I think we're just going to hang out, finish this one, see if Matthew O'Connor can find the long shot. Will Anderson down by 80 to Austin Shin on board 2. Shahnabasi behind the scenes will let us know if that one comes closer. We're prepared to switch over if there's any drama there. We'll try to bring you whatever we can. But a big sequence here upcoming for Wellington. Will he bingo or not? And what will he draw if he chooses not to? What does Matthew threaten next turn?
Well, unfortunately for Matthew, squaw is no longer in the dictionary, which would have been the standout play for him. He's going to have to find something else to get rid of that Q. At least he has the U to go with it, and Wellington is going to do what this is, passing up a bingo is fine.
Yeah, for those of you at home, this is not Wellington missing a bingo. This is simply Wellington choosing not to play a bingo. I'm sure he saw the options there, but this probably wins the game more often, at least in his eyes. That's what he's opted to do here. He can score mammoth points next turn as well, depending on what he draws. Matthew has one awesome option here. From the T in cellist, he can play towage, 42 points, and keep the QU combination together. But he's also got to think about threats Wellington has. He can play OWE on the left side of this board, making WICH. That's 40 points as well. Or he can open the board in a different way. He can play squeg down from the S for 45. Lots of strong options here for Matthew, and an awkward pull for Wellington. This one might get interesting yet.
I mean, one thing Matthew could do is he could try to fish for Toquette. That would be 75. There's 3 T's unseen.
Okay, we're going to see Qua. Matthew doing a little bit of defending and a little bit of scoring at the same time. 45 points. The WEOG combination is rough, but if he can find an R, maybe a blank to go with it, it could work out. And if he draws another A, he's just got towage for 45 next turn. A terrible pull, though. BVR is not what he wanted. O'Connor trails by just 8 points now after Wellington bypassed his bingo last turn and then did not draw a bingo into AD blank after that. Wellington can threaten 34, KAON, alongside the left side of Colony. Keeps AD blank once again. He can play off Oak or Oka in a number of places as well. But Wellington, I don't think he was expecting the game to be quite so close at this juncture.
Yeah, that's why Greg really surprised me. I thought he was going to play GIF through the F, because Greg just gave back a lot of parallel play, even if they weren't bingos. He's thinking, it looks like he's setting up calf for 30, keeping a great lead. And surely he's thinking, okay, surely I hit a bingo now.
That's the danger, though. Surely I'm going to bingo with this blank, and then sometimes Scrabble has other plans and just gives you these awkward combinations out of the bag. It's another interesting turn here. I don't know what Wellington's going to do. With 13 tiles in the bag, he may think a little bit about pacing in this game, but also with BFG, RRRTTTVW unseen, I'd be looking to play fewer tiles in this instance rather than more, as I can just see draws going south pretty frequently. Wellington looking at playing just KA right now. That makes sense. KAF to the F, what we're going to see. I like this.
Yep, this is a pretty good play. Scores, keeps, like we said, likely to draw bingo, but we will see what the bag decides.
Right, what does Wellington draw? An E and a T. Huge draw for him there. After a few unwieldy ones, he will almost definitely bingo next turn. And that might be it for this one. We'll see what Matthew does and see what Wellington does on the next move. But I think strong advantage Wellington with that blank on his rack. I'm also hearing on board 2, Will Anderson is making a comeback. So if this one starts to get out of hand, we are prepared to pivot over to that one, where Shauna Bossi will give us a little update on what's happened, how Will clawed back into the game, and we'll take over the coverage from there. But let's watch. Let's see what Matthew's got first and see.
Something that Matthew should consider here, he's setting up Rau, but I would play Rewove through eyeliners and really blowing this board up. It'll leave BG, but it puts an E in a place where he could overlap it for 7s. But he's going with Rau, which is fine. It's not going to matter because Wellington has that rack.
Yeah, and a bad pull from Matthew. He's not close to anything, and he may be able to do a desperation fish, but Wellington with a 10-point lead, with bingos lined up, and with a bad rack for Matthew, I'm starting to think we know who's going to win this one. Wellington's strongest bingos play using the S in eyeliners, sedation, or its anagram, astonied, are 74. Can't feel super about these, but what you do feel good about if you're Wellington is that there are 8 unseen tiles. If you bingo now, you're going to draw 7, but if Matthew bingos back, he is not going to bingo out, catch you with the points on your rack, and win the game. If Matthew bingos back, you will get one more play from a rack of 7 full tiles. You've got high scoring spots all over this board. It's very hard to lose this after sedation if you're Wellington. I'm hearing that Austin Shin just bingoed again. So I'm trying to see if there's any chance that Will can win on the other board. Seeing that game is very close to the end, and no, Austin has that one sewn up. So there's no chance for no chance for Will to make a comeback, no chance for Matthew to make a comeback. We're just going to hang out to the end of this one, get a little post-mortem if we can. Dang. If Wellington had just put the dagger in a turn or two earlier, we could have made the switch. But we will continue to monitor. We will continue to try to bring peak drama wherever we can all weekend. This is a pilot test of what I hope is a pretty regular feature on Scrabble streams in the future. Matthew playing Baggie, B-A-G-I-E. This is a strong move from him. He'll reach in and grab the final tile out of the bag, E-E-F-O-R-R-T, Wellington's final rack in this one. And it's strictly academic at this point. Wellington's got it sewn up. He just needs to find his highest scoring sequence. That would be cashing ELF, Z-E-E, and I-F through the Ellen Cellist. 34 points is the best Wellington can do in this one.
Yeah, slight misstep there by Matthew to play Baggy instead of Bogey. Keeping the A would have given him a lot more flexibility to play parallel to that next turn. But he'll still be able to go out. Maybe he was thinking about keeping the O so he could play OP next to XI, but that doesn't go out.
Yeah, strictly academic, maybe a few spread points. Matthew's spread for someone who has just 17 wins and just 4 losses is actually pretty low, but you can't at this point in the tournament just start punting it everywhere. And there might have been a reason that I'm not seeing on the board too that he chose to do what he did.
Could be, it's just the end of the game. To be fair, Wellington hits you're grooming yourself for bingo. Your opponent hits you with a blank, high probability blank bingo. You're pretty defeated there. And he just probably saw Baggy and said, "I'll just go with that." Or maybe he didn't realize the bag still had a tile, and he thought OP would have been a great 1-2 punch. But
okay, he's holding OP and OXO in case he drew maybe something terrible. I don't think you're ever actually going to make that play, though. You're just going to go out next turn no matter what.
Exactly. So
going back to our conversation earlier about games with substantial overlap, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about trivia. Scrabble, a game where you have to memorize a whole bunch of words. Trivia, the top players in trivia just memorize a bunch of obscure statistics and names and lists. Very similar skill set. We saw Jason Keller on the stream earlier. As I mentioned, he won over $200,000 playing Jeopardy and winning several days in a row. Pokemon, as Andy talked about, Yu-Gi-Oh!, other card games, head-to-head based games, very common. Poker and chess have a lot of overlap as well. Basically, if you're into almost any game, you'll find components of that game in Scrabble. Scrabble is not just a words game, though that is a big part of it. There is so much math. There's so much memorization. There are components of psychology to it, of inference, of probabilities. I could go on and on. I could talk about Scrabble all day, every day. But if you're into almost any game, I bet you'll see facets of it in Scrabble, and you ought to check it out. All right, POT, the outplay that we're going to see from Matthew. This one's done. Wellington 497, Matthew 449. Let's cut to Mike.
Some tough racks at the beginning.
Your move killed me. I had garden here.
Yeah.
I'm gardening here.
Wow.
You blocked both with. Then I didn't say anything. I was sure I probably missed something, but let me see. Oh, we got. Yeah.
What did you have here? I was so confused.
I had
Interesting.
then I was trying to.
That's not a word.
It's not a word, right?
No.
So it was disturbing me. So I was thinking of. When I was looking at the just what do you misplace?
You know that there's a room key that I use to cover my racks. I thought I'd put it here, but I'm trying to place it somewhere else. Oh no, it's right here. Okay.
So Migad was the move I missed. Migad with this. What was the rack you had when you played Ava?
I kept FNT. I
FNT.
wasn't sure if I should. I didn't know if you ever had the age.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I considered things like Vernal. Everything would have blocked. Your thing. I considered like Ventral. I was like, are you gonna play something here with Omasa?
I had trachea.
All right, some crazy stuff we captured in that postmortem, Andy. Wellington saying, after you blocked gardening and guarding, I didn't see anything. So maybe Wellington oversaw Dragier and the bingo down from the N. Wellington asking about Oscillist. And Matthew talking about how he thought CWM was an H setup. A lot of fascinating stuff there. I'd love to unpack it, but we've got to get those guys off the board. And we've got to get our next game going up. Our next matchup, Utterly Sick. I'll tease it for our viewers at home. Harshan and Adam Logan, two world-class players facing off. We'll have that one back in a few seconds. Y'all don't go anywhere. We're going to take a little break. Harshan, Adam, coming soon.
Thanks, guys. If you could square.
Yeah.
You're shifting.
Okay.
You're going up there. Nothing.
Alrighty, y'all. Welcome back to our continued coverage from Albany, New York. 2 more games today and then 8 games tomorrow. We're at the final 10 games. The next one's going to be absolutely stacked. Adam Logan, Harshan Lamabadu-Saria. Andy, how excited are you?
Oh, this is always a treat to see Adam Logan. If you're in North America, you know about Adam Logan. You want to see him play. Harshan, he's shown us that he's a fantastic, skillful player, so this is going to be a nice battle between these two.
Yeah, let's check our standings real quick, as Adam Logan has just wandered away from the board. He sometimes does that. But we'll check the standings so far in our Bob Linn Superstars Division. Wellington, taking down Matthew O'Connor last round, has regained possession of first place. Harshan just behind them. 3 players all within 1 game of the $15,000 first prize. Wellington Jagere, Matthew O'Connor, Harshan Lamabadu-Saria, Matthew Tunnicliffe, and Winter, each in the top 5, each having phenomenal tournaments. Harshan with a massive spread as well, in part because he is averaging 480 points per game. Andy, tell us what that number means.
480 is very, very high. I think it just shows that they're able to keep great leaves so that they can score well. And it's not just bingos, it's being able to make the good non-bingo plays, 30-point bombs, 40-point plays. That is, a testament of how you rack up a high spread and a high score.
And I would say Harshan's calling card is his defense, but his offense on full display here over the 4th of July weekend. This Brit is sending us all a message. Harshan on a rampage, winning 5 straight games before this one. Adam Logan is going to be a tough ask to take down. These matchups are so crazy because one of the players has to lose, and they're so good at Scrabble. But let's go ahead and get it underway. Tiles in the bag. Think we're all set. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Harshan, Adam Logan, coming now.
I also want to make a remark. These two are fantastic Scrabble players, but I've heard only good things about who they are as human beings. They are wonderful gentlemen, very, very respectful. I think everybody would root for both of them. You do have to root for one of them in this game, or at least one of them will win. But both of them are well regarded in their communities.
I've heard the same meme, I suppose, in chat over and over. Scrabble needs a villain. Neither of these are remotely candidates to be your villain. Yeah, as Andy said, excellent human beings, very successful across or outside of the Scrabble sphere as well. Adam Logan, as we touched on, a brilliant mathematician, and Harshan, a physician, a pediatric internist in the UK. So fantastic people over the board, fantastic people off the board, friendly opponents as well. Hard to root against either one of them. Oh, Buai sighting. This is like the 9th time this word has come up on stream, and this time it's almost definitely going to get played, right, Andy?
Yeah, I don't really see anything else other than Buai. I love this word. It's not valid in TWL, which is unfortunate because it is such a fun word. I don't even know what it means, but it's just a fun word.
Yeah, every time I draw this in NWL, I'm like, dang, I really wish I could play this. It's an alternate spelling of Boohai, and noun meaning thoroughly lost. All right. Buai spotted again, played by Harshan. He's up 20-0. AEGIPTT, the rack for Adam. He gets to make your classic Scrabble decision. Do I play off GIP and keep AETT? That sure bingos a lot, but it hurts when I miss. Or do I play a little bit longer? Plays like pottage, through the O, or gate, GAITT. Options as well for Adam here. Andy, what do you think? Short play or long play here from Adam?
If you're going to play short, I would favor undoubling the T's and playing tip, keeping gate. I like the leave of gate a little better than Tate. That's just what I would do here. Playing long, I would be surprised if Adam played long here. I think tip is going to come down.
Yeah, tip is a nice play for Adam. AEGT, a nice leave. The GT don't synergize super well together, but this is a great blocking play. Limits Harshan's scoring options next turn. I like it from Adam, and he's going to pull the trigger on it now. Tip for 19. We've got a 1-point game. EEEJLOP on Harshan's rack, but after the blocky play from Adam, he's not going to have many strong options. JEE or JOE play on the top right side of this board. POLJE, a nice 5-letter word he can play, making PAP and IO, stringing this board wide open. Andy, are you playing small with the J up top, or are you going long down at the bottom?
I think there's a lot to like about playing something like JE or Joe next to Buai. Just because, Adams just played pretty tight as well. That's something to consider.
Yeah, each JEE and JOE sets up a front hook, JEE taking an A, JOE taking an S, but you've got to make some kind of play. Everything's going to potentially give something back to your opponent. JEE is, I think, Harshan's best move here. If he has an A and he bingos on me, whatever, it happens. But you got to do something. You got to score some points. Got to get rid of some E's. This is a thumbs up from this guy. JEE puts Harshan ahead 45-19, and an ugly draw from Adam, AEGGOOT. He has several plays here. Geotag played for 32 on the last turn on the right side of JEE, but Adam opting to drop Goog instead for 23. He doesn't want to expose the triple. Makes sense to me. What do you think, Andy?
He could have played Geotag on top of G, making a G if he wanted to do that. I would have given a little bit more pause there, but perhaps Adam is playing faster because he wants to make sure he has time later on in the game. Goog is a fantastic equity play in terms of keeping ATE, so I think this is a fine play.
Jeremy Koo saying Goog seems like a miss. I'm not 100% sure, but Geotag, a tough word to spot. It was interesting how quickly that play was made from Adam in either case. Harshan on ELMOPVY has many equivalent options. That O is going to allow him to stack on the left side or right side of JEE, but I wonder how long he'll stack. The Y gives him TOEY plays, POLY, 36 points, but the leave EMV leaves a lot to be desired. VOL on the same spot is an 8-point sacrifice, but holds EMPY, which is a lot easier to swallow. Andy, what do you think? Score 36, keep the bad leave, score 28 and keep the nicer leave.
Well, unfortunately, the better leave of EMPY is, in my opinion, not 8 points better than the 8 points that you're giving up by playing Polly or Molly in that spot. And, I would probably, you have to decide, do you want to play the P or the M here? And it looks like Harshan is favoring Polly.
Now looking at Molly, that EPV combination just makes my stomach hurt. And I think Harshan feels the same way. He's picked the P back up and moved it over. You got to look specifically at what you can draw, though. If I draw an A, Pave is going to be a nice way out of this. It plays to the left side of Goog. Whereas if I keep the M, and A is not going to do much for me. I could draw an O and draw Move, but that's not going to go anywhere on this board. So maybe actually VEP stronger for Harshan here. We'll see what he opts for.
Well, I'll let the chat debate. What is a letter that Harshan could dangle out? Not saying that he may have it, but that would give Adam back some bingos.
Ooh, AADENTZ. Oh, it does hit an 8. Very nice. Yeah. All right. What letter is Adam hoping for in space? There is your puzzle, chat. While you talk about chess villains, I do have a nominee for best Scrabble villain. Me. I want to be the best Scrabble villain. The problem is I'm so bad at Scrabble that I never get the exposure or the ability to be on stream, and I'm just too scrub tier to actually get good enough and be on the stream. But maybe if I hit the grind, I'll be that villain Scrabble needs. All right, MOLY, the play we get from Harshan, 36 points, tough to sneeze at. We'll see where that VEP leave goes. AADENTZ, the rack for Adam Logan. He did not get the S to solve Andy's puzzle of Stanzad, but he does have 47 points available to him because of Harshan's previous play. He's also got a sick 36-point stack. ADZ stacks to the left side of this board, making Agio, Dopa, and ZO. Do you think we're about to be amazed by Adam Logan here, or do you think we're going to see ads holding the synergistic AENT, Andy?
You know, it is interesting. It's 11-point difference. Turns over more letters to play amazed. ADZ, though, if you play that, you're really giving back so little to Harshan unless he has a D, which he actually does. You know, if you play ADZ, what is Harshan going to play? He's going to have to play through the M or parallel to Molly. So it's a toss-up. I think he's going to play ADZ here. That's probably what the equity train would probably tell you to do.
He's considering another option, ZANTE. Just play off some of these tiles. That would also set up the D very nicely to front hook ZO next turn. You would like to hold ED together, but with a gazillion E's still in that tile bag, you're pretty likely to pull another one. And even if you don't get it next turn, you can just keep drawing for it. You've also got an A to play Azo after Zante. So Adam thinking 4D chess, thinking about next turn, thinking about setups. Zante, not a bad play. 3 strong options for him. This is a turn that warrants quite a bit of time.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I really do start to like that play of Zante to set up his own D.
Oh, yeah, it's just simming a lot better than I thought it would, too. It's not the top option. Sim really likes just ADZ holding the AENT, but this is the kind of board where a simulation is not very strong on. One of the weaknesses of computer programs like Quackle, they just open the board a lot. You can fish against them, and they're going to open things up a lot. So small fishy plays on closed boards tend to sim better against a bot than they actually work out in real life. Adam, I think, channeling some of that wisdom here. Adam cocking his head. All right, you know what? I'm just going to go with this. Maybe I'm being too cute. Setup feels good, but equity. This play does win a simulation by about 3 points. This play what Adam opts to play. DEPUVW blank for Harshan makes this turn awkward for him. 32 points, but a terrible leave is available to Harshan. JO extends to JOWED, but VUP as a leave is rough for him. Andy, walk us through your initial thoughts on this turn for Harshan.
Well, you're right. Not a great leave, or not a great set of letters there other than the blank. He's going to look to see, does he have any plays going down, starting with a D? He's going to quickly see, no, he will not. That at least hits the double word score. Joud is the highest scoring play. The only other play that I would consider would be DUP, DUP, and DZO. VWE blank isn't a great leave, but I do believe it's better than PUV, but he's opted for this, and I think this is a fine play.
Oh man, if Adam had played Amazed last turn, Harshan would make this same play, but it would score like 20 more points. So perhaps dodging a bullet. But This is classic Scrabble. You keep AENT and you're like, all right, dog, I'm going to bingo next turn. This is awesome. And then you draw A, and then you're like, dang it, I'm never going to fish again. I'm always just going to grab the points available. I don't know why I thought I'd ever get a bingo. The ups and downs of this game are maddening. Adam has immediately spotted his high scoring overlap of M8, AMATE, and he's not going to spend time on this turn. He doesn't need to either. This is, I think, clearly the top play for Adam.
100%. I mean, I don't really think he can score well without playing, like, what is he going to play? Manat. This is a fantastic play. Keeps great leave. Let's see what Harshan can do. He had probably as good as a draw as you can really ask for with the PUV blank leave. He won't bingo this turn, but he can get closer.
Yeah, we'll see what Harshan chooses to play off here. You'd like to shed all 4 of FPUV to get into bingo range, but there's no way to even play 3 of those. FEU at the top of this board making Fed is 25. PIU in the same spot is 21. I think we're going to see one of those short words there. I'm not licking my chops at IPV blank as a leave. I'm not licking my chops at EFV as a leave either. Andy, what do you think? A 3-tile play at the top or maybe a different line here?
I would play 3 tiles at the top. Try to get rid of 2 of your FPUVs, and FEU does that and scores well.
Yeah, FEU looks good to me. I can see just enough draws into VIP blank that are actually all right. A lot of A's, a lot of E's to synergize with it, but also a lot of I's feel kind of dangerous. I don't know. You're not going to like any play you make in this situation, but FEU is probably the least bad option for Harshan. Oh, Harshan would love to play PFUI right now, and it just doesn't fit anywhere on this blocked up stacky board.
Yeah, Harshan's probably looking at it, and he's just amazed that, there's nothing else that parallels more of the letters on top of the mate. He's got the U for U. He's got the front hooks to AW. I mean, he's probably like, wow, FEU, that's the best I can do. All right.
All right, yeah. Sometimes you just kind of back into a play. Everything else is so bad, and you pick the least bad option. That's exactly what Harshan has done here. And Adam has found a bingo, Astheny, ASTHENY, coming down for him. This is 91, his highest scoring bingo by 15 points, played very quickly. You can feel the suspense in the booth again. Harshan, ever so diligent with his paperwork, but leaves awkward moments for the commentators as I have no idea what he's got, and I can't really think of anything to say. We can watch Adam draw his letters before Harshan takes care of his business, and those are some nice letters. Wow. Oh, the IO at the end, not quite what he wanted, but a good flexible back for Adam. A great.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Oh, but it doesn't do anything on this board. Oh, I thought Harshan was going to bingo like 100%, and no. All right.
Wow. Well, PV, I mean, really is not very conducive, and wow, that's surprising. Now what is he going to do? Huh.
Yeah. Oh, man. I thought this was just going to be a bingo and move on turn for Harshan, and now it is a very tough turn. I think we've got about 4 minutes in store on this turn. I think that would be 4 minutes well spent from Harshan.
All right. Well, I agree with you. I think the next time we see Harshan hit his clock, he's probably going to be at the 11-minute mark, maybe 12. Because what is he? I mean, there's not really an obvious play that scores well or plays short and fishes. He could do something like Hive. He could do something long like Hoang. But first thing that he's going to do is he's going to look a long time for any 8s, 7s, and even 9s through the TE.
This is such a hard turn, and the board is so bad. You want to open, but without many opportunities available, if you open the board, you're giving Adam huge opportunities. You'd like to make a play like Viney to the Y, put a V out in space and keep the H and the E and Astheni open, but Adam's going to have a hard time scoring points unless you give him easy, obvious plays on the triple. This is such a frustrating turn for Harshan, who has to look for bingos first and then try to figure out plays. What a dilemma. We got a poll in the chat, Andy. What is the time on Harshan's clock when he plays? 12 minutes or more, 11 to 12 minutes, 10 to 11 minutes. I'm going to keep my thoughts to myself. I did vote in the poll, but yeah, this is an absolute doozy of a turn. And I could sit here and talk about it for 3 minutes, but I'm never going to figure out what's right. This is rough.
Well, what would you play here, Matt?
I don't hate the idea of playing Vahine. I just think after that play, I'm going to get my bingo down next turn as long as I draw one. And the V might be a distractor. It is weak when my opponent has an S and I give them 45 points. But I kind of just want to open some new space. Depending on my mood, like Ivy to the Y doesn't seem terrible, but I'd be neurotic about plays like QATS and Tivy for 1,000 points. HIVE or HAVE are also fine. There's similar versions of VAHINE that don't reach out to the other side. I would be thinking about holding either the N or the P back to bingo down from the U on the top right side of this board, but I don't know. I'd even think for a second about just fishing my V on top of AW. I honestly think the answer is it depends on my mood and how optimistic versus pessimistic I'm feeling. This is also a turn where I'd probably set down a move and stare at it, as we saw in CCAC a team do earlier on in this tournament. Just look at it, try to get a sense from my opponent. How do they seem to be responding to it? What danger am I feeling in the atmosphere? I don't know. What would you do, Andy?
I mean, things that come to mind, he could play Pia or Peon parallel to Astheni. I consider it Hoang. The problem with that is you keep P blank. I feel like whenever you make that kind of play, you're not very likely to draw a bingo because you're just turning over too many letters. When you mentioned Ivy, I actually kind of like that because let's say if Adam doesn't have a T, the J's already been played, he's probably going to be wigging out at that as well. And, you're down, 60 points? A play like Ivy is something to consider here. He's going with Pin, which this is a great play as well.
Yeah, I like this idea. I deliberately left this one in the simulator because I like how it sets up the A for APE or ANY. Lets you, when you do miss bingos, you're often going to be able to score quite well and continue fishing. It also protects the H and sets up options for you to hit major scores if you draw a double-double. So this is a cool idea from Harshan and actually pretty tough to defend against without giving something even bigger back. But this is exactly how you would like to defend if you're Adam. He has exactly what he needs. He can score 40 points. He can keep EIR. He can block without giving too much back. Wow. Good play from Adam. Situational tiles, clutch for him.
And Harshan pulling that L is going to it's going to save him here.
Yeah, savable plays with LAZO and ES for 96, as does vatable, which is simply defined as subject to VAT, where VAT is in all caps. I have no idea what vatable means. If someone wants to educate us in the chat, please do. I'm excited to learn. All right, here comes vat, a bull. We'll see if the definition that we get on stream is any better. The definitions we get on the stream are slightly different from the ones that load in Ziziba. So we'll see. Here it comes. Vatable, 96 points brings Harshan to a 20-point lead in a game that felt really rough just a turn ago. Oh, liable to VAT, and it's defined as value-added tax. Okay. All right, thank you in chat for everybody helping us out. VAT, value-added tax, is a British thing, so this is something Harshan quite familiar with. Perhaps cringing a little bit as he plays it. Value-added taxable, 96 points. I wonder how many pounds he'll have to pay in tax on that mammoth score. All right, Harshan had a difficult decision on the PIN turn. Now Adam with the difficult decision of his own. He's found the second blank in this game. EGIIOR blank to go with it means he can't score very well on this turn. GINK and GO, or GINK GOE, are the best points for him on the board, but he'd like to stay a little bit more in bingo range if he can and get rid of one of his eyes. Andy, navigate us through what you're seeing on this turn for Adam Logan.
Yeah, the vowels are concerning, especially the eyes. You identified correctly that he does have some scoring options, go with an E added on. They unfortunately do not use one of the eyes, which is what he would have preferred, but he has the blank as insurance. If he wants to use one of the eyes, he could consider Gie, G-I-E, and Pine, but it's 18. It does open up a G line for him. He does have the blank and an I in reserve. So I would go back and forth between go with an E, or Gie here. Looking at Harshan's rack, though, if Adam plays GIE, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a huge decision. GIE makes a lot of sense. It simulates very well. But how could you know that Harshan has drawn Drowning, which would play down to it for about 90 points? Goodness, GIE is a play that makes a lot of sense. It's one Adam might make. Huge moment in this game between these two players. And we've seen it so often on stream. The people who end up winning the tournaments are just the ones who happen to have incredible timing. Let's see if it's Harshan's tournament to win. If GIE comes down, I think I'm going to start picking Harshan to win this thing. That'd be incredible. Right as Adam lines up GIE on his rack. Whoa, big moment.
Oh, you can't fault him either because GIE makes so much sense. It's just not going to work out. GOE is definitely safer, but you can make the argument, well, what if Harshan had a nice two-tile dunk in the corner next to GO or GOE? Then you'd be like, well, I should have just played GIE. So yeah, you just got to make the best play, and sometimes, that's the beauty of Scrabble. What's mathematically the best play may not actually be the best play in the context of everything.
You could see it on Harshan's face as soon as GIE came down. He's just like, well, all right, that got very easy for me. Drowning 92, it's anagram rounding 95, and here it comes.
Yeah. Wow. Harshan, I was thinking Adam could have a G. He could play a G, but only a G. There's no other play other than GIE that would put the G in an accessible range. So
look at Adam. Oh my goodness, he just put his head in his hands. I drew RRR, and you play Drowning for 92. Adam probably also knows Harshan had rounding for 3 more points. Just absolute frustration. Unbelievable. It is just not Adam Logan's day. RRR? Are you kidding me?
Well, if Harshan pulls EX out of the bag, it's going to feel even worse because Harshan passes up the higher scoring bingo, which also is more dangerous for X counterplays. And what if Okay, what is this? Terror? Okay. Like if Harshan pulls X out of this bag, it's like this game was meant to be for him.
Yeah, my goodness. We said it's all about timing. Harshan just happens to have exactly the right timing. Adam's going to shake that bag aggressively. He's shaking his head. No way. That didn't just happen. That's not real. I got bad news for you, Adam Logan. It did happen, and it happened on stream. So we have a recording of you getting absolutely hosed by that bag. What are the odds? You could calculate it better than me. You're the mathematician, and I'm just a dude. But that was wild. That was a rough beat for Adam Logan.
He will be saved by the fact that Harshan is got a really poor rack. Although he can play through it if he wants to, at least for one turn.
I don't think I've ever really seen Adam express emotion over the Scrabble board. That's the most rattled I've ever seen him. And I mean, it clearly, if Adam Logan is 12-10, he hasn't been drawing very well. And that's just almost insulting. Oh man, haven't seen him rattled before, and I hope we don't see him rattled again. And the most insulting part, chat pointing out, with that IORRRR blank rack, Adam almost had an 8. The Collins only rero RIRO is a thing, and if that I had been slid over just one spot, Adam could have played that, but instead nothing at all. Harshan playing defense. He is covering up the spot where the X could be bombed and scoring some points in the process. Makes a ton of sense. Adam has found a rack that is less abysmal, but that's very hard to find a more abysmal one. DILMRT blank for him. What are you seeing for Adam, Andy?
Well, good timing for the Adagio slot. He could play mid there. It's probably his highest scoring play, and you need to score points here if you're Adam. You're down to 113, so it's probably going to be 2 bingo time or a good bingo and a nice scoring Q or X play.
Oh man, that Adagio spot is sick. We'll see if he finds it. Adam's got to look at this unseen pool, too, and think about the future of this game. His odds are slim, but not none. I see the Q, and anytime I see the Q late in the bag, I think, ooh, I'd love to stick my opponent with that. But U left to come as well. It's brutal. Adam's going to dink his D for 24 points to try to prolong this game a little bit, and he's probably got specific tiles he knows will give him bingos. He's going to reach in and probably get a U. Oh my God, another one.
Oh my gosh. Well, what's Harshan going to? He could play luau or he could exchange here.
Looks like he's thinking of IURE through the R in terror, just 5 points, but muck this board up. Harshan, known for his signature defensive style, that would be perfectly on brand for him. IURE has no hooks on the front or back, an excellent defensive option for him. Now he's looking at luau. This would play 2 U's with an unseen Q, but he'll keep an I. There's another U to be drawn, and even if he gets Q stuck, it wouldn't be terrible, though I'd be concerned about the prospect of scoring 10, drawing the Q, getting bingoed on, and then maybe eating that Q. I could see myself losing a game that way. IURE actually feels pretty strong to me. But luau the play from Harshan.
From his perspective, Harshan could pull into an S, a T, and an R and have another bingo. So we'll see what happens here.
All right, Adam needs to do this, and he's going to do it fast. Trill, just 15 points, but he missed all of the bingos. He's putting a tee up in space, creating another bingo line, and a bingo line that is very difficult to defend or block without making massive sacrifices. Adam keeping his odds alive about as best he can. And we'll see what Harshan pulls. Another moment of suspense as Harshan, diligent as always, does his paperwork.
I would have spent more time on that term if you're Adam. Consider holding back the tee. You know, you have the blank. There's only 2 other hooks that in front of Rill that are available, and those are the 2 remaining tees. Something to consider. You're down by so much, you need a big play like that.
Adam, are you kidding? Did you just draw HXV when you're trying to bingo and win this game? Wow. Yeah, I'd be biting my shirt too. I'd be shaking my head in disbelief. Like, what can you do?
I mean, I guess he can. He's gonna. I mean, the problem is almost all the vowels are gone too. So he knows that A is going to be very valuable here. Adam still has some paths to victory here. He can get a bingo. The board is still open. Plenty of options there. He needs to think, okay, maybe can I stick the Q with Harshan? You know, he just dumped both of the U's. He probably didn't have it then.
All right, we stopped the clock for a minute. We're back on now. I don't know what that was about, but Harshan on 4 minutes and change. Yeah, he doesn't feel as secure in this game as we feel for him. Looks like he's thinking of terrors and sice, just putting some scoring pressure on. I wonder what his plan is if he draws the Q. Like, if you play this, Adam bingos down from the C, and then you draw the Q. Could you lose? But this does score so well. You're probably going to be okay. And it's also very possible that he's just got a great read on Adam. Like, the way Adam's shaking his head, and he's, you know, where's his emotions out there? He's just not going to bingo. I'm cool. I'll just do this. Oh, chat pointing out Harshan had terroristic last turn. That'd be a sick extension. Oh, man. Yeah, and that was probably the play, too. It's a defensive play. Harshan drew Sinuate 2 out of the bag. Unbelievable. All right, that's Scrabble.
This is a good play. I mean, keeps it. Still has a chance, as long as he doesn't draw a Q here. Unfortunately, there's only one vowel unseen to him, and it's the other A. Oh my gosh.
There's the Q. There's the Q. This has been so painful to watch for Adam. I feel for the guy. Like, nobody deserves this. No matter what you did last night, no matter how much bad karma you've worked up. Not that Adam is a bad karma kind of guy. Like, just brutal. What's on board 2 is the question in chat. Yeah, we would have switched over there if we could. Board 2 is already over, so we are just going to ride this one till the end because it's all we got.
Well, Harshan's just going to think, okay, if I play Sinuate, can I lose to an out bingo with a Q? And the answer to that is no. And then he's just going to, I mean, you can even eat a Q if you needed to, yeah.
Yeah, up by 100. Sinuate means you are going to eat the Q if you draw it, and Vox is not a play Adam makes with the Q in hand very often, but up 100, now 161, whatever. If I get it, I get it. The way Adam's drawn this game, he's probably got it anyway, because that's just how Scrabble works. Somebody please mercifully let Adam away from this board. Let him go walk around. Oh, man. Oh man, an ETS in the bag for Harshan. Yep.
At least there's the U, so Adam can get rid of that Q and get rid of a bunch of other clunkers. But yeah, Adam.
Well, this is round 23 of 32 from Albany, New York. We'll have one more game of Scrabble after this one, and then 8 more games tomorrow. Coverage begins at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, but we do hope you stick around and watch our final game of the day. This is really where the tournament starts to get spicy. Repeat matchups have just begun, and so some of the top players are going to start playing the top players in duplicate matchups. It's going to be awesome. Tons at stake, $15,000, and it will all be brought to you right here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. Let's Play Scrabble, the brains behind the operations of many of the biggest North American Scrabble tournaments in the US and Canada, including this Albany tournament. Their next big event is the Lake George Scrabble Tournament, that happening October 17th to 19th. It is a beautiful time of year out there in Lake George, just at the end of fall. You see all the leaves changing colors. And registration is open right now. So if you're interested in getting your Scrabble fix, that's a tournament that sometimes fills up. Though I've been told, I think this year they have infinite capacity because they're expecting it to be so big. Check out the flyer. You can find it on letsplayscrabble.com. Consider putting your entry fee down today. I know I intend to register in the next few weeks. I promised myself I will not miss this tournament again. I've never played it. I always hear incredible reviews. Got to give it a shot. And Harshan mercifully going to let Adam get away from this board. TES, his last 3 tiles, play here for 23. Catching CQ blank on Adam's rack. Harshan at 529 is your winner in this one as we cut to overhead mic.
Five two nine 371.
529, yeah, that's right.
Nothing to be said at all after this one, and I mean, that's about right. Oh, here's Adam now. No, not much. He's pointing out that he saw the Adagio spot, but opted to play the D instead. We don't have our matchup for round 24 just yet, but we will get those soon. I think we're going to pan to just a quick break. Before we do, though, Andy and I would like you to click that thumbs up button down below. We've had awesome viewership numbers. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. We really, truly appreciate it. If you could give us a thumbs up to build some momentum into our final game of the day, we would really appreciate that as well. Let us know where you're tuning in from. I do this every day. It's awesome to see the wide breadth of people watching from all around the world. I know some of you are making very irresponsible choices, staying up into very late hours to get your Scrabble fix on. For that, I respect you immensely. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. We appreciate each and every one of you. We're going to take a little break, and we will come back in just a little bit with our last game of the day. Hey all, welcome back. One game to go. Team Shades, Matt and Andy here to bring you the action. Final game of the day is going to be Matthew O'Connor and Thomas Reinke. It's going to be sick. But Andy, first, I asked a question in chat, and I want to acknowledge our viewers from all over the place, from Amsterdam, from Minnesota, from Dallas, from Toronto, from London, St. Louis, Nigeria, Pakistan, North Carolina. It is so sick to see people tuning in and watching Scrabble from all around the world. What do you have to say to our international viewers and our viewers at home? Hang on, Andy, you might be on mute.
I say thank you for tuning in wherever you may be in the world, and we're so happy to have you. It's our pleasure to host you.
Yeah, it truly has been a pleasure. This will be our last game with Andy. We're shaking up the commentary booth every day, but Andy, I do want to offer a big, hearty thank you. It's been awesome having you in the booth as our analyst, and can't wait to do it again with you sometime soon. Our players are sitting down at the board, so we are going to cut over right now to our preview. Matthew O'Connor and Thomas Reinke. If Thomas looks familiar to you over the board, it's because we showed his identical twin brother Charles on the stream during day one. If you didn't know we had identical twin brothers who are both Scrabble experts, you do now. And honestly, the Reinke brothers are two of my favorite Scrabble people out there. They are utterly hilarious, and they are fierce over the board as well. Thomas's 14-9 record tells you all you need to know about just how solid a player he is, if that 2000 rating didn't tell you enough. Andy, do you have any experience with the brothers Reinke?
I had the pleasure of, I think we were all together, you and Matt, you and I, we had Greek lunch with them in Wisconsin. It was a fantastic meal and a fantastic hour with the brothers. They are wonderful, wonderful young men, and we're so happy to have them.
Yeah. I've known them for almost 20 years, which is wild that I've been playing Scrabble for 20 years, and so have they. Rooting for Team Reinke, rooting for Team O'Connor, rooting for an awesome game of Scrabble. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble one more time today. And as a reminder, coverage will begin again at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. 8 games. We don't usually do that on a Sunday. Most Sundays we play a couple games in the morning and let everybody get home, but not here in Albany. The Bob Linn Superstars Showdown has 32 games, 8 games a day, playing all the way till Sunday night. It is going to be absolute peak Scrabble content. Andy, the Nationals only has 31 games. This one has 32. What do you think that means for our players?
I think they're going to feel really, really tired by the end of the day tomorrow. They're probably tired right now, but you know, the thing about Scrabble is you're tired at the final game, but as soon as you finish, you look up and say, is there no more games to play? When's the next time I can play? Everybody here, they just love this game so much that they would play on and on and on, but we have to get back to the real world at some point.
I hate real life. I wish I could just sit here and play Scrabble all day. But alas, yes, nothing gold can stay. The tournament will end tomorrow, but 8 games is going to be awesome. Matthew with an upside-down Q. The first tile revealed doesn't feel good, but all of the sudden, the U in the other tiles gives him Qualia for 50, setting up and holding the Z. That went from bad to excellent fast. We'll look at Thomas, AAEILNV. No bingos, but some strong plays for him here. Andy, walk us through what you see for Thomas.
Well, it's always the question that Scrabble players have to decide. Do I play it short, keeping a nice leave, or do I play it longer and taking some points? I do see an option that's kind of the middle ground. He can play something really nice like Vina to the side of Qualia, keeping the L in hand for that AA hook, and it scores 26. But wow, what a good play by Matthew. I'm glad he played that over Quail because he kept that Z.
Yeah. QUAIL, I think, is a play a lot of people just see and put down, but when you see a good play, find a better one. Definitely the Z setup, fantastic for Matthew. Going to yield dividends on his next turn as well. VINA, the play for Thomas that wins a sim, but there are a number of other good plays for him. Wonder how much time we're going to see him spend on this turn. I could see AVI and QI coming down for 21. AELN is a strong leave. Doesn't work great with the floaters available to him, but AELN is AELN. We'll see. Some good lines here for Thomas. and we will see which one he opts for. Over under that I'm placing on this game, how many times will I accidentally call Thomas Charles? I'm putting the line at 0.5. We'll see.
I have faith in you, Matt.
That's one of us, but I appreciate you, Andy. I see some funny questions in chat. Not going to acknowledge those right now. Here comes Vina. This is Andy's favorite play. This is my favorite play. Added strength that it sets up the L for AAL if you need it. We like it.
Yeah, Matthew's got a couple of options. They all use the Z. He could play Zeram for 50. He could play Zinc for 46. If this was the regular TWL lexicon, Zinc I would probably favor just because it doesn't take the H back hook. But Zeram will put a vowel next to that double letter, threatening easy 40-point comebacks.
Yeah, I think the right line here is what Matthew's already identified, Zinc, Z-I-N-C. The one major weakness of Zinc is if Thomas has an H, then CH plays will be painful. And what is that on Andy's rack? Excuse me, Andy, what is that on Thomas's rack?
That would be one of the letters that will actually play there very nicely. Now, Thomas actually will not be using it in that spot. And I think if you're Matthew, is he thinking after Vina, how likely is it that Thomas has an H? Maybe he does have one because AA sets up the H very nicely. But don't worry, Matthew, he will not play the H on the double letter. He will play it for far more points.
Oh man, I would. Oh, okay. Sorry. There's a 6 sequence coming up. Yeah, Thomas is going to play it for more. He's got a bingo coming up, and Matthew's going to have an absolute bomb of a response, assuming Thomas finds his bingo here. He should. It's one of those high probability words that most of these top experts have alphagrammed at least 20 or 25 times. But whoa, content alert if things go the way I expect them to go. Here's Anatole. Puts Thomas in the lead by 2. And Matthew has a lot of bingos, but 99 available to him.
6 overlaps. I don't know if I've ever seen a bingo with 7 overlaps. That's the most. 6 I've seen before, and they are always so beautiful to see. Looks like Thomas might be on hold here. Okay. But Matthew's correctly accepted it, and we'll see how long Matthew spends on this turn.
Oh my goodness. I wonder if he already saw the bingo from the C that plays with a million overlaps. Oh, yes. So fast. So good. Oh my God. The real question, how long is it going to take him to count this? Absolutely sick. You wanted content? Content delivered courtesy of one Matthew O'Connor. Oh my goodness.
Thomas has a great comeback too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Thomas has drawn the Y he needs to play beneath Zinc for Zinky. Oh my goodness. Do you like points? Because y'all are getting points today.
Oh, and he might even be thinking, is big-eyed a word? Now, I don't think he's going to actually pull the trigger. It doesn't sound like a word, but he might be looking at Crampier and said, wow, maybe I should try big-eyed, because how many points would big-eyed be? That'd be 4, 8, 12, 14. It would be 72, 122 points. So, oh my gosh.
What is happening? Oh my goodness, yeah. I wonder if Thomas tries big-eyed or if he backs into big eye. He could even just play Beiji for 53, but oh my goodness, what an epic start to this game. I'm here for it.
Yeah, he should. The right play is Beiji. Keeping ED is stronger. Yeah, you can't risk losing a turn here with big-eyed. It's when you have a 50-point play here. Man,
what a dilemma for Thomas. Here he goes, Big I. Does he know that Big I is a fish? He slides the D just a little bit closer and puts his hand on his face, deep in pensive thought. Oh my goodness. The added stream component makes this much harder. I would hate to pass up a 122-point play, but I will never stop getting roasted if I miss it on stream or chicken out of it. What a dilemma here for not Charles Reinke. But he will not be fooled. He does not take the bait. Big I is what he has set down. He sighs, he looks at the board, thinks about adding the D, but counts it. He does not fall into the trap. Well done, Thomas. A Big I is a fish. It is a noun, and you have made your 58-point response. CDEKOSS, the post-bingo draw for O'Connor. This is another fun turn. He has my favorite word, sick, plays through the I and Big I for 30 points. Y'all in chat must appreciate that immensely. The K plays with KA and KI above Anethol and sets up the front hook SKI with the two S's in tow. There are several plays that make a lot of reasonable sense here for Matthew. Andy, what do you like on this turn?
Well, after this sequence of big play after big play, I think it's very tempting to think, do I have one too? The K, just dumping the K is something to consider here. There are options to think. I'm okay dumping. What is this? They are challenging Big I.
Big I, okay. Maybe Zinke, but probably Big I.
Oh, he knows Zinke.
Yeah, Big I plus 5. All right,
well, in that case, Big I is better than Beige because that is 12 or 10 more points for burning the extra E.
So 161 to 195 are total through 3 turns. Imagine being Thomas Reinke here, averaging 53 points per turn and trailing by over 30 points. Wild.
Good synergy for these guys. Going back to your point, if he dumps the K, you have to ask what are the odds that he draws a bingo with a 1-tile fish? And I just don't think that's high enough where you can just dump it. So I think making a play like Sked here is reasonable for Matthew. Now, a play like Sked here will telegraph to Thomas that he almost certainly has another S in reserve because why would you make this play here? These are good letters. You could have just dumped the K, keeping DES. You're only making this if your leave is something like S, maybe another E, maybe an R or D or something like that.
Yeah, you can make a strong inference that there was a second S on O'Connor's rack and maybe stuff that you don't think synergizes super well with it because plunking the K makes so much sense. So Thomas wants to take a mental note, another S on Matthew's rack. I want to avoid setting one up if I can avoid it. DEHIIMS, Thomas's rack now. He can play his H behind AA, just AAH and HI keeps a dynamic leave. He can also play MIHI to the I in Zinke to score a little bit more. What do you think, Andy? Do you like HI for 27, or would you play another tile or two here?
I would favor... I mean, I kind of think playing him next to... oh, no, you can't do that. Yeah, I guess keeping the M and just playing HI is fine. Yeah. Interestingly enough, looking over at Matthew's rack, he's going to hit back hard unless Thomas plays Mihi, MIHI on the... No, that doesn't fit there either. Sorry. No, I would play HI here for 27.
Yeah, HI for 27 feels strong. It just doesn't give very much back. I like that quite a bit, but we'll see what almost did it. We'll see what Thomas opts to do here.
Yeah, chat pointing out that Mihi to the I in Zinky would obstruct the bingos that Matthew O'Connor is getting ready to load up here. So things to think about.
Tough turn. He has picked up the HIM. Mihi makes a lot of sense. I kind of like keeping the M back to stabilize things, but yeah, with the inference that there's an S on Matthew's rack, I can set mine up, but he's likely to pounce on that spot before me.
The tricky thing is Thomas is also the one who's trailing by bingo, so he can't just lock up this board. It's going to work out for him here. I'm surprised that since he was trailing, I thought he would have played with parallel to Vina, but this will work out for Thomas.
All right, Mihi the commit from Thomas, CGNORSU, the rack for Matthew, and boy, the CGU combination together makes me cringe so hard. It is so bad, and you can almost never get rid of all of them at once unless you've got Guac or Guaco. Matthew has set up one of his highest scoring plays here, and probably his strongest play here, Krog, 30 points, but with a 40-point lead. Exposing the triple-triple on a tight board is not something he wants to do. There just aren't other good options. You can play DUG from the D in Sked. What's the worst thing that can happen if you put the G in the bottom corner of the board? It's a callback to last game. I don't know. This is a tricky turn for Matthew. I think there's some merit to just playing GU on top of the I in Big I. Scores just 15, but keeps well. But Matthew says, I'm not afraid. I'm going to score 30, and this makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I do like your suggestion of GU on top of Big I. You know, you have the lead. You have keeps great letters, and really force Thomas to get creative with the scoring. This is going to make it a lot easier for Thomas to hit back, even in an absence of a bingo.
But a bingo incoming for Thomas, as long as he plays this hand correctly. DEINSW blank means he's got some threats. I won't call him out just yet, but he's got 2 bingos down to the R in Krog, as well as a higher scoring bingo elsewhere on this board, 72, the theoretical max here for Thomas.
What is he trying to play here? I'm not sure what this is setting up here, but
maybe it's Windies, maybe it's Swindler. I'm not sure what he spotted so far. He'll probably take at least a little bit of time looking through the UN for sick plays as well. There's nothing there, but you got to try.
Also, I mean, this board is also set up, and he's got such great scoring tiles. He might even think, okay, if my best bingo is something like Swindler for only in the upper 60s, maybe do I pass the bingo up and do something else?
Uh-oh. Whatever this is, it's not a word.
Is Windex good in columns?
I don't know what this blank is.
I bet it's an I. But if it's an I, then he would have known that indices doesn't take a front hook.
Huh.
So, what is this?
Oh, perhaps mixing up windages. Oof. And Windax, WINDACS, windages. There are a number of words like this. Thomas, getting greedy though, trying to score as much as he can, accidentally conflates 2 words. He'll lose a turn. Big swing. And Matthew has a very challenging turn now. He knows Thomas's rack perfectly. Matthew now has to find all the threats Thomas has. Will he spot the bingos through the L in Qualia? Will he try to block everything? Can he even block everything? A lot of questions for Matthew here.
Yeah, this is this is interesting. The straightforward play, if he didn't know Thomas's rack, would be something like Kerf from the C and Krog to score, and he may elect to still do that, knowing that maybe he just can't block Thomas's bingos.
Yeah, this is very challenging. So Thomas does have indwells and vinyl, VINAL, through the L and qualias. I don't know if Thomas has seen that. I don't know if Matthew will see that, but Matthew will definitely see Swindler and Disowner to the R. Can he obstruct? Will he obstruct? There is a lot for him to think about. Fortunately, he's got plenty of time and plenty of mental acumen to get this right.
Something that is, I mean, whenever your opponent plays a phony bingo, it gives you so much opportunity to get creative because you know exactly what they have. So Matthew could get very creative here and set up something crazy that he knows Thomas can't obstruct or take advantage of. So he's probably going to spend a couple minutes here to think about what are some crazy things that I can set up myself. Thomas will hit a bingo and then I can counter.
Yeah,
I don't see
maybe
it out of my head.
Maybe I can force him to play Swindler, but set myself up to punish him very hard. Maybe I can set myself up elsewhere. Oh man, yeah, Matthew has a lot to think about here.
Well, this will block Disowner and Swindler, so this is, I like this actually, yeah. This forces Thomas to find the bingo through the L.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Matthew saw it or not. We will find out right now if Thomas finds. Oh, he's already found it. He's got it set up. We'll see if Matthew tilts or gives any kind of tell when Thomas puts indwells down. Now, I'll also add, just to spice things up a bit, when I play a phony, everything goes off the rails for me. All of a sudden, I question everything I've ever known. And all of a sudden, a word like indwells, which I would never second guess, I'm suddenly second guessing everything about. Okay, indwells is coming down. I don't see any emotion on Matthew's face at all. Indwells is coming down not for 72, making vinas, but for 70, making vinals instead. This avoids setting up a big X bomb. 70 points for Thomas. Well spotted.
Yeah, even if Matthew knew indwells, I think he said, I will stick the S for 3 more points. The S isn't that valuable on this board anymore. Force Thomas to find the tougher bingo. Because in the case that Thomas didn't find indwells, that S is worth a free turn. So
Yeah, no, I think even if Matthew sees indwells, if there's even like a 20% chance your opponent misses it, tacking that S on is a good investment for you. So I like the thought process there. I don't like the drawing process though. DDNNPUV is brutal for Matthew O'Connor. He can play PUD beneath Big I and open the board up, but with this narrow lead, I think it makes more sense to play it to the triple. No, he's going to play it on bottom.
he probably doesn't want to get hit by the X, but I mean, this is still a fine play. He just doesn't want to get hit by the X here.
Yeah, that's a great point. I did not think that part through, but yeah, with the X unseen, that is a major threat. You address it. Only one S to be drawn. Thomas has 7 fresh tiles, and you don't, but yeah, it scores very well. Not a bad decision there. And BEEJLOY, the rack for Thomas. He's down about 60, but he is by no means done in this game. The J is going to allow him to score. I just want to see what he opts to do with it. He can get out into the right side of the board with BUNJE or BUNJEE through the UN, or he's got more standard and straightforward plays, JOYED to the D in indwells. Strong equity play. What are you thinking here, Matthew? Andy?
Well, the thing I'm thinking about is if you're Thomas, Matthew just stuck an S to make scurf. He played Pud, opening up an S lane at the bottom. There's one S unseen. Does Thomas think Matthew has the final S? And if so, that's going to change the way he plays the rest of this game. Both of those plays are reasonable to have, even if you don't have two S's. But it's also very reasonable to think that Matthew might be holding on to the final S there, in which case Pud is very, very unlikely to get blocked. And Tom's going to have to play around that, knowing that, hey, I can't pull into this case S to make that bingo line available for me.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, if you think Matthew has the last S, then you're just in a world of pain. If you're Thomas, there's very little that's going to help you crawl back into this game. It makes a lot of sense given the recent string of events that he could have it, but it's not by any means a lock given the sequence of events that got us here. Joyed is the option we're going to see from Thomas. BEL, a nice stable leave, though this board is quickly being exhausted of bingo opportunity. Will Thomas need a bingo to catch up is another question, though. There's a lot of ugly tiles in the bag. 5 unseen T's. It's possible Matthew O'Connor gets stuck with a bunch of one-pointers that do nothing, and he can simply score to catch back up, especially if he picks up that S. Will he draw it, though? Let's see. Nope, just some junk. ADINNOV, the rack for Matthew, and he is playing Vino. He's playing it rather quickly, and this feels extremely solid. He's playing Vina, actually.
I don't see the reason for that.
Yeah, there are 4 O's, 3 A's to be drawn. J-O and J-A are both words, so it's not like you're doing anything better for one way than the other. Interesting choice. I'm sure he has a reason. I do not see what that reason is.
Maybe he's trying to capitalize on the O spot, the OHM hook. That's a nice sweet spot, I guess, for the O on top of Anethol. But
yeah, not the strongest spot, but this board is running out of places to do anything meaningful. Maybe that's all it was. Or maybe there's something deeper to it that I'm not seeing. In any case, back on Thomas's turn, BEEFLTW after that unwieldy draw. He trails by 52. He does have a nice score, though. EWW to the W in indwells is 35. The leave leaves some things to be desired. BEFLT, drawing into 4 more T's and 3 more E's is pretty painful. But Andy, you taking the points here?
I think that's a great play. Yeah, the leave's not the greatest, but with the unseen pool, you pull into one of the vowels, you might be in. He's in business. It's really going to come down to honestly who gets the S.
Yeah, that S is huge, huge, huge in this game. And again, Thomas thinks there's a better than not likelihood that it's on O'Connor's rack, but we know there's drama in this game as it's in the bag. Who's going to draw it, I think, is in the advantage in this game. It is worth pointing out ERE takes a back D in this lexicon, so if Matthew does feel threatened, as this board gets exhausted of all other opportunities, he can make a play like dot or maybe something even longer in that spot to obstruct. He can also just drop a D for 5 if his lead is big enough to avoid plays there. But we'll see. To be determined. There's a lot of Scrabble to be played. EWW is not coming down. Instead, we're going to see elbow. Interesting.
Yeah, this is I'm not sure what this is. I mean, from a leave perspective, this is better than EWW, but that's a lot of points to give up for something like this.
EWW was added recently, and perhaps it just didn't get seen. Like, my brain can't train itself to put a W next to another W, and without some reps, maybe that was just a whiff. A huge draw for Thomas. The X is going to help him score very well, and some vowels to go with it. The big danger in this bag is T, 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 and he didn't draw those. Now, T is a good tile on this board because ST plays can give you 6-letter words to the triple word on the right here. Thomas could draw one more and an I and hit something like taxite or taxing, but you don't want too many of them. They're going to be painful for you.
Yeah, this is a very tricky spot for Matthew. I don't think you can play, even if you think Thomas has an S, I don't think you can play ERED because that would expose the opportunity for Thomas to bingo straight up in row 15, or even just hit a good X spot down there. I mean, Tooted is one of those plays where if you make this play, you're hoping that Thomas misses his bingo and you can slam that board closed the next turn on your follow-up move.
Yeah, Tooted just not the play I expect to see from Matthew. Yeah, you are giving Thomas basically one chance, and if he misses on that one chance, you can shut the board, but Thomas does have the ability to open a second line, like along the top row of this board, and then all of a sudden you've got 2 threats and you can't handle everything. Thomas would have exactly what the doctor ordered with exalt through the L. So that would be a 1-2 punch that you don't want to see. You're in a strong position in this game. So I think we're just going to see Matthew keep things closed. But I don't know, that unseen S lurking out there gives me a lot of pause. If it's not Tooted for Matthew, I don't really know what it's going to be. You can play 2 O's. This pool has a lot of vowels unseen, and a play like oh whoa through the W and elbow is actually kind of reasonable. You do hold double T's with 3 more T's unseen, 3 more E's unseen. You could play jot or something instead. There aren't any tiles that'll stack on top of OW and hurt you. I don't know. Jot seems okay. But Matthew's got Tooted lined up right now. We'll see. We'll see if he pulls a trigger here.
I mean, I don't hate Tooted, but you're really risking it here. You have to hope Thomas didn't hit a bingo so you can close that spot up next turn. I mean, other options that Matthew can think, he could play OD on top of Anathol. That's 21. Doesn't do much, but it's a score. He could play Dow and JO. That's 6. That's 20. Same issue. Doesn't do much, but it scores. It's just not a great board. If Matthew doesn't think Thomas has the S, he might have to play 2 to just to really go deep into this bag. But good thing he has a lot of time to think through this turn. This is a tricky spot.
Oh, yeah, and a huge spot as well. I mean, after you play Tooted, Thomas will just bingo in like 30 seconds if he has one, and otherwise he'll be in a decent shape. But this is a turn that just matters so much towards the outcome of the game. The longer I look, the more I think Jot is actually okay. Just from the J, I'm worried about these O's. I'm worried about these T's. And, normally I wouldn't make a play like Jot because I'm asking my opponent to play How or Vow and stack above that and score 30 points for free. But that just can't happen with this unseen pool. It's really about bingo defense and X defense in this unseen pool. So I think I can play Jot and feel all right. It's a tense moment. Not often you see Matthew O'Connor taking 5 minutes on a single turn, but this is an extremely difficult turn. I think most of us would here.
I'm just trying to think if there's any other clever plays or 2-turn sequences that to close the right side of the board that Matthew can execute. I don't see one that I like. Because at some point you have to be concerned if Thomas is going to open this board, he might try to open this board and fork this board in a way that you're not going to be able to block everything. So try to do something here.
Oh man, everything I look at, I'm like, that sucks, but so does everything else. And I guess I need to do something. Like NOT and list at the bottom of this board is not utterly insane, or DOT and list at the bottom of this board. You can't really get hit by very much on that triple word. If my opponent has an S, they can cash it for about 30 points, but bingos aren't really going to fit there, and only really relax and retax our threats underneath my plays. So maybe I can actually get away with it. I just need to play a T. I need to play an O. I need to get some points, and I don't want to open the board. And that's kind of it. That's what you got to do. Man, this is another fun opportunity for a poll. How long will Matthew O'Connor aggravate over this turn? We saw some similar dynamics in his previous game on board 2 against Will Anderson. I heard about 80% of the game was played within about 20% of the players' clocks, and we expected it to be over crazy fast. And then the last 3 turns, each player spent like 15 minutes of their clock on just a couple of moves, because things get so difficult and so complex. Man, 7 minutes and counting for Matthew. Finally, he says, you know what? I've had enough. I am going to play Tooted. And here it comes. 26. Ooh, okay. Matthew pulls ahead 371 to 313. Thomas with the X in his hand can't feel great. Seeing 6 tiles come out, though, makes me feel very bad. And wow, what a draw for Matthew O'Connor. Is probably going to put this one away. He just drew 6. He probably just got the S. I'm starting to feel pretty sunk. It might be desperation time.
Well, you gotta if you're gonna play for the win here, as Thomas will, you gotta assume that Matthew missed the S and hope that you can pull into that S. Could be something as crazy as Axel to elbow. He could do something like that.
Somebody pointing out rationalist, Sean Abbasi pointing out rationalist through the OLIS disconnected on this board. That's insane. All right, Dex makes a ton of sense from Charles. There it is. There it is. You got me. The overhits. His name is Thomas. His brother's name is Charles. Dex makes a lot of sense from Thomas here, but Matthew's great 6-tile draw means this one is close to finished. We're going to play with something here. We're going to see what's going on board 2, see if we can just get a little peek. Let's see. There's me and Andy and board 1. You see Matthew O'Connor and Thomas Ranke. Board 2, you see Josh Sokol and Winter playing a close game, but Josh seems to have this one, 370. Neither player has more than 4 tiles on their rack. Winter can't score enough points with ALU blank. It looks like Josh is going to narrowly defeat Winter over on table 2. Wow. All right, this is a cool feature. I hope we'd get more of this. All right, we peaked at table 2. That game seems to be done. We'll cut back to table 1. Matthew's just trying to figure out which bingo he wants to play here. He has bingos to the E, like tartines, straiten, or nitrates. He has straint on the bottom of this board for 78, but this obstructs the floaters. He can't be hit on the bottom of this board. He can only be hit where he's bingoing. This is what you got to do here if you're Matthew.
Well, Thomas played a great game. The big mistake was playing the phony. It really did put him a turn behind this whole game. But Matthew made a great call to play Tooted and said, look, if he doesn't have a bingo now, I can close this game on the next turn. And he executed that correctly.
Yeah. Tooted was a huge play. It's the longer I looked at how terrible every option was on that turn, the more sense it started to make. Now you can't know you're going to go in and draw strain out of the bag, but you're probably going to get some good stuff. That pool was juicy. We all saw it. Look at Thomas. He's found it. Thomas has an utterly sick play, and he's already got it set up on his rack. Fellating. Give us the content, Thomas. Let's see it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yes. Yes. Oh my goodness. A 9-letter non-bingo through disconnected tiles. This is utterly beautiful.
Wow. Great. Disconnected. How many letters is that? 9. So if you are watching the stream and you have not pressed the thumbs up button, please do that. It is at no cost to you, and it does help the Let's Play Scrabble team. I expect to see the thumbs up number be going up. Please click that button if you haven't already. If you've already clicked it, don't click it again, because that will actually subtract a thumbs up.
Oh, look at that. Your plea has gone answered, Andy. We did just barely eclipse our number from yesterday. Got to 255 on yesterday's stream, is what Josh told me in production. 258 today. Couldn't have done it without each and every one of you. We really appreciate you tuning in for all the action today. I do want to remind everybody that we're back on 8 more games tomorrow from Albany, New York. They begin at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, which is awesome. If you're just now popping into competitive Scrabble, this is really the channel that you ought to subscribe to. It's not my channel. I'm just a dude who gets to put on a headset and talk sometimes. This channel belongs to Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor of the Let's Play Scrabble team. They don't ever try to get you to, pay them money or buy some obnoxious subscription. All they want to do is showcase some high-level Scrabble from all around North America, showcase some of the tournaments they put on, live stream some games, and let you watch along if you want. So this is the place to watch Scrabble on the internet. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't. I'll also mention the new feature on YouTube. The join button underneath this lets you become a super fan of the Let's Play Scrabble channel. You get like some custom swag emotes, and I think you get some extra special symbol next to your name in the chat. You also get backstage access to cool features and functions. For instance, tonight, Will Anderson, the famous YouTube guy, is giving a keynote speech and doing a meet and greet after the tournament. And Josh is going to record all of that and make it available to his super fans. $5 monthly donation from the join button goes directly to improving Scrabble streams in the future, allowing us to do things like the live look-in we just did on board 2, the switchover we did this morning where we had a boring game and switched over to an awesome one. It allows Josh to make Scrabble streaming bigger and better. And wow, they've done a great job with it. 10 years ago was the first Scrabble stream, and it was, sad. Very limited viewership numbers. I think we got up to 50 at one point, and slowly, steadily, the viewer count has climbed. The number of new players who have just seen Scrabble on the internet and come to a tournament has been absolutely nuts. So your $5 can go a long way towards helping them make Scrabble streaming even better. Let's cut to the overhead mic, one of many features brought to us by the Let's Play Scrabble team.
I wondered if you were going to try and block everything. I mean, you made a bad move, but I made a worse move.
I can see indwells and just play curve, and then keep my ass for like pilas or whatever. Right. And obviously, that's an interesting turn.
I mean, that was the idea with playing indwells instead of here playing it here, just so because there's so many tees.
Because you're still behind.
Yeah, I need to. This is going to open this side of the board.
No, you're getting close, and my other options are 20.
Oh, with this turn?
Yeah,
I mean, it looks
it's like Dow.
It looked like with all the O's and T's out, it's like it might seem wrong, but it's probably right.
The pool was scary, but not that scary.
What did you keep?
An N.
Okay.
You have to Maganto it. The other options are something paranoid down there, or like Dow.
Charles lamenting some of those bingo decisions earlier on in this game. We're going to do one more look in at the Josh and Winter game. Josh about to go out, scoring some additional points. Josh is going to hang on and win this one. He's also going to draw a little challenge on that Sparky play, so you get to see Josh and Winter getting their steps in. Josh Sokol has knocked Winter out of 4th place and avoided being 500 through 3 days. That would be wild. The quad box is not just for NFL Red Zone anymore. You can get the quad box with your favorite Scrabble commentator, Andy Hoang, and your least favorite Scrabble commentator, Matt Canik, along with some awesome Scrabble action. Man, this is sick. This is the future I want. I want 8 games of Scrabble just displayed on the TV in front of me. I want Andy displayed on the TV in front of me, and I just want to watch all of them. This is awesome. What do you think, Andy?
I love this. This is great. It's something aesthetically pleasing about this. I mean, wow. Thank you to the Let's Play Scrabble team and all of our great supporters for making this possible. I see that we've actually increased the thumbs up to 304, up from 255. So way to go, viewers. You have made me very, very happy, and you're going to make Scrabble even better. So thank you for everybody's support.
Yeah, this was awesome. This has been so much fun all weekend, and really it wouldn't be fun without all the banter we get in chat, the strong players holding me accountable by pointing out the things I am missing. Calling Collins is not my strength, but I am doing my very, very best. Andy, one more thank you to you as well for all you've done for us. We see Thomas and Matthew squaring their tiles. We see Josh about to go out against Winter. So we're going to pull away from Scrabble boards. We're going to look at the standings one more time before we end for the day. Hang on, Andy. Do we have a new leader in this tournament?
Wow. Mr. Tunnicliffe, winner of the National Scrabble Championship in 2015, the same year Mr. Wellington won his World Championship. So, wow.
Wow is right. Not that I'm surprised. Tunnicliffe is a very strong player, but it really just felt like Matthew O'Connor and Wellington Jageri were on top of this the whole time, and all of a sudden a new challenger emerges. We saw Winter was about to drop his game. He'll fall out of the top 5. We see AW there. He jumps into 2nd, leapfrogging Matthew O'Connor. Harshan may be our leader, pending the outcome of his game. I'm not sure who he's playing or what's going on there, but if Harshan wins, he will be in 1st. If Harshan loses, Matthew Tunnicliffe will be in 1st. In either way, the run of terror that Wellington and Matthew O'Connor have had atop this tournament has come to an end. Let's take a look at some rating gain leaders. Andy, walk us through some of the stats we're seeing here.
Rating gain. Wow, very impressive. Especially Neil. I think he just started playing just a few years ago. So look at that, just a couple of years, and he's already competing at a very crowded field. And then for the others, they're doing tremendous as well. I don't know Muhammad, but 72-point rating gain is very, very impressive. He's got to feel really happy about that. I love to see players gain points. It's always sad when you lose points, but that's the way the rating system goes. You'll win some, you'll lose some.
And I wanted to shout out Winter as well, threatening to break 2,000 with his awesome performance early on in this one. Take a look at our scoring leaders. We actually got to see one of these games on the stream. Nwale Enoch dropping 600 earlier in the tournament, but Jason Ubika, not only a beast in the karaoke room last night, but also a beast on the scoreboard. 647, your top scorer in the Bob Linn Superstars Division. That's some hot stuff. Speaking of hot stuff, I am going to talk about all of our scoring leaders for the tournament. Harshan still averaging north of 480 points per game, and no real other surprises. Matthew Tunnicliffe, Will Anderson, Wellington Jageri, extremely strong players, averaging 463. Winter having a fantastic tournament, averaging 454 across this tournament as well. We're going to look at some of the other divisions as well. The Bob Linn Superstars Division is what we're covering due to the big prize pool, but Terry Kong, 20-4. Take a look at that. She is your leader in the Division B standings. Eric Fox with 1 game to go, maybe 1 game's off the pace. Eric said he came here with no expectations, but he might just win himself this bottom division of CSW land. We'll pivot over to WoW, where Andy's going to go you through some of our leaders here.
Wow, look at that. Jason Lee is in first place. Jason Lee's got a huge following in the Scrabble community. And then you've got a lot of great players in this field. Carl Higbee, he's been leading at the top of the standings for most of this tournament, so it's no surprise that he's there. Doesn't play in a lot of tournaments as the other guys on this list, but he is a very strong. Other guys up and down the list. Ori Swift making a good comeback. I think he had missed maybe his first 6 games or something. I'm not sure what happened there. The first 6 games, so those Canada's losses. So he's really come back up through that. A lot of great players in the WoW division, and a lot of these guys you will see in nationals in just a month.
Yeah, and Nationals just a month away. We are so stoked for that. We'll tease a little bit more about it at some other points. But yeah, Ori Swift with some teams, able to make up some of them with his opponents during lunch breaks, but had to take several forfeits, still on the leaderboard. WoW Division B, Bennett Jacobstein has been on top of the standings all day. He is at 18-6. Jessica Mercacante at 17-7. Cheryl Kagan, who's done so much work to bring the Nationals to Baltimore, is in 3rd place at 16-8, and Dalton Hoffing 16-8 as would be. We're going to cut back to Matt and Andy. Andy, I want to let you say goodbye to our audience. What parting words do you have?
I say thank you for having me. Thank you for tuning in, and it's a pleasure. We'll see you next time.
And Andy, it was a pleasure having you in the booth tomorrow. We are stuck with me. You will have Jason Idalski rounding out commentary all day. So 9:30 a.m., we will see all of y'all there. We're going to sign off for the day, and I am going to go to the swimming pool. See y'all tomorrow.